Martial Peak, Chapter 4968, Feudal Lords Attack. Good. It appears that they are also aware of the severity of the situation and will not be a hindrance, Zhong Liang replied solemnly. Pass down my order. With the reinforcements from the other three armies, we will launch a full offensive. The four armies of Blue Sky Pass were organized into four defensive lines. This was a traditional formation that had not changed in hundreds of thousands of years. There were, of course, instances where one army would require help from another, but in general, each army functioned separately in order to hold their own defense line and repel the Black Ink clan. This time, however, in order to save Yang Kai from the chaotic battlefield, Zhong Liang couldn't care less. So, he notified Ding Yao, Liang Yulong, and Shin Tu-Mo to send some of their forces here to assist him so he could bring Yang Kai back. The other army commanders were shocked when they heard the news. They cursed Yang Kai for being so foolish to sneak out to the battlefield. Worse, no one knew where he was, or even whether he was still alive or not. Still, as the only user of purifying light, his existence was critical to the entire Blue Sky Pass and even the human race as a whole. He could not be allowed to die. The other three army commanders severely reprimanded Zhong Liang as they responded to him, blaming him for his lack of supervision. They then immediately made adjustments to their forces to send a portion of them back to the inner sanctum so that they could rush from there to the Western Army defense line to rescue Yang Kai, who was on the Western Army's battlefield. This was the safest option. Otherwise, it would be too tough for reinforcements from the three armies to fight their way to the Western Front. There were always more than 30,000 people in Blue Sky Pass, and each army contained around 8,000 each. The size of the force was more than enough to deal with the Black Ink clan's siege, but as a result of the army being split up, the battle at the other three fronts grew increasingly tense. The three army commanders did not hesitate to send around 30% of their forces to provide reinforcements, which essentially doubled the amount of troops there were on the Western Front. These masters, who had returned, were presently gathered in Blue Sky Pass main square. The mission was unknown to them, but each division commander had already been given instructions. Do whatever it takes to locate Yang Kai on the battlefield and ensure that he is brought back safely. In the meantime, the Eastern, Southern, and Northern armies all gave up on their advantages on the battlefield and pulled back to the area around Blue Sky Pass. By shrinking their outer perimeter, they ensured that even with fewer forces, they could hold the line, especially with the assistance of Blue Sky Pass-owned defensive armaments. However, this mission had to be completed quickly to avoid any accidents taking place. The Black Ink clan saw what happened, and the territory lords in charge of the Black Ink clan army were perplexed by this. They had no idea why the human forces had abruptly reduced by so much. However, given this opportunity, they would undoubtedly make the most of it. In mere moments, Blue Sky Pass was tightly surrounded on three fronts. As for the Western Army, Zhong Liang, who had already ascertained Yang Kai's whereabouts, instantly killed his way out of the inner sanctum, directing Feng Ying in that direction. But, as soon as Zhong Liang emerged, he was met by a Black Ink clansman with a powerful aura. The tall and imposing figure was obviously a territory lord with immense Black Ink strength. Because Zhong Liang foresaw this scenario, he had borrowed men from the other three armies. The lethality and deterrent of Eighth Order Masters was outstanding on the battlefield, so the territory lords would obviously not remain silent once such a master appeared. Those with weaker cultivations would have no means to intervene in a battle between such powerhouses. Similarly, the Eighth Order Masters on the human side would do the same once a territory lord was sent out by the Black Ink clan. The two parties had essentially come to an unspoken agreement about such things after battling for so long. Go! Zhong Liang commanded Feng Ying as he cast a gaze across the battlefield and fixed a glare on the territory lord who was heading in his direction. Feng Ying nodded. Though she had killed a territory lord once before, that was only because that territory lord was already seriously exhausted and injured, and had been further wounded by Yang Kai's purifying light. If she really encountered a territory lord herself, she would definitely not be his opponent. Furthermore, she had something more important to do, which was to bring Yang Kai back safely. Be careful, martial uncle. Holding a razor-sharp sword, Feng Ying charged into the battle. From behind her came a powerful clash of power as Zhong Liang engaged the territory lord somewhere in the void. As soon as the two masters clashed, a radius of several thousand kilometers around them was evacuated as neither side dared to approach them. This was a battlefield solely for the two of them. Warships and masters surged towards the Black Ink Clan's lines as a dozen Eighth Order masters also rushed out from behind the surging Western army. The humans became increasingly aggressive, stunning the Black Ink Clan. For many months now, the humans had been entirely on the defensive and never launched counterattacks unless they had a decisive advantage. This was certainly not the situation right now, though, so the Black Ink Clan were quite confused about the human masters' thinking. The Black Ink Clan still responded swiftly when they noticed several division commanders being sent out against them. Territory lords from the Black Ink Clan's rear appeared one after another to meet the enemy. Eyes from the two sides of great experts clashed in the void, unleashing endless murderous intent. Only a moment later, the Eighth Order division commanders and the territory lords clashed. Divine abilities and secret techniques bloomed, and the universe trembled as figures transformed into streams of light and surged towards one another. However, the human side was undoubtedly at a disadvantage due to the imbalance in the numbers, with some division commanders having to engage two territory lords at once. Zhong Liang experienced a similar situation. He was quickly met by a territory lord as soon as he stepped onto the battlefield, but it was not long before another territory lord emerged and joined the fight. The human side had always had a disadvantage when it came to numbers against the Black Ink Clan, though. So all the Eighth Order masters had experienced fighting two enemies at once. Deep into the battlefield, Yang Kai silently slaughtered enemies around him. He came to advance to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, and for this reason, he deliberately made up an excuse to deceive Feng Ying and used others to sneak out of Blue Sky Pass. However, when he arrived on the battlefield and became completely immersed in the fight, he had no time to ponder on his breakthrough. All he could do was focus and give it his all in battle. He cooperated with the four Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nearby, and it was not long before the number of Black Ink clansmen that died at his hands became countless. Initially, the old man was worried that Yang Kai couldn't keep up with their pace and intensity, but as time passed, he surprisingly found that though Yang Kai was a mere Sixth Order Master, his headcount was not lesser than theirs. Moreover, he seemed to have no trouble keeping up with and even coordinating with them. They worked together as if they had been comrades for years. This realization made the old man and others feel relieved, and soon they simply considered him another Seventh Order Master. Yang Kai, fighting on this battlefield, soon discovered a peculiarity. Under the premise of them being in the same realm, the average strength of a Black Ink clansman was weaker than that of a human master. Yang Kai, for instance, easily butchered many high-rank Black Ink clansmen that were equivalent to Sixth Order Masters. However, none of these enemies was on par with the Sixth Order Masters he knew. In Voidland, there were plenty of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with varying depths of heritage. As a result, their strength varied greatly as well. Nevertheless, none of the high-rank Black Ink clansmen here would be a match for even the weakest Sixth Order Master in Voidland. In fact, Yang Kai first became aware of this issue when he was following Feng Ying back to Blue Sky Pass. However, at the time, he paid little attention to it. Back then, before he could even take action, the majority of Black Ink clansmen would be dealt with by Feng Ying, and the others while he focused on saving Black Ink disciples. Thus, at that time, he only at best cleaned up the leftovers. Prior to that, Yang Kai had pretended to be a Black Ink disciple for 2 years, so he had not fought any of them during that time. It was only now that Yang Kai was able to confirm his original suspicions. Even so, until now, he had only fought those below the Black Ink feudal lords, so he did not know whether this trend was consistent among the stronger Black Ink clan masters. Watch out! The feudal lords are going to launch an attack. A cry was heard from the beautiful woman. Yang Kai's heart clenched upon hearing that. Wasn't this the moment he had been looking for? This was the first time he participated on the defensive side of the war between the two races, so he didn't know much about the situation on the battlefield. On the other hand, the old man and his comrades were very clear that the higher ranking a Black Ink clansman was, the less they cared about their lower clansman's life or death. Every time the two races fought, the Black Ink clan would send forth its weaker members to wear down the human army. Only after grinding down the human strength would the real masters from the Black Ink clan show up in an attempt to catch the enemy off guard. The old man and the others had been fighting for about 2 hours already, yet they had not encountered a single feudal lord during this time. It was clear what the enemy was up to. As soon as the word came out, a figure suddenly rushed out from a dense black ink cloud close to the old man. The old man frowned before extending his hand and directly charging towards the approaching enemy. The feudal lords, who had been hiding all this while, all took action simultaneously, emerging from the black ink clouds to launch an ambush. The middle-aged man, young man, and beautiful woman were instantly pinned down. To top it all off, the middle-aged man was actually caught between two powerful enemies. Several feudal lords rushed towards the warship and began bombarding it. However, the humans had long gotten used to dealing with such tactics. Furthermore, warships were all refined with this exact situation in mind. So even without any high-rank master on board, with the aid of powerful defensive and offensive artifacts, the weaker human masters could still hold off such an assault. The Black Ink clan immediately became fiercely entangled with the battalion. Yang Kai was accompanying. Suddenly, a rather slender female Black Ink clansman leapt out of a large group of enemies and sent a palm strike out at Yang Kai. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was sent tumbling by this sudden attack. The next moment, he frowned as he realized that this female Black Ink clansman was actually a feudal lord. Apparently, she had hidden in the group of Black Ink clansmen previously while concealing her strength, causing Yang Kai to not notice her until she struck. Martial Peak, Chapter 4969, You Talk Too Much? The female feudal lord resembled a typical human in terms of her physical form. She even wore revealing clothing, and the black lines that covered her exposed flesh gave her entire figure a bewitching appearance. She glanced at Yang Kai with cold eyes and was surprised that he survived her sudden assassination attempt. Since the two races had been at war for so long, they had a fair understanding of each other's strengths. While she was hiding in the Black Ink clan army, she noticed that Yang Kai was only a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, whereas she was a feudal lord on par with a 7th Order Human Master. It didn't make sense that he had survived her sneak attack. However, she soon began to giggle, her long, crimson, forked, snake-like tongue licking her lips seductively. Her figure then flickered and transformed into a black cloud of smoke. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he instinctively thrust his spear forward. Subsequently, the figure of the female feudal lord was revealed, avoiding the deadly spear and appearing directly to his left. She patted him lightly with her seemingly soft little hand, but her palm strike contained a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. Yang Kai just barely managed to block the blow with his spear. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Star. Yang Kai countered 3 successive palms, but was forced to retreat several hundred meters before somehow stabilizing himself. At that moment, he could feel the vitality in his chest roiling and fresh blood threatened to leak from his lips. With nothing more than stubborn will, he forcefully choked back down the metallic liquid. The female feudal lord was now genuinely stunned, to the point where she didn't use this opening to kill Yang Kai. Rather, she gasped slightly as she stared at him. This human seems different from the others. He's clearly in the 6th Order, but he's considerably stronger than any other 6th Order human I've killed before. On the opposite side, Yang Kai brandished his spear, sweeping clean all the Blank Ink clansmen that were charging towards him, reducing them to a cloud blank ink strength. He then aimed his spear at the female feudal lord and smirked, "You really are quite weak." He had now confirmed his earlier hypothesis. Under the premise that they were in the same relative realm, the Black Ink clan masters were indeed weaker than their human counterparts. Yang Kai had not been certain about this before. After all, he had not faced a feudal lord alone before now. It was only after he traded blows with this female feudal lord that he was able to verify his speculations. It was also at this moment that Yang Kai figured out why this odd dichotomy was. In order to reach the open heaven realm, humans needed to cultivate for a very long time. There were no shortcuts to this process, even if the person wanted to only make an initial breakthrough to the First Order. What's more, after reaching the open heaven realm, it required a lot of time and effort to advance to the next order. Therefore, no matter which order a human master was in, their foundation and heritage would be much stronger compared to those from the Black Ink clan, whose cultivation was fundamentally different. The Black Ink clan were born from the Black Ink nests, and their advancement also depended on it. As a result, while they needed less time to develop than human masters, their strength was not acquired through personal effort and comprehension, thus it was not as refined. Unfortunately, Black Ink strength was incredibly corrosive and a strong deterrent to humans, restricting them in combat to a great extent, which compensated for the Black Ink clan's lack of raw strength. In that sense, even if there was a one-on-one battle between a feudal lord and a Seventh Order master, it was impossible to predict who would prevail. Of course, this was all before Yongkai appeared. With his arrival, the humans possessed the means necessary to purify and disperse Black Ink strength. Thus, it no longer posed as much of a threat to them. It didn't matter if their small universe got unintentionally contaminated, as long as they weren't fully corrupted by the Black Ink strength. They simply had to return to a purifying Black Ink battleship before losing themselves entirely, and the issue would be instantly resolved. This was also the reason why Zhong Liang and the other army commanders put so much importance on Yongkai's existence, to the point that they actually reassigned thousands of masters just to rescue him and bring him back from the battlefield. In addition to boosting morale, the ability to purify and dispel Black Ink strength also increased the battle efficiency of the human army, enabling them to go all out without fear. Regardless, a feudal lord was still a feudal lord, a master on par with a Seventh Order human. Yongkai would never lower his guard against such an opponent. Although his words were provocative, his expression remained solemn. The provocation proved to be successful. Possibly as a result of her own attack failing twice, the female feudal lord was completely furious. Not only did she fail to kill Yongkai, but there weren't even any signs she had been able to seriously injure him. She immediately let out a piercing scream and rushed towards him. The feudal lord released a massive cloud of Black Ink strength, which was so dense it instantly turned into a gigantic blank ink cloud, engulfing Yongkai inside of it. She now believed it would be too kind to simply kill this arrogant human who was looking down on her despite being weaker. Thus, she made the decision to turn him into her own Black Ink disciple, so she could torture him for a long time to come. Deep inside the Black Ink cloud, Yongkai put on a guileful expression as he instantly understood his enemy's plan. Unfortunately for her, she had chosen the wrong target. The female feudal lord swam freely through the Black Ink cloud, believing Yongkai must be feeling flustered as all humans so far would struggle to perform well in such a situation. She didn't assault Yongkai immediately. Instead, she wanted to enjoy the misery of her enemy, a rare interest she had on the battlefield. To her astonishment, though, what came next was a sharp flying blade. This attack shocked the female feudal lord, who quickly dodged to the side as soon as she sensed it approaching. Followed by a slight pain in the cheek, where it had been injured by the attack, black blood stained the palm of her hand as she reached up to wipe it. The female feudal lord was truly incensed now. How could she have allowed such a weakling to injure her? Unfortunately, the next moment, her fury turned to panic as a storm of attacks flew at her incessantly. Realizing she had greatly underestimated her opponent, the female feudal lord knew that dodging here would only cause her to fall into a disadvantage, losing any opportunity to counterattack. With no other choice, she clenched her teeth and hurled herself at her attacker, sending out a flurry of palm strikes to meet the enemy head-on. The Black Ink cloud roiled turbulently as violent energy fluctuations and deafening rumbling sounds continuously erupted from it. Yongkai pushed his supreme limitless spear art without restraint. Every thrust, sweep, and slash carried with him the essence of his lifetime of cultivation. Likewise, the female feudal lord refused to back down. She found Yongkai's behavior irritating, and she wished for nothing more than to make him submit before her. Inside the dense blank ink cloud, the pair engaged in a deadly melee. At some point, Yongkai was sent tumbling, his eyes reddening as he panted hard and stared at the hazy figure in front of him. His clothes were shredded and fresh blood was dripping from hundreds of wounds that covered his body. Even his face was stained with golden blood, showing how mercilessly he had fought. The female feudal lord's palms were not her real weapons. After engaging several hundred blows with her, Yang Kai had deeply understood that it was actually her razor-sharp claws that she was using to deal damage. Her nails were so hard and sharp that it really made him wonder how she cultivated them. At that same time, her claws were imbued with dense black ink strength that acted like a kind of poison. Whenever he was wounded, black ink strength would seep into his body. If a normal cultivator suffered such injuries, they would quickly be corrupted by black ink strength and degenerate into a blank ink disciple. Of course, Yang Kai had no such worries. He had a world spring in his small universe that could perfectly suppress and seal black ink strength, making him practically immune to its corrosive effects. The battle between the two had only lasted a dozen breaths or so, yet Yang Kai was already looking quite ragged. He wasn't the only one struggling, though, as the female feudal lord was not feeling much better than him. She had underestimated Yang Kai's strength greatly and had fallen into an unfavorable position. Despite the fact that she made a concerted effort to regain control of the battle, the azure dragon spear had left its mark on her, especially on her lower abdomen where the spear had almost pierced right through her, drawing a thick stream of black blood from a grievous wound. Her clothes, which were originally quite revealing, were now completely torn, leaving her practically naked. Still, she licked the fresh blood from her lips with her long tongue and glared at Yang Kai with hatred in her eyes. Wiping her hand across the wound on her abdomen, she snarled, "Just you wait. Once you're my black ink disciple, I will make you beg for d." From the thick black cloud, a fist suddenly emerged in front of her eyes and slammed hard into her pretty face. The female feudal lord instantly felt as though she had been hit by the entire universe world, as the immense force sent her flying. "You talk too much." Yang Kai ripped off his torn shirt and revealed his chiseled muscles. As he stretched himself slightly, his body made a cracking sound, after which all the cuts he suffered stopped bleeding and closed up. Contrastingly, flashes of golden stars appeared before the female feudal lord's eyes. That punch left her in a bad state as she felt her nose being broken and tears were now streaming down her face. If it had been a weaker black ink clansman who took that punch, their head would have exploded on the spot. Fortunately for her, she had responded quickly when she realized something was off and condensed her black ink strength to defend herself. Even so, she had been badly injured. The power of that punch genuinely frightened her. What was more unbelievable was the fact that her black ink strength didn't seem to have any effect on Yang Kai at all. Forget about corrupting him, he didn't even seem to notice its existence at all. Somehow managing to stabilize herself inside the black ink cloud, she gasped to steady herself. The hazy figure in front of her quickly approached, though, as a menacing voice rang in her ears. "Come, this fight is just getting started. I won't take advantage of you, so bring out all your skills. Today, either you die, or I perish." The female feudal lord's brow furiously twitched and she involuntarily took a step backwards. Her instincts were telling her to turn around and flee, but what face would she have left if she really did that? She was only facing a sixth-order human master. If she ran from such an opponent, she wouldn't have a place in the Black Ink clan in the future. Martial Peak, Chapter 4970. My condolences. The female feudal lord quickly realized what Yang Kai meant when he said that he wouldn't take advantage of her. He actually put away his artifact and then leapt towards her, throwing out his fists as he flew. She dodged the attack by diving to the side as rage began surging within her. She was even angrier now that she was being looked down upon and mocked by a mere sixth-order human. With a fierce cry, Blank Ink strength erupted from her, and she assailed Yang Kai, her razor-sharp claws serving as her weapons as she slashed wildly. Ignoring her attack entirely, Yang Kai raised his fist and punched out, engaging in a deadly melee. Hong hong hong. Black and golden blood splattered out. The pair even began coughing up blood onto each other's faces as their bodies trembled fiercely. In just a short time, the female feudal lord's ferocity was quickly dulled, as the momentum she had collapsed. She hadn't met a human like this before. Everyone in the human race had viewed death slightly differently in critical situations, and there were indeed times when her enemies would choose to drag Black Ink clansmen down with them in death. However, Yang Kai was the first human she had encountered who was so vicious. How is he human? He's more like a ravenous beast. What made her even more terrified was that the erosion of Black Ink's strength seemed to have no effect on him. Even with the help of her sharp claws, there was no evidence of Black Ink's strength corrupting him. She was quite hopeful that it would still take effect. If it did, she could take him down with ease once her Black Ink strength had completely corrupted him. She might even be able to obtain a powerful new Black Ink disciple. It had to be noted that capturing a Black Ink disciple on the battlefield was something to be proud of in the Black Ink clan. However, even now, this man's consciousness remained crystal clear. Not only that, the power from each of his punches was heavier than the previous one. There were no signs of him weakening at all. She was well versed in regards to humans and was aware that their small universes served as a foundation of their cultivation. If the small universe was disrupted, it would affect their strength. Logically speaking, after all these violent clashes, Yang Kai's combat ability should have been reduced. But it was the complete opposite for him. Additionally, close combat was not her forte. The dreadful thought that she would perish at the hands of this strange human slowly crept into the female feudal lord's mind. She was terrified when this notion crossed her thoughts, and she seriously considered fleeing. After another clash, the female feudal lord suddenly tried to shake off Yang Kai and retreat. "Wanna run?" Yang Kai glared fiercely. He did not immediately chase after her, but rather his body shook and the void stretched infinitely as space principles surged. Near distant horizon, the female feudal lord was shocked to discover that no matter how hard she tried to escape, she was unable to move away from Yang Kai due to some strange power engulfing her. What is this secret technique? Despite the fact that she had no idea what the mystery of this secret technique was, her fingers were moving as swiftly as the wind, and she immediately broke free of its restraints by disrupting the space around her. In the end, she was still stronger than Yang Kai in terms of realms. Thus, near-distant horizon couldn't trap her for long. But thanks to this moment of delay, Yang Kai successfully caught up to her, and the fierce battle continued. Outside on the battlefield, Feng Ying wielded her long sword. She was one of the strongest 7th Order Masters in Blue Sky Pass, so no one other than a Black Ink territory lord could stop her. All around her, sword chi flashed as Black Ink clansmen died before Feng Ying even approached them. Even a Black Ink clan feudal lord could hardly resist 3 strikes from her sword. They could either flee or fight on knowing they would die. She had not used her divine manifestation, but if she did, her strength would only increase further. Feng Ying once killed a territory lord, even if she did so with Yang Kai's assistance, so it was clear she had an incredibly strong heritage. She kept moving forward, with many allies helping her clear the way, and eventually reached the front lines of the battle. At the spot where Golden Crow cast the sun had previously erupted, she turned around and looked in all directions. Her divine sense surged, but she was unable to locate Yang Kai at all. Her face suddenly sank. Could it be that she was too late and Yang Kai had already been killed? 2 feudal lords were besieging a 7th Order master nearby, and he was in danger of dying at any moment. Even though humans were somewhat stronger than those from the Black Ink clan in the same realm, 2 fists could not block 4 strikes. Once 2 feudal lords joined forces, most 7th Order masters would not be their opponent. Slashing out with her sword, Feng Ying struck the 2 feudal lords and forced them to retreat temporarily. "Have you seen Yang Kai?" she urgently questioned, grabbing the collar of the 7th Order master before he re-engaged the 2 feudal lords. The old man who was caught by her was stunned and asked, "Who's Yang Kai?" Suddenly, Feng Ying remembered that not everyone knew who Yang Kai was, or what he looked like. She realized that she might not be able to learn anything by asking this question, so she instantly changed the question to, "Have you seen a strange 6th Order youth?" "You're looking for him?" The elderly man instantly knew who she was referring to. This old man was one of the four masters that Yang Kai had been cooperating with before. There were innumerable sixth-order youths on the battlefield, but Feng Ying must have her reason for asking, so the old man recalled a certain sixth-order master right away. Where is he? Feng Ying was nervous about the response she would receive. She was afraid the answer was not what she wanted to hear. The old man's expression suddenly darkened, and he pointed to a specific area, saying, "In there, dealing with a feudal lord." Looking in the direction he was pointing, Feng Ying noticed a sizable gathering of black ink clouds. Feng Ying's heart clenched. That brat was very strong, but unfortunately, the old man let out a small sigh. He would have liked to look after Yang Kai on the battlefield if it were possible, but unfortunately, he was entirely preoccupied with dealing with the two feudal lords who surrounded him and couldn't render any aid. The old man didn't know how Feng Ying was related to Yang Kai, so he simply blurted out, "My condolence." He was almost positive that the feudal lord had already killed the boy. After all, even if it was him, his fate would not be pleasant if he were to fight inside those black ink clouds. He won't die so easily. Feng Ying gritted her teeth. She had witnessed Yang Kai's abilities. What's more, Yang Kai still had a world spring, and would not be corrupted by black ink strength. He could even transform into a grand dragon. But she was also aware that Yang Kai would not simply transform into his grand dragon form even if his life was in danger solely because he entered the battlefield this time to seek an opportunity to break through. Transforming into a grand dragon simply meant he failed to accomplish his goal. Feng Ying sped towards the black ink cloud as soon as the words were spoken. The very next moment, though, a sudden change occurred. Two entwined figures suddenly burst out of an enormous black ink cloud. The two were so close to each other, it was as if they were one person. The murderous aura emanating from the two figures made one's blood run cold. Feng Ying's eyes lit up as soon as she recognized that one of the figures was Yang Kai. He's still alive. He can still be saved. Just when Feng Ying prepared to rush to his rescue, she stopped abruptly, her expression odd. The old man was also shocked when he looked over. It was the previous female feudal lord who was entangled with Yang Kai, with his arms tightly encircled around her body like chains. This was only possibly because her figure was quite small. If she was like most Black Ink clansmen, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to use his arms to tie her up like this. It was possible to imagine the intensity of the power of Yang Kai's physique as fresh blood continued to spew forth from the mouth of the female feudal lord. The bones in her upper body had been crushed, and it was clear that her chest had caved in slightly. Her pain was visible in the twisted expression on her face. Yang Kai's shirt was gone, leaving him half naked, while the female feudal lord was also almost completely naked in her shredded clothing. Feng Ying and the elderly man were at a loss for words as they observed this scene. Naturally, this had not been part of Yang Kai's original plan. It was just that the female feudal lord was constantly trying to escape. Even though he once used near-distant horizon to stop her, he might not be able to do so if she tried again. In order to prevent his opponent from fleeing, Yang Kai had to resort to this. Although his cultivation was one minor realm lower than his opponent, the ferocity of Yang Kai's strength was enough to battle against this female feudal lord. As she was struggling to escape, more of her bones broke and stabbed into her organs, causing her immense pain. With her life on the line, she held nothing back, but because she was unable to use her arms as they were currently bound, she used her knees to kick and struggle against Yang Kai's lower half. Fortunately, Yang Kai was prepared for this as well, and as a result, he managed to wrap his legs around hers and lock them in place. It was this scene that appeared in front of Feng Ying and the others. Yang Kai unleashed a vicious headbutt, causing him to see stars while knocking the female feudal lord's head back. A large bump even formed on Yang Kai's forehead as a result, but he couldn't care less at the moment. The female feudal lord, of course, didn't just lay there waiting for death and fought back with everything she had. The sound of their battle echoed all around. All the open heaven realm masters gasped when they saw this scene. It was the first time they had witnessed such a scene even after fighting against the Black Ink clan for so long. Yang Kai's brutality was simply shocking. Where did this guy come from? predicting that Yang Kai was going to headbutt her again. The female feudal lord stretched her slender neck, resulting in his attack missing its mark. The next instant, her stretched-out head abruptly bounced back. Her cherry lips parted to reveal the fangs in the corners of her mouth as she bit towards the nearest exposed target. Feng Ying had come to help immediately after recognizing Yang Kai's figure, but she was too late, as she had to witness the female feudal lord's teeth sinking into Yang Kai's neck with her own eyes. Martial Peak, Chapter 4971. Join forces to kill the enemy. Feng Ying's heart nearly stopped at that precise moment. If Yang Kai died here, it would be an immeasurable loss to the entire human race. Even though she wanted to aid him, Yang Kai and the female feudal master were literally entangled with each other, so she did not dare to simply intervene. All she could do was move close and prepare to assist at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar sounded through the void, and before Feng Ying's eyes, Yang Kai, who had been bitten by the female feudal lord, unleashed the power of his dragon vein. His head shook and transformed into a grand dragon's head, with sharp horns and a flowing beard. Although his head turned into that of a dragon, his body remained human, giving him a very strange appearance. The dragon head turned in a swift movement, opened its giant maw, and bit brutally into the female feudal lord's slender neck, letting her get a taste of her own medicine. Feng Ying's face twitched when she saw this strange scene. Yang Kai and the female feudal lord seemed to be hugging, with their heads pressed against each other's necks, like a pair of passionate lovers. Of course, the murderous intent that radiated from them made it clear that they wanted nothing more than to kill one another. Dragon roars and piercing screams sounded continuously as fresh blood spewed everywhere. Shortly after, the dragon head suddenly pulled back, and the female feudal lord's head was ripped clean off. A bewildered and incredulous expression hung on her face as her vitality swiftly dissipated. Fresh black blood poured out like a fountain from the place where her head had been torn off. Meanwhile, the dragon's jaw crunched hard, while the body previously imprisoned in Yang Kai's arms was burst by a violent force. Yang Kai raised his head to the sky after spitting out the filth in his mouth and roared. On the chaotic battlefield, his figure terrified numerous black ink clansmen, none daring to approach him. The battle with the female feudal lord was truly dangerous, but his enemy had looked down on him too much, allowing Yang Kai to gain a decisive advantage. The female feudal lord tried her hardest to reverse the situation, but in such close quarters, her options were severely limited. In the end, she eventually lost and died in battle. The next moment, Yang Kai felt someone rushing at him and instinctually threw out his fist. Feng Ying became pale in shock and immediately flourished her sword to deflect the punch while at the same time shouting, "Yang Kai!" Upon hearing his name, Yang Kai brought his fist back and locked eyes with the person approaching from behind. His blood-red eyes flashed, and his violent impulses finally began to subside. He then nodded to Feng Ying, and the massive dragon head returned to its original form. Feng Ying took a deep breath as she looked down at his neck. A bite wound on Yang Kai's neck was vivid and clear. A deep gash that made it a fair way through his neck demonstrated just how much strength the female feudal lord used at the very end. If Yang Kai hadn't reacted quickly enough, Feng Ying might actually have had to collect his corpse. Nevertheless, fortune had favored him. Yang Kai appeared to be seriously injured, but such a wound was actually not a major issue to a sixth-order open heaven realm master. "Have you come to your senses?" Feng Ying inquired. Killing a black ink feudal lord all on his own was a major accomplishment for a sixth-order open heaven realm master, but Feng Ying felt that in that life-or-death battle, Yang Kai had completely lost track of his surroundings and given in to his battle instincts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to punch her when she approached him. Yang Kai nodded in response, feeling a little guilty. "Army Commander Zhong has ordered you to immediately return to the inner sanctum," Feng Ying remarked. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. "I'm part of the human race too." The connotation was he wanted to contribute on the battlefield between the two races. Feng Ying gritted her teeth as she solemnly warned, "On the battlefield, orders are absolute. Yang Kai, don't make things difficult for me." She came here to get Yang Kai to return. Even though she knew exactly why he had come to this battlefield, a breakthrough to the Seventh Order was something that should not be rushed. His safety was of utmost importance. Feng Ying really didn't know what she should do if Yang Kai insisted on not returning. She couldn't force him to obey, could she? Marshal Ant, I'm not officially a member of Blue Sky Pass, so the army commander's orders can't restrain me, Yang Kai grinned. When she heard those words, Feng Ying was taken aback. Yang Kai was indeed not registered in Blue Sky Pass. Although he had been there for some time, with the ongoing war and the vital role he had to play, there was simply no time for Yang Kai to officially register himself, let alone be assigned a position in one of the armies. Feng Ying couldn't argue either if he insisted on using this reasoning. In a daze, Yang Kai dashed away, heading straight towards the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Black Ink Clan feudal lords who were still battling it out nearby. Feng Ying hurriedly chased after him, advising him bitterly as she traveled side by side with him, Yang Kai, consider the big picture. I'm just a Sixth Order junior. I don't know what big picture you're talking about. All I know is that the Black Ink Clan is here, and that agitates me, Yang Kai replied nonchalantly. As the words fell, the pair had already closed in on a Black Ink feudal lord. This feudal lord, along with another comrade, was originally fighting the old man, but he was now diverted away by Yang Kai, which immediately eased the pressure on the elderly man. Seeing how stubborn Yang Kai was acting, and realizing that this chaotic battlefield was not a suitable place to convince him, Feng Ying clenched her teeth, drew her fingers across her blade, and shouted, "Myriad swords, dragon!" With a loud clatter, thousands of sword waves emerged behind her. These sword waves were so dense that they were practically solid, with sharp sword chi emanating from them. The sword waves quickly gathered towards her, forming the body of a 1,000-meter-long sword dragon. As for Feng Ying herself, she was perfectly hidden inside the head of the sword dragon. The dragon roared, and it shot directly towards the direction of Yang Kai and the feudal lord. When he saw this, the feudal lord, who was fighting against Yang Kai, became pale with fright. The Black Ink Clan was well versed in their enemy's tactics and abilities, so, at a glance, he recognized the Myriad Swords dragon as a human master's divine manifestation. How would he have the audacity to take it head-on? Immediately, he tried to flee, but how could Yang Kai allow that? Immediately, space principles flared and shackled the feudal lord in place. Frozen for an instant, the feudal lord watched helplessly as the sword dragon opened its terrifying maw and devoured him in one gulp. Yang Kai was also devoured by the sword dragon along with the feudal lord, as he was just too close for Feng Ying's attack to succeed without avoiding him. Not that she planned to either. Once Yang Kai entered the sword dragon's belly, he vividly felt the deadly murderous intent and the rich sword chi around him, but he remained unharmed. On the contrary, the feudal lord, who had been devoured by Feng Ying's sword dragon too, cried out ceaselessly as his body was viscously cut to pieces. A short while later, the aura of the feudal lord disappeared, indicating that Feng Ying had killed him. Even so, she had no intention of letting Yang Kai out. The massive sword dragon turned around and began rushing back towards Blue Sky Pass. If Yang Kai refused to return to Blue Sky Pass, she would just capture him and bring him back herself. However, just as she turned to leave, Feng Ying's expression changed. This was because Yang Kai was thrashing around inside the sword dragon's belly, attempting to break free. Yang Kai was rapidly covered in wounds despite Feng Ying's best efforts to restrict her sword chi. He clearly has no intention of compromising. His relentless efforts proved how he would not stop until he escaped or she allowed him to leave. Feng Ying felt like stomping her foot in frustration. Of course, she could lock Yang Kai in the sword dragon, but doing so would only result in a lose-lose situation. After some thought, the Myriad Swords dragon opened an exit, and Yang Kai emerged outside in an instant. "Smelly brat, what do you think you're doing?" Feng Ying raged. "We collaborated quite well just now. How about we join forces to kill some enemies?" Grinned Yang Kai as blood dripped from his wounds. "You want to join forces with me? I have the power to restrict the enemy's movements, and you have the power to eliminate them. We complement each other perfectly. Feng Ying's thoughts shifted as she looked at him from top to bottom. Is that your only intention? Yang Kai replied nonchalantly, You're here already. What other intentions can I have? Seeing his sincerity, Feng Ying nodded slightly. I hope that's the case. Forcing Yang Kai to return was basically impossible, so she would have no other option but to guard him since he insisted on staying on the battlefield. Rather than just being by his side guarding him, though, it was preferable to work with him to eliminate some enemies. As Yang Kai stated, the restrictive abilities of space principles was extremely useful, and the power of the Myriad Swords Dragon was overwhelming. With the two of them joining forces, only a territory lord would be able to stop them. Of course, Feng Ying also had made other considerations before agreeing to Yang Kai. Seeing how Yang Kai was acting, he seemed to have given up on his original purpose of coming to the Black Ink battlefield. The purpose of sneaking out was undoubtedly to grasp the opportunity to break through while treading the fine line between life and death. However, the atmosphere of the battlefield had influenced him, causing him to fully immerse himself in it, seeking the blood of the enemy wholeheartedly. This caused him to change his priorities. Thinking about it logically, Feng Ying felt that agreeing with Yang Kai to join forces was her best option, as it would allow her to guard him as closely as possible. However, if this was done, Yang Kai's chance to advance to the Seventh Order by risking his life in battle would be lost. It was impossible to put Yang Kai in danger with her protection unless a territory lord came after them, but all the territory lords were tied up dealing with the Eighth Order masters. That was why Yang Kai said that he had no other intentions now that the situation had reached this point. There was no way to carry out his initial goal even if he wanted to. With a Seventh Order master like Feng Ying constantly protecting him, there would be no chance for him to experience any near-death situations. The instant Feng Ying nodded, Yang Kai bolted and stood atop the sword dragon's head. The sword dragon shook its head and flicked its tail, crashing into the nearby Black Ink clan army. Wherever it passed, a rain of chaos descended. The pair had a clear target, the Black Ink feudal lords. The other Black Ink clansmen they killed along the way were nothing more than a bonus. A moment later, the sword dragon dashed to the vicinity of the nearby warship, which was currently under siege by two feudal lords. Thankfully, the warship was a carefully refined artifact, so its protective shields were very powerful. Not to mention, there were many human masters on board, so even if they were besieged by two feudal lords, they could deal with them for some time and even spare some attention to thin out the surrounding Black Ink clansmen. Martial Peak, Chapter 4972, Deception. Before the sword dragon could reach them, the two feudal lords had already noticed it. So one of the massive feudal lords came forward, attempting to intercept it. He moved swiftly, but all of a sudden, a figure mysteriously appeared in front of his eyes and obstructed his path. While the feudal lord was slightly taken aback, Yang Kai had already taken action, using space principles to lock the surrounding space. As soon as the feudal lord's huge figure froze, the sword dragon opened its terrifying maw and devoured him, killing him soon after. Elsewhere, the defense lines of the three eastern, southern, and northern armies shrank as they retreated towards Blue Sky Pass under the onslaught of the Black Ink clan army. This couldn't be helped. Originally, the three armies were still holding their ground and even had some small advantages over the Black Ink clan. However, Zhong Liang had to put down his dignity and ask for assistance from the other three armies to bring Yang Kai, who snuck out of Blue Sky Pass, back. The three army commanders, Ding Yao, Liang Yulong, and Shin Tu Mao, knew the importance of Yang Kai, so without hesitation, they sent a portion of their armies to assist. Thus, the three armies could now only switch to a defensive stance, or their lines would collapse. After the division of the armies, the defending Open Heaven Masters became immensely agitated. The majority were unaware of what had occurred. They simply knew there were fewer allies on their side and they had to pull back in order to withstand the Black Ink clan's vicious assault. But this kind of deployment couldn't last for long as the defense lines were at risk of being breached. Once that happened, the Black Ink clan army would be able to directly assault Blue Sky Pass. Though it would still be hard to conquer the Great Pass, casualties would be unavoidable, and if that happened, the foundation of the entire human race's position would be in danger. The three army commanders' expressions darkened. Inside, they were cursing Yang Kai for being so reckless and willful. This battlefield was not a place where one could simply act as they wished. If they managed to bring him back to the inner sanctum afterwards, they would strictly monitor him to ensure he never snuck out to the battlefield again. Approximately 30% of the three armies immediately retreated back to Blue Sky Pass and gathered in the central square. Then, they quickly raced to the Western Army's defense line. Some 7,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters drew their artifacts and began their attack on the Black Ink Clan. In an instant, the Black Ink Clan was overwhelmed. On the Western Front, the Black Ink Clan was initially on par with the Western Army. However, the sudden influx of reinforcements was like an entire additional human army had appeared. How could the Blank Ink Clan deal with this? One after another, feudal lords were killed, and even some territory lords began to falter. The Western Black Ink Army descended into chaos, and the humans took advantage of the situation to slaughter as many as they could. They would definitely not pass up this chance to deal damage to the enemy. On the Western defense line, having at some point disengaged from the territory lord he was previously battling, Zhong Liang stood, peering out at the situation. He had already received a message from Feng Ying, who was on the battlefield. Despite the fact that the battlefield was chaotic and deadly, taking some time to deliver a message was not at all a problem. Yang Kai had been located, but as he refused to return, Feng Ying could not force him back. Moreover, the location they were at was already at the forefront of the battlefield where they could come face-to-face with Black Ink Clan masters at any time. Any negligence could result in disastrous consequences. Feng Ying also said that Yang Kai had given up his intention of achieving a breakthrough and was now cooperating with her to kill the enemy. Their efforts had proved fruitful already. She proceeded to send out a message asking whether they should continue to kill or convince Yang Kai to return. Zhong Liang frowned. Yang Kai had obviously given up his intention to break through, and Feng Ying was protecting him. What's more, the brat had a world spring, so there was no risk of him being corrupted by Black Ink strength. Under such circumstances, being out on the battlefield was not too dangerous. After all the territory lords in the western region were being dealt with by the Eighth Order Masters. As long as no territory lord took action against them, Feng Ying and Yang Kai would be able to defend themselves. But there were also all the what-if situations. What if both of them accidentally fell into the trap and got surrounded by the enemy? Two fists couldn't block four strikes. Yang Kai's existence was just too vital to be jeopardized. So, after some thought, Zhong Liang responded, urging Feng Ying to convince Yang Kai to return to Blue Sky Pass no matter what. Even if it required her to break his arms and legs to bring him back, it had to be done. Feng Ying replied less than an incense stick later, stating that persuasion failed. Yang Kai insisted on remaining on the battlefield to contribute and indicated that if Feng Ying forced him, he would immediately escape from her sight, which Yang Kai had proven he was capable of by using space principles right in front of her. Feng Ying continued to report that although she was definitely stronger than him, if he really had the intention of escaping, she couldn't stop him. That little bastard, Zhong Liang cursed. This brat is too stubborn. Does he not know how important he is? He couldn't be persuaded to return, so all they could do was force the battle to end as quickly as possible so Yang Kai would have no choice but to withdraw. Zhong Liang immediately sent orders to the division commanders to fight harder and either kill the territory lords or force them to retreat. It was only by doing this that the battle would end and Yang Kai would be forced to return, even if he didn't want to. The current force on the western side was nearly equal to 2 full armies, which proved too much for the Black Ink Clan. With every breath, large numbers of Black Ink clansmen were slaughtered, and the sounds of masters dying emerged one after the other on the battlefield. After half a day, the Western Black Ink Army had been forced back almost 100,000 kilometers. The human masters were constantly pressuring them and continuing to slaughter them mercilessly. Suddenly, Zhong Liang's female adjutant approached, cupped her fist, and said, "Sir, speak." Zhong Liang had been studying the flow of the battle and estimated it would only take another half a day to clear the Western Army's front. By that time, he could call it a day and withdraw the army. The other three armies have urged us to act quickly and return their manpower as they are on the verge of being defeated. Zhongliang turned his head in shock and asked, "So quickly?" He had borrowed troops from the three armies and knew that such an action would have consequences. After all, the four sides of Blue Sky Pass were only holding fast rather than advancing before now. Withdrawing 30% of the eastern, southern, and northern armies would undoubtedly put a heavy strain on them. While the Western Army had an overwhelming advantage, the other three armies would have to pay a steep price. However, Zhongliang didn't expect the situation to become so bad so quickly. He believed it would be a simple matter for the three other armies to maintain their lines for a couple of days at least. Contrary to his expectations, only half a day had gone by before this scenario played out. The adjutant then replied, "The Black Ink clan have seemingly gone mad. They are ignoring the costs and assaulting the three armies without regard for their casualties." Zhongliang's brow furrowed. The Black Ink clan was acting unusual, but he couldn't figure out why, so he didn't think too hard before he ordered, "Send them this message. Tell them to hold for half a day more no matter what. After that, I will go there in person to assist them." The adjutant nodded and quickly carried out her orders. On the northern, southern, and eastern defense lines, Ding Yao, Liang Yulong, and Shin Tuimo received Zhongliang's reply. The first thing they did was curse Zhongliang for not supervising Yang Kai properly and allowing this mess to happen in the first place, but immediately after, they reorganized their lines to assume a complete defensive posture, ceasing all attempts to counterattack the enemy. The army commanders even set out personally to battle against the territory lords in order to buy more time for the Western Army. The fact that the three army commanders battled in person was inspiring to the human masters, and the Black Ink clan army's reckless assault also resulted in many casualties on their side. It was not long before the Black Ink army began losing momentum after suffering so many losses, but they still refused to withdraw for some reason. On the Western Army's defense line, the Black Ink clan army had retreated repeatedly, now having been pushed back almost 200,000 kilometers. The void along the way was littered with Black Ink clan corpses, showing the heavy losses they had taken in this battle. 2 hours later, as the Western Army was cutting into the rear lines of the Black Ink clan army, a peculiar situation arose on the Eastern Front. The Black Ink clan army, which had been almost suicidally attacking the Eastern Army's defenses, suddenly came to a halt for some reason, and after a brief rally, turned around and flew off. The Eastern Army commander, Ding Yao, standing in the void, gawked in shock at the scene. He had no idea why the Black Ink clan army withdrew all of a sudden. An adjutant standing nearby cheered, "Army commander, the Black Ink clan is retreating." Ding Yao snorted, "I can see that. I'm not blind." The adjutant awkwardly cleared his throat and said nothing further. An injured division commander nearby frowned and muttered, "But why? Army commander, do we pursue them?" The adjutant hurriedly warned, "Sirs, this might be a trap. The Black Ink clan may be trying to lure us out." The division commander did not argue his point, as he had similar concerns. The Black Ink clan had never done anything like this before. They appear to have evacuated their soldiers, but in reality, they might be digging a pit and waiting for the humans to jump into it. If it was really a trap, they couldn't go after them, or they would be caught. Just as the adjutant's words fell, he received a communication and hurried to inspect it. A moment later, he raised his head with a perplexed expression, "Army commander, the Black Ink clan on the southern and northern fronts have also withdrawn." Ding Yao turned his head hurriedly and asked for confirmation. "The Black Ink clan to the north and south also retreated." The adjutant nodded firmly. Word was passed from both sides. "They are also asking us what the situation is here." Ding Yao was now dumbfounded. The Black Ink clan withdrew its troops from the eastern, southern, and northern fronts. What exactly were they up to? Whatever the Black Ink clan's intentions were, such a large-scale three-sided retreat did not appear to be part of some elaborate trap. There were simply too many risks with this type of grand plan. Defeating an entire army, as the expression goes, is as difficult as collapsing a mountain. Such a large reorganization of the Black Ink clan's deployment would leave them scattered and out of position, rendering any kind of trap they wanted to set useless, at least for a while. So, after a brief hesitation, Ding Yao shouted, "All units, pursue the enemy." The adjutant was startled and hurriedly discouraged. "Army commander, we should be wary of Tra." Ding Yao kicked him in the butt and snapped, "Trap my ass. What kind of trap could there be in this situation? Inform the northern and southern armies about my decision, and ask Liang Yulong and Shun Tuimo to make their decision quickly." He was the army commander of the Eastern Army, so he could not command them to do anything. But Ding Yao believed that Liang Yulong and Shin Tuimo would make the correct decision. After all, they had been fighting alongside each other for thousands of years. They understood one another perfectly. Right after he gave the order, Ding Yao rushed out first, followed by numerous human masters from the Eastern Army. In an instant, the human army began pursuing the retreating enemy. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4973, Surround and Kill. The adjutant got up and stomped angrily as he watched the army leave before hastily sending a message to the northern and southern armies. He then hurriedly followed the army forward. Ding Yao's judgment was swiftly proven correct. Liang Yulong's southern army and Shin Tumo's northern army immediately made the same decision when they received the message stating that Ding Yao ordered his army to pursue the retreating enemy. Within moments, other than those who had to stay behind to tend to the wounded, tens of thousands of human masters set out to attack the enemy from 3 different directions. On the Eastern Army side, Ding Yao led the charge to hunt down the Black Ink Clan. He was initially a bit worried that the Black Ink Clan was really scheming something, but after chasing them for a while, he discovered that the enemy appeared to have no plots in mind. It was a true retreat, with no traps along the way. This made him completely relieved, and to the Black Ink Clan army who made a beleaguered retreat, they would show no mercy. It was not when the 2 massive armies were facing one another in a large-scale battle that massive casualties were incurred. Although there would be losses in conflicts when they were battling each other, the casualties suffered would be minimal as long as the difference in strength between the 2 sides was not too big. What truly led to mass casualties was when one party lost the will to fight and was forced to escape. Great results could naturally be achieved when chasing down a disorganized, fleeing enemy as the pursuing side could focus all their attention on attacking. This was the scenario that the Eastern Army found itself in right now. When the Black Ink Clan army saw that the human army was pursuing and attacking them from behind, they sacrificed some of their troops to block the Eastern Army. Needless to say, these Black Ink Clansmen were rapidly wiped out. The whole of the Eastern Army was deployed, so masters were as numerous as clouds and naturally they dealt significant damage to the enemy. The same situation occurred with both the Northern and Southern armies as well. The number of Black Ink Clansmen killed was so high they couldn't be counted anymore. Ding Yao and the others weren't sure why the Black Ink Clan retreated at first, but after pursuing them for some time, they realized that the Black Ink Clansmen were all heading in the same direction. The Western Front. The Black Ink Clan armies in the north, south, and east were all racing towards the west to provide assistance. When Ding Yao and the rest discovered this, they hurriedly sent a message to Zhong Liang to alert him of the situation. Zhong Liang was shocked as well when he heard the message, because he never anticipated the Black Ink Clan to respond in such a manner. It made no sense. Although the Black Ink Clan on the Western Front were defeated and were fleeing due to Zhong Liang borrowing so many reinforcements, the Black Ink Clan armies in the north, south, and east did not need to risk coming here to rescue them. All the enemy needed to do was continue to attack Blue Sky Pass to overturn their defeat on the Western Front. Given what Zhong Lang knew of the Black Ink Clan, he wouldn't be surprised if they were willing to sacrifice their entire western force if they could breach Blue Sky Pass defenses on the other 3 sides. Unlike the human race, the Black Ink Clan cared little for their fellow clansmen, so they wouldn't provide support to each other at the risk of their own lives and benefits. There was definitely something wrong here, but for a while, Zhong Liang couldn't figure out what the problem was. However, this had provided him with a tremendous chance. Initially, he had to take a lot of risks by borrowing troops from the 3 other armies. This approach aided the Western Front, but thinned the lines on the south, north, and east. The original plan was for him to wait until the fighting on the Western Front ended before he sent reinforcements to the other 3 fronts. But the Black Ink Clan had apparently become impatient for some reason, and was now all but handing victory to them. Zhongliang, who had served as army commander for thousands of years, was extremely sensitive to the ebb and flow of the battlefield, so he did not miss this chance to capitalize on the situation. Immediately, he sent orders to redeploy the army. On the western battlefield, the human masters quickly seized the initiative and began dividing up their forces. Some pursued the remnants of the Black Ink clan's western army, while another portion turned around to meet the enemy reinforcements. At the same time, Zhongliang himself also disappeared from where he stood and hurried towards the battlefield. Ding Yao and others were already fighting on the front lines, and every asset that both Blue Sky Pass and the Black Ink clan possessed had been deployed. It was almost predetermined that the Black Ink clan would lose this war now, so there was no need for Zhongliang to restrain himself. Soon after, Zhongliang reached the front lines. The divided army had already prepared itself and was just waiting for the command to attack. When they saw the army commander arrive, their gazes sharpened and they readied themselves to charge. When the division commanders came to inquire about the situation, Zhongliang did not hold anything back and informed them of the changes on the other three fronts, drawing happy cheers from all around. They understood the situation just as well as Zhongliang did. They all recognized that the Black Ink clan had made a huge blunder this time. "Here they come," one of the division commanders said soon after. Everyone turned towards Blue Sky Pass and saw three massive Black Ink armies moving in their direction like tidal waves. These groups were undoubtedly the Black Ink clan armies from the north, east, and southern fronts. Behind those three armies were the humans who were closely chasing after them. They were the armies led by Ding Yao and the other army commanders. During the pursuit, the Black Ink clan was taking heavy casualties, with life auras disappearing en masse. Soon, the Black Ink clan armies that retreated gathered together. Likewise, the human race armies rendezvoused like many streams flowing into the ocean. The split force from the Western army held their ground, waiting for the enemy to arrive. As the Black Ink clan army took in the situation, many of them wanted to turn around and flee. However, Zhongliang had been waiting for this moment in person, so he certainly wouldn't allow the Black Ink clan to do as they wished. Drawing his sword, he lifted it high and roared, "With me, men, kill!" As soon as his words dropped, his body transformed into a stream of light as he crashed towards the approaching Black Ink clan army. Following him were the 8th Order Division commanders, and behind them was the rest of the army. Divine abilities pummeled the Black Ink clan army even before they arrived, and in the blink of an eye, the Black Ink clan suffered massive casualties. Ding Yao and other army commanders lead their forces into the fray, showing no mercy. In the void, the Black Ink clan army from the east, north, and south sides, who had just gathered together, were now surrounded and besieged. World forces continuously erupted as the light of diving abilities and secret techniques set the void alight. The situation soon descended into chaos. Even taking its entire history into consideration, Blue Sky Pass had not engaged in many battles of this scale. Previously, Blue Sky Pass's defenders were separated into 4 armies that each fought independently of one another. It was the same for the Black Ink clan. The current condition, though, was essentially all of Blue Sky Pass forces against all of the Black Ink clan army in one massive melee. On their way to the west to provide support, the Black Ink clan had already taken significant losses from Ding Yao and the other 3 armies' pursuit, and now they were halted by Zhongliang's army from the front. They were assailed from both sides, forcing them into a passive position where they couldn't counterattack at all. The number of feudal lords that had fallen was simply uncountable, and even 3 territory lords had perished in less than half an hour. The Black Ink clan army, like any cornered beast, naturally fought back fiercely. They tried their hardest to break through, but the more desperately they struggled, the greater the casualties they suffered. At the front lines of the western battlefield, Feng Ying's divine manifestation was in shambles and no longer possessed its original power. Yang Kai had been standing on top of the dragon's head, working with Feng Ying to kill the enemy all this time. More than a dozen feudal lords had perished at the hands of these two, but their resistance before death could not be disregarded. Yang Kai and Feng Ying both suffered a lot, especially Yang Kai, whose bare chest was covered with scars and blood, making him look equal parts terrifying and miserable. But to him, it didn't matter as long as the injury wasn't fatal. The massive commotion behind him, of course, drew Yang Kai's attention, and as he turned his head to look back, and saw that the two races' armies were locked in battle some distance away, and he exclaimed in shock, "Why are there so many Black Ink clansmen coming from behind us?" Feng Ying also noticed the situation behind him and commented, "They should be reinforcements from the other three fronts." It seems that the battle on the Western Front is so intense that the Black Ink clan can't hold on any longer, Yang Kai smirked. He assumed that the Black Ink clan armies from the other three fronts came to assist because of the disadvantage they suffered on the Western Front, but Feng Ying had the feeling that something was amiss. Compared to Yang Kai, who was new to the Black Ink battlefield, Feng Ying had been here for thousands of years and had some grasp of the Black Ink clan's way of thinking. Typically, even if the war on the Western Front was very intense, the Black Ink clan on the other three lines would never come to support them. Instead, they would attack Blue Sky Pass more and more aggressively with no regard for the lives of their allies. However, despite the fact that she had no idea why this was happening, the reality in front of her was clear. The human race had achieved a significant advantage, and after this battle, the Black Ink clan would definitely suffer severe losses. On the Western Front, the reinforcements Zhong Liang borrowed from the three other armies were in charge of intercepting the reinforcements from the Black Ink clan, while the original Western Army was still in charge of advancing. It was impossible for everyone to turn around and intercept the Black Ink clan reinforcements, otherwise, the original Western Black Ink Army would assault them from behind, and in the end, the human race would also find itself besieged from both sides. The Black Ink clan on the Western Front was still trying to retreat. Having taken huge losses over the past day or so, though, they were unable to withstand the assault of the Western Army. The sword dragon shook its head and flicked its tail, charging towards a Black Ink feudal lord. The high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen along the way all burst and died as the sharp sword waves brushed across them. The feudal lord, who apparently had sharp perception, sensed the approaching crisis and instantly turned his head to stare at Sword Dragon and roared. His initially large body expanded as rich Black Ink strength lingered around his figure. Next, a fierce punch was thrown towards the Sword Dragon. With one punch, space shook. Yang Kai, who was standing atop the Sword Dragon's head, abruptly stepped forward and his Azure Dragon spear thrust out at the feudal lord without hesitation. When the violent energies collided, Yang Kai flew out while coughing up blood. On the other side, the feudal lord cried out in pain as his gigantic hand was pierced through by the Azure Dragon spear, causing fresh black blood to gush out. Without giving him a chance to recover, Feng Ying's sword dragon instantly transformed into thousands of sword waves and began pelting the feudal lord. Despite his best efforts to repel them, the feudal lord was swiftly pierced by hundreds of blades. Yang Kai, who had previously been blasted away, flickered and appeared right before his target. Channeling his strength, Yang Kai cast his divine manifestation and the great sun directly struck the feudal lord's chest. A massive hole was silently formed in the feudal lord's chest, and with a conspicuous flash of sword light, Feng Ying, whose divine manifestation had collapsed, found its mark. A massive head flew up and black blood gushed into the void. The massive body of the feudal lord staggered before collapsing in a dead heap. Martial Peak, Chapter 4974, Royal Lord appears, Old Ancestor acts. Feng Ying spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her expression somewhat languid. She could not maintain her divine manifestation anymore. Furthermore, killing that last feudal lord had cost her and Yang Kai a lot. The great sun's afterglow was particularly noticeable, shooting forward like a small sun and scattering a massive black ink cloud in front of it. Yang Kai and Feng Ying helped steady each other, but just as they were about to head for a nearby warship to recover, they felt a shiver run up their spines. It was as if a pair of cold eyes suddenly opened and fixed on them from the depths of the black ink cloud, dissipated by Yang Kai's golden crow cast the sun. At the same moment, a crushing will seemed to awaken from a deep slumber. That will felt as deep as the abyss and carried with it a terrifying aura. Yang Kai's hairs all rose up at once, and his heart clenched tight. When he turned his head sharply to look at the source of the will, Yang Kai saw a massive figure towering inside the rich black ink cloud. It was unknown how long this figure had been in this black ink cloud, as previously, its aura had not been revealed at all, and no one had noticed it. Moreover, this location was basically at the rear of the Black Ink clan armies, so humans weren't supposed to be anywhere near here. The repeated losses of the Black Ink clan's western forces had led the battlefield to expand to this place, though, exposing it to the ongoing conflict. Coincidentally, Yang Kai's golden crow cast the sun divine manifestation had blown away this particular black ink cloud, revealing the figure hiding inside it. The will was like a sleeping dragon, and once it awakened, the entire universe trembled, causing the raucous battlefield to fall silent. Yang Kai once felt a similar will back in the black prison from a black ink clan royal lord. However, that royal lord had been sealed and suppressed for countless years, so her strength had been greatly diminished. At the very least, it was far less intense than the one he was currently facing. What he felt right now was orders of magnitude more imposing than back in black territory. The royal lord. Feng Ying cried out, her already pale face draining of all remaining color. A black ink royal lord was a master on par with a ninth order open heaven realm master. On the black ink battlefield, only an old ancestor was worthy to be the opponent of a royal lord. Previously, Blue Sky Pass Old Ancestor had led the human army to attack Black Ink clan's domain, destroying several of their spirit provinces and a number of black ink nests. This action enraged the royal lord responsible for this region, so he swiftly marshaled his forces to counterattack, resulting in this current war. As far as Yang Kai knew, Blue Sky Pass Old Ancestors had already fought with the local royal lord, but neither was able to gain an advantage over the other. Both suffered serious injuries, and ever since that battle, the old ancestor had remained in the inner sanctum to recover. Meanwhile, the royal lord was nowhere to be seen. Zhong Liang also stated that the side whose leader recovered first would gain control over the current battle, heavily tipping the scales in their side's favor. The human race assumed that the royal lord had chosen a safe location far from the battlefield to rest and recover. Nobody would have thought that the royal lord had deceived them and actually hidden in a black ink cloud only a few 100,000 kilometers away from Blue Sky Pass. Of course, logically speaking, though the royal lord did not retreat very far, ordinarily he wouldn't have been disturbed where he was. Even if he had hidden at the rear of the Blank Ink clan army, he could rest easy and recover as long as the humans did not slaughter their way through the entire Western Black Ink army. All previous wars of this sort had lasted at least a few years, normally taking several dozen years to resolve. With that much time, the royal lord was confident he could completely recover from his current injuries. However, the battle developed in a manner far outside his predictions. Zhong Liang had an overwhelming advantage on the Western Front, having borrowed troops from the other three armies. The Western Black Ink army was repeatedly defeated and forced to withdraw over and over again. Yang Kai and Feng Ying, who were battling on the front lines, had already fought their way right up to the royal lord's hiding place. Then, in one move, Yang Kai's golden crow cast the sun divine manifestation just happened to explode near the royal lord and revealed his figure, interfering with his recovery. This situation resulted from a series of accidents and coincidences, startling both the humans and the Black Ink clan. When the royal lord awakened, his pressure instantly filled the battlefield, and the continual slaughtering came to an abrupt halt. Whether it was the humans or the Black Ink clansmen, they all fell into a stupor for a brief moment. Ding Yao, Liang Yulong, Zhong Liang, Shin Tu Mo, and all the other Eighth Order masters acutely felt the aura of the royal lord. Turning to look at the source of the aura, their expressions became grim. The royal lord, whose location was a complete mystery to them, was actually on the western battlefield. They had previously tried hard to locate him to gain a tactical advantage, but now he had just been revealed by accident. They had also considered where the royal lord would hide to heal his wounds after being injured by the old ancestor, but the void was vast, so the royal lord simply needed to choose a secure place some distance away, and the human race would never be able to find him. Who knew that all this time, he was so close? The rich black ink cloud had obscured his figure and aura, and the Black Ink clan army stationed nearby gave him the best protection. Not to mention the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even the old ancestors wouldn't have thought that the Royal Lord would do such a thing. Zhong Liang instantly felt enlightened, as the questions he had been harboring since learning about the withdrawal of the Black Ink clan from the other three fronts were resolved. He now knew why the Black Ink clan armies, which clearly had the upper hand on the other three fronts, abruptly withdrew and began rushing to the west. This was clearly for protection. The humans and most of the Black Ink clan had no idea where the Royal Lord was hiding, but the top territory lords would definitely be aware of this information. The Black Ink army on the western front was being pushed back as the humans were pressing their advantage, forcing them to retreat again and again. Once the human army invaded the area where the Royal Lord was healing, the Royal Lord would undoubtedly be exposed. This could not be allowed, so as a last resort, even though they had the upper hand on the other three fronts, they had to retreat to provide assistance. As a result, they surrendered their advantage and switched from offense to defense. Ding Yao and others also reacted quickly, leading their armies to pursue and kill, inflicting huge casualties to the Black Ink clan armies. Zhong Liang couldn't help but laugh wildly as he comprehended everything. There were numerous twists in this battle that threw them off guard, but overall, the current scenario was extremely favorable to the human race. This was all thanks to him borrowing troops from the other three armies to force back the Black Ink clan on the western front. Originally, the plan was to quickly defeat them and rescue Yang Kai from the battlefield. However, at this moment, this one action had actually altered the entire course of the current war. In the next moment, Zhong Liang's heart sank and his face turned black when he remembered Yang Kai. Zhong Liang was so distracted by the sudden and unexpected changes that were happening on the battlefield that he temporarily forgot that Yang Kai was still fighting on the front lines. The little bastard was undoubtedly at the very tip of the Western Army's spear, which meant he was quite far forward. If he was killed by the Royal Lord, this battle would still be counted as a massive loss even if they managed to slaughter every last Black Ink clansman present. Zhong Liang had no idea that the Royal Lord had been revealed by Yang Kai's accidental action. There was no telling whether he would laugh or cry in exasperation if he found out. "I'll leave this place to you," Zhong Liang said to the human masters around him before turning around and dashing towards the western front, hoping in his heart that Yang Kai did not encounter an accident. The old ancestor would deal with the Royal Lord now that he had appeared, so Yang Kai would not be in any danger as long as he could protect himself until the old ancestor arrived. At the same moment as Zhong Liang set off, the door to a certain palace in the depths of Blue Sky Pass opened and a figure shot out, transforming into a stream of light as he soared towards the battlefield. The old ancestor had taken action. Yang Kai and Feng Ying had been immobilized at the leading edge of the western front. Before the glare of the Royal Lord, they didn't even have the ability to move a finger. The difference in strength was too enormous, and both Yang Kai and Feng Ying were already arrows at the end of their flight. The two had intended to retreat to a nearby warship to rest and recover after having expended all their strength just now, but who could have predicted that this disaster would suddenly befall them? The ice-cold eyes of the Royal Lord fixed on Yang Kai, the culprit who had revealed his whereabouts, and murderous intent gradually began to rise from their depths. Of course, Yang Kai had no idea about the Royal Lord hiding here. All he did was cooperate with Feng Ying to kill a random feudal lord. Blasting off the Black Ink cloud and exposing the Royal Lord with the remnants of his golden crow cast the Sun Divine manifestation was a complete accident. But this matter could not be explained away, nor would it be useful to even try to explain. The Royal Lord was now staring in their direction as if he was looking at a corpse, obviously aware that Yang Kai was the culprit behind his current awkward situation. As long as the Royal Lord's gaze was on them, Yang Kai and Feng Ying were incapable of moving as the pressure and nearly tangible murderous intent locked them in place. Pooh! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the Royal Lord who had been glaring coldly at Yang Kai. Opening his lips, a black mist of blood was spat out by the Royal Lord. His figure staggered and his aura fluctuated chaotically. Seeing this, Yang Kai and Feng Ying were both shocked and surprised. The Royal Lord had clearly suffered some kind of backlash from his injuries. It was apparent that his last battle with the old ancestor had left him in a bad state, one that would require several years of cultivation to recover from. What caused his current weakened condition was undoubtedly Yang Kai's golden crow, cast the sun, which wiped away the black ink cloud he was hiding in. This divine manifestation naturally did not cause any direct harm to the royal lord, but it seemed to have disturbed him at a critical moment in his recovery. Usually, a royal lord wouldn't have been affected at all by an attack from a sixth-order human, even one as strong as Yang Kai. However, being interrupted at the critical juncture in his healing had caused a backlash that further aggravated his wounds. It was equivalent to the royal lord striking his old injuries himself. Yang Kai and Feng Ying figured all this out in an instant, and without any hesitation, they turned around and escaped while the royal lord was busy trying to stabilize himself. They couldn't deal with an enemy like this, especially when the two of them didn't have much strength left. If they didn't run, they would undoubtedly die. To escape faster, Yang Kai even employed space principles, trying to carry Feng Ying away with him using instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, the pair was able to flee several thousand kilometers. However, how could the royal lord allow the ant who disturbed him to flee after the shame he had experienced? The royal lord's will flared with murderous intent, and the surrounding space instantly solidified, disturbing Yang Kai's space principles and freezing him in place once more. Chills shot up their spines as the aura of death descended upon them. Martial Peak, Chapter 4975, Survive? Yang Kai had encountered several life-or-death crises since he first began treading the martial Tao, and during the human-demon war in the Star Boundary, his body was totally destroyed by emotion. It was only thanks to the soul-warming lotus protecting his soul that Yang Kai had managed to survive that disaster and resurrect himself with the help of the immortal tree. That was unquestionably the most dangerous battle he had ever fought. Still, although that battle was extremely dangerous, he never lost hope. The great emperors all gathered together and united with all the masters of the Star Boundary to face emotion. Eventually, after a hard-fought battle, they won and saved the Star Boundary, along with all those that lived there. But, at this very moment, targeted by this aura of death, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel despair. The royal lord he encountered in Black Territory was completely different from the one behind him now. The Black Prison royal lord had been shackled for countless eons and could not bring out anywhere near her full strength. Although the one behind him now was injured, he was still much stronger than the one Yang Kai met in Black Territory. With great effort, Yang Kai stiffly turned his head and saw the massive figure in the black ink cloud wave his giant hand, after which a torrent of darkness surged towards him. The action seemed light and casual, like flicking off an annoying bug, but the bug that was soon to be flicked off was Yang Kai. The darkness cut through the void, shattering the space around it as it rapidly approached its target. At that moment, time seemed to be frozen. Many scenes inexplicably flashed before Yang Kai's eyes. Familiar faces appeared and disappeared like a rotating lantern as his entire life's journey vividly replayed in his mind. All this while, the aura of death grew increasingly intense. At the critical moment, Yang Kai's dragon vein suddenly rampaged. The strength of his dragon vein almost exploded in the face of this certain death crisis. However, even if he transformed into his grand dragon form right now, it would be impossible to resist this seemingly offhanded attack from the Black Ink Royal Lord. The Royal Lord had really used only a small bit of force, a result of the vast disparity in their strength, preventing him from even considering Yang Kai a threat worthy enough of a fight. He only intended to kill Yang Kai because he was irritated that this ant had revealed his location and interfered with his recovery process. After this simple strike, the royal lord quickly turned his head and gazed in the direction of Blue Sky Pass, where a shooting star-like stream of light was speeding in his direction. The familiar aura of his old enemy, the human race old ancestor, was coming. His whereabouts had been revealed, so the old ancestor would definitely not stand idly by. Facing this human race old ancestor, the royal lord naturally felt some anxiety, and he could not spare any energy or attention to anything else. So naturally, the irritating human bug he had just swatted had long since left his thoughts. Kacha? The sound of something cracking rang out from the depths of Yang Kai's heart, and he abruptly came to his senses. The simple strike from the royal lord was still bearing down on him, leaving him feeling defeated. It was an absolute suppression of strength, a gulf that could not be crossed. Yang Kai had, however, encountered certain death before, so of course he would not sit still and wait for the end to take him. I will never give up so easily. Yang Kai roared fiercely, resisting the agitation of the dragon vein in his body, refusing to transform into his grand dragon form at this critical juncture. The cry of a golden crow resounded across the void in the next instant, and a great sun slowly rose behind him, followed by a full moon leaping out. As both the sun and the moon appeared together, they formed an astonishing scene. Even the royal lord, who was intently observing the old ancestor's movements, took notice of this anomaly and couldn't help glancing over to inspect it. Space principles surged as the sun and moon began orbiting around Yang Kai. When the sun set, the moon rose, and time principles propagated out. The two principal strengths swirled and intermingled just as the sun and moon did, forming a profound and mysterious new strength. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. Under Yang Kai's control, the great sun and full moon rapidly spun together and crashed towards the approaching wave of darkness, space-time strength warping everything around it in a surreal manner. Yang Kai's face was as pale as paper after he unleashed this blow. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight, but now he had forced out his greatest trump card, draining almost all the world force left in his small universe. He was now truly out of strength. Yang Kai had no clue whether he could withstand the royal lord's attack, but he had already given everything he had. Even under the royal lord's pressure, he refused to back down and resolved to fight back. There was no other Sixth Order master who could claim to have ever accomplished such a feat. Now, life or death was entirely up to fate. Seemingly inspired by Yang Kai, Feng Ying, who was shivering under the royal lord's might, let out a fierce cry as well and aggressively mobilized all the strength she had left. 10,000 swords appeared before rapidly condensing into a small sword dragon only a couple dozen meters long that wrapped around Yang Kai and herself. While on the verge of blacking out, Yang Kai was wrapped in the sword dragon. He could not see the scene in front of him, nor hear any noise, only the screeching of swords rang in his ears. In the next instant, a violent surge of energy erupted, forming an unstoppable shockwave that burst out in all directions. Tumbling uncontrollably, Yang Kai clearly felt the sword dragon wrapped around him breaking apart as a result of the impact of the shockwave. Just the fallout had such a violent impact, so it was easy to imagine just how they would have fared if they had been struck directly by the royal lord's attack. Feng Ying coughed up blood repeatedly. When her myriad swords dragon, her divine manifestation, was damaged, she naturally suffered along with it. Moments later, the myriad swords dragon completely shattered, revealing the two figures hidden inside. The aftermath was still rampaging, and fresh blood from both Yang Kai and Feng Ying violently gushed from their wounds. They both felt as though they were fallen leaves caught in the raging storm, at risk of being ripped to pieces at any moment. Even at this point, though, Feng Ying was still tightly gripping Yang Kai's arm, keeping him from separating from her. As Zhong Liang approached from behind, he happened to see the collision of the wave of darkness with the sun and moon divine wheel from afar. To one party, it was simply a casual strike, while to the other, it was everything they could muster. However, the darkness still came out on top in the clash, collapsing the sun and moon divine wheel after only a brief standstill. The attack then directly smashed into the sword dragon. Zhong Liang's face paled at this sight, and in the next instant he spat out a mouthful of blood mist, burning his own blood essence just to increase his speed. He originally didn't know where Yang Kai was, but the second he saw the sword dragon, he understood. Feng Ying's divine manifestation couldn't be more obvious, and Zhong Liang knew she was together with Yang Kai. Zhong Liang's heart pounded with anxiety. How could the royal lord attack the two of them out of everyone around? Zhong Liang didn't think that the royal lord would be so petty as to assault weaklings like Yang Kai and Feng Ying. The only enemies the royal lord should have paid any attention to were the old ancestor and the Eighth Order humans. The old ancestor was also already rushing to the battlefield, so the most logical course of action for the royal lord was to conserve his energy for the coming fight. So, Why would the royal lord actually target Yang Kai and Feng Ying? Zhong Liang silently prayed that the two of them weren't dead. However, the wave of darkness had clearly shattered Feng Ying's myriad swords dragon. Zhong Liang vividly observed two individuals tumbling in the tumultuous aftermath of the explosion as the horrific shockwave pummeled their bodies, causing them both to cough up blood incessantly. Zhong Liang's speed increased dramatically when he burnt his blood essence, and he arrived at where Yang Kai and Feng Ying were after just 3 breaths of time. With his blade drawn, he slashed forward and cut through the remnant shockwave. He wasn't weak. After all, he was an 8-order Open Heaven Realm Master and the Western Army Commander. Under normal circumstances, such a casual strike from a royal lord wouldn't have been too difficult for Zhong Liang to block because the other party hadn't put any real strength into the attack. However, Zhong Liang had just burnt his blood essence, and though it gave him a momentary boost in speed, he suffered from a backlash soon after, resulting in a loss of strength. As such, he was pushed back and slightly injured when dispersing the shockwave. Before he even checked his own condition, though, Zhong Liang immediately whirled around and grabbed both Yang Kai and Feng Ying. Looking down at them, he saw that they were both drenched in blood and their auras were so weak they could barely be detected. Feng Ying was in a particularly bad shape and had seemingly slipped into a coma. However, Zhong Liang was relieved to discover that Yang Kai was still alive. As long as he didn't die, he could slowly restore himself. From behind, a terrible force erupted. Zhong Liang turned his head to look and his eyes caught sight of 2 figures, one large and one small, battling in the distance. Every time they collided, space shattered like glass, rending apart chaotically. It was the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord. The surrounding humans and Black Ink clansmen hurriedly withdrew. In such a battle, no one could interfere or they would only end up dead. The royal lord was unconcerned with the lives of his subordinates, but the old ancestor wasn't. Therefore, whenever he clashed with the royal lord, he would purposefully shift their battlefield to an area further away from the army. The location they were at was not suitable to linger at for much longer, so Zhong Liang tightened his grip on Feng Ying and Yang Kai and dashed towards Blue Sky Pass. Shortly after, Zhong Liang set down both of them on the outer ramparts of Blue Sky Pass and scolded Yang Kai while glaring at him, "Stay here. If you have the audacity to run off again, I'll break your damn legs." Yang Kai's neck shrank as he spoke weakly. "In my condition, I couldn't move even if I wanted to." "I'll deal with you later," Zhong Liang furiously snapped. After instructing some nearby cultivators to tend to Yang Kai and Feng Ying's injuries, Zhong Liang returned to the battlefield. His 8th order strength could not be absent on the battlefield at this crucial time. The outcome of the current war was about to be determined, so he had to return. Those left behind immediately took out healing pills and gave them to Yang Kai and Feng Ying after receiving orders from Zhong Liang. Compared to Feng Ying, Yang Kai was luckier as he was awake at the very least, whereas Feng Ying was already in a coma, so they could only open her lips and place the healing pill in her mouth before using their own world force to help her refine its medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai, on the other hand, sat cross-legged on the wall, staring out into the vast battlefield, feeling delighted. Fortunately, the royal lord did not take him or Feng Ying seriously as he needed to conserve his strength to battle against the old ancestor, or else both of them would have died then and there. The wave of darkness that struck them managed to destroy his sun and moon divine wheel and Feng Ying's divine manifestation, while still having enough power remaining to inflict critical injuries on both of them. Yang Kai was not in a rush to recover though, as he was more concerned about the outcome of the war. In any case, he had an intrepid physique due to his dragon vein, with strong restoration powers. Though his injuries appeared quite serious, possibly even fatal, it would only take him cultivating for a few days to recover. The results of the current battle were of more interest to Yang Kai right now. Martial Peak, Chapter 4976, Victory. Yang Kai first concentrated on the battle between the human old ancestor and the Black Ink royal lord. The two figures clashed with one another several 100,000 kilometers away, and the intense fallout from their attacks generated shockwaves that were visible even from Blue Sky Pass outer walls. No one dared to go near them, and both armies had intentionally shifted away. Even though they were hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai could still feel the frightening fallout of their battle. This was the power of a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a Royal Lord. It was simply astonishing. With his current ability, Yang Kai couldn't tell which side had the advantage. He only felt that they were evenly matched. Within a short period of time, the two figures gradually drifted away, eventually fading out of sight entirely. It was a pity that he wouldn't get to watch these two masters battle it out till the end. Nonetheless, Yang Kai could tell from what just happened that the old ancestor had the upper hand. After all, only when the old ancestor had the upper hand would their battlefield be brought far away to avoid involving others. On the contrary, if the Royal Lord had the upper hand, he would have brought the battle closer to the human armies, so that the old ancestor's movements would be restricted. This outcome was no surprise once he thought about it, though. Although Yang Kai personally verified on the battlefield that the Black Ink clansmen were noticeably weaker than humans in the equivalent realm, the discrepancy seemed to get smaller the higher one's strength was, to the point where it was basically indistinguishable for old ancestors and royal lords. After all royal lords endured countless years of accumulation and combat to achieve their strength, effectively eliminating the drawbacks from their prior rapid cultivation. In the previous battle, both the Royal Lord and Old Ancestor had been injured, so it was already clear that they were roughly equal in strength. In fact, the battle between the Royal Lord and Old Ancestor had repeated itself over and over again as the Black Ink clan repeatedly launched attacks against the Great Pass. Under normal circumstances, such battles would persist for years, if not longer. However, an accident had happened that disrupted the normal rhythm of these battles. Yang Kai snuck out of Blue Sky Pass, intending to break through to the Seventh Order in battle. When Zhong Liang became aware of this, he hastily borrowed men from the other three armies in order to gain complete control of the Western Front and force Yang Kai to return. As a result, the Black Ink clan's Western forces collapsed and were swiftly forced to retreat. This put the Black Ink cloud, where the Royal Lord was hiding to heal, in danger. Coincidentally, Yang Kai's divine manifestation revealed the Royal Lord's whereabouts and interfered with the latter's recovery at a critical moment. As a result, not only did the Royal Lord's injuries not heal, they worsened. The old ancestor's injuries had definitely not fully healed either. Once a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was injured, it would be difficult for them to recover. Nonetheless, it was far better to interrupt one's own healing than to be interrupted by someone else while healing. In this way, the two Peak Masters, who were initially on par with each other, now had a small gap between them. This showed when the old ancestor managed to shift their battlefield away from Blue Sky Pass. If nothing went wrong, the old ancestor would certainly win this battle. As to whether the Royal Lord could be killed, it was impossible for Yang Kai to judge. When the battle between the strongest masters left his range of perception, Yang Kai shifted his gaze to the wider battlefield. The situation here was even more lopsided. The Black Ink clan had essentially given up trying to hold their group and were in full retreat. As a result, casualties continued to pile up on the Black Ink clan side as the human armies pursued them relentlessly, creating a one-sided slaughter. Although the battle was not finished, victory had essentially been decided. Yang Kai had been on the front lines of the Western Front for a day or so now. Thus, he had no idea what was going on in the Northern, Southern, and Eastern fronts. He had no idea that his revelation of the Royal Lord's location had forced the Black Ink clan to abandon their advantage on the other three battlefields to provide assistance, resulting in them being pursued by Ding Yao's, Liang Yulong's, and Shun Tumo's armies. In this process, the Black Ink army suffered huge losses, laying the groundwork for Blue Sky Pass victory. The injured human cultivators constantly returned to the inner sanctum, carrying news from the front lines. Within one day, the Black Ink clan army had been forced to retreat 300,000 kilometers, and this increased to 1 million kilometers by the end of the next day. Yet, the human armies continued to pursue and destroy them. It wasn't until the third day of pursuit that the human armies disengaged and returned from battle. The Black Ink army had suffered nearly 50% casualties in this battle, so it was not an exaggeration to say their foundation had been severely damaged. Since ancient times, the number of such overwhelming victories could be counted with one's fingers. This was a true victory that filled Blue Sky Pass with a joyous atmosphere. Everyone understood that this battle would lead to at least 100 years of peace and stability. In the next 100 years, the Black Ink clan would not have the power to launch another large-scale attack. The old ancestor had yet to return, and it was unknown how the battle with the royal lord had gone. The Eighth Order Masters gathered briefly to discuss and came to the conclusion that half of them would stay back to take charge of the Great Pass while the rest would seek out two Peak Masters. It wasn't that they were worried that the old ancestor would lose, but rather that they wanted to seek an opportunity to help the old ancestor slaughter the royal lord. If this could be achieved, the Blue Sky Theater on the Black Ink battlefield would be stilled for at least 1,000 years. After all, only when another royal lord was born from the Black Ink clan could they afford to launch an offensive against Blue Sky Pass again. It wasn't easy for a royal lord to appear. Similar to Ninth Order old ancestors, it would be 1,000 to several thousand years between the appearance of such a master. Both royal lords and Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were the strongest of both races. A few days later, the old ancestor returned, accompanied by the Eighth Order Masters who had gone to assist him. Most were unaware of the outcome of the battle between the two strongest masters. However, with a deliberate announcement, everyone quickly learned the truth. The Black Ink Royal Lord was seriously wounded by the old ancestor and had fled to the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory, where he would not be able to completely recover for at least 100 years. When the news broke, Blue Sky Pass celebrated. This was not the best result, but it was still quite welcome. Everyone knew that a royal lord could not be killed so easily. There had never been such a fierce battle in the Blue Sky Pass. During all previous battles, it took a long period of time to gradually wear down the Black Ink clan until they were forced to retreat. This process might take a few years, a few dozen years, or perhaps even 100 years, but this time it only took them half a year, and the Black Ink clan army did not voluntarily retreat but were forced to. The Masters of Blue Sky Pass were all complimenting the wisdom and heroism of the four army commanders, especially Western Army Commander Zhong Liang, who received compliments like snow falling from the sky. If he hadn't borrowed men from the three other fronts to sweep clean the Western Front, it wouldn't have been possible to expose the royal lord's whereabouts and ensure their great victory. In the eyes of those who were unaware of what actually happened, they thought that Zhong Liang's decision was a brilliant tactical move, gathering troops on the Western Front and forcing the Black Ink clan to abandon the other three fronts to provide reinforcements, giving Ding Yao and the rest a chance to pursue them from behind. There were also rumors in the inner sanctum that Zhong Liang had long predicted that the royal lord was hiding somewhere on the Western Front to recover, which was why such a decision was made. Receiving this flurry of compliments and praise, Zhong Liang's face flushed brighter each day. Others assumed that he was in high spirits, but those who knew what actually happened understood that he was just embarrassed. Talk of brilliant strategy and decisive commands were all just crap. If Zhong Liang really had such ability, he would have already led the whole army to destroy the Black Ink clan once and for all. But Zhong Liang could not explain to them, so he had to endure these compliments which caused his cheeks to burn every single day. After the battle, Blue Sky Pass could not rest though. There was a lot to do, including cleaning the battlefield. Due to the deaths of so many Black Ink clansmen, innumerable Black Ink clouds of all shapes and sizes had appeared all over the battlefield. Those had to be cleaned up, or they would have difficulty moving about. In addition, the clouds would serve as a cover for the Black Ink clan army in their next attack, so they had to be dealt with. Some specialized individuals would count the casualties and record military merits. Each army commander was naturally also quite busy. Many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters assembled in the main conference hall to address a variety of issues after the war. Other than the few that were injured and needed immediate treatment, all other Eighth Order Masters were present. None of them liked to procrastinate, so they only spent half a day finishing their discussion. There is one last thing to discuss. Please share your views freely. Zhong Liang cleared his throat and said. The others turned to look at him. All of you know the reason why this battle experienced such rapid changes, Zhong Liang continued as he rubbed his nose. Of course, it was because of Brother Zhong's incredible insight and brilliant strategy, redeploying our forces so wisely to corner the enemy. Ding Yao opined enthusiastically. This Ding is truly impressed. The main credit for the victory of this battle belongs to the Western Army. The Northern, Southern, and Eastern armies were just supporting characters. The crowd burst into laughter. As the saying goes, never air your dirty laundry in public. Zhongliang glared at Ding Yao and knocked on the table. You're not young anymore. Stop joking around. Ding Yao chuckled lightly before falling silent. Zhongliang then continued, whether Yang Kai caused trouble or helped gain victory in the battle, please share your views. Everyone became quiet as soon as the words were said. Blue Sky Pass was the center of a massive battlefield. It was not like the sects of the 3,000 worlds, where merits and demerits were subject to opinion. Rewards and penalties here were a military matter, so there was no room for favoritism, and strict adherence to rules and regulations was necessary to maintain discipline. Seeing that no one was talking, Zhongliang turned to one of them and spoke, Brother Liu, Yang Kai can be considered part of Yin-Yang Heaven. Please offer your opinion. Luan, who got called out, laughed wryly before replying, Brother Zhong, as you've just said, Yang Kai can be considered part of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. If I were to speak my opinion, I would definitely stand on his side. So, I don't think I should say anything. It's fine for you to speak. If you have a point, it's all right even if you take his side, Zhongliang insisted. Seeing his persistence, Luan pondered for a while before stating, before Yang Kai came, the corruption of black ink strength had always been a problem that troubled the human race. But after he came here, he easily solved it, and according to what I know, the number of people who were personally rescued by him was no less than 3,000. This action alone has preserved the life and strength of 3,000 of our Blue Sky Pass's soldiers. Is that not a tremendous merit? Everyone nodded in agreement, as this was an undeniable truth. Yang Kai had treated nearly people from all 4 armies, from every division, and almost every battalion. Subsequently, he helped create the purifying black ink battleships together with Brother Donghua from Divine Cauldron Heaven, Fan Son of Emo Sha Heaven, and several others. Besides that, he arranged universe arrays on each of the purifying black ink battleships and filled them with a large amount of purifying light. Which of the 4 armies did not receive great boons from this purifying light during the latest battle? This can also be considered a huge merit. Martial Peak, Chapter 4977, Small Punishment, Small Reward. It was not difficult to achieve merits on this black ink battlefield. However, it was difficult to gain large ones. Many might not even be able to obtain one outstanding merit throughout their life. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had gained 2 large merits in less than a year after arriving at Blue Sky Pass, which was simply unprecedented. With this, even if he made any mistakes, his merits were enough to outweigh them. Luan stated that he intended to favor Yang Kai, which he did, but the favoritism was reasonable and others could not argue with it because what he said was agreed upon by everyone present. He is just a 6th-order brat, yet he raced to the front line of the battle. Though unintended, he accidentally discovered the hiding place of the Royal Lord, which interfered with his recovery and prompted the Black Ink clan armies from the other 3 fronts to rush over as reinforcements. This provided an excellent chance for our armies to pursue and slaughter them. In addition, it also established the groundwork for the old ancestor to cause great harm to the Royal Lord. It could be said that this huge victory was all due to Yang Kai. The battle Blue Sky Pass faced might not have been as easy if he hadn't snuck out. This was another huge merit. Lu and added. Now, Yang Kai had accomplished 3 great merits. In one war, he had gained 3 great merits. This was never heard nor seen of. When Zhongliang heard that, he chuckled. According to what Brother Lu stated, we have to reward Yang Kai properly. Brother Lu, even if Yang Kai is part of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, your favoritism is too obvious. Of course, after talking about his merits, naturally, he has demerits too. Not to mention that he disobeyed orders on the battlefield and insisted on doing things of his will. Because of him, the 3 fronts had to send out a portion of their men to aid him, putting countless lives at risk, Luan said with a slight smile. Zhongliang had to endure large risks as well when he borrowed men from the other 3 fronts. If the war on the Western Front did not conclude in time, then the battle on the Southern, Northern, and Eastern fronts would have become unsustainable. In the worst-case scenario, their defense lines would be broken through, resulting in massive casualties. Although this did not occur, it was highly probable that it would have if the royal lord's location had not been revealed, and his recovery had not been interfered with. It's a big demerit to disobey orders, and it's another to put others in danger as a result. For the time being, although his merits outweigh his demerits, I'd say we should neither punish nor reward him, Lewin concluded. Everyone in the main hall was silent. Lewin previously stated that he would side with Yang Kai, but how was this considered favoritism? 3 great merits and 2 big demerits. There was still 1 great merit to be rewarded, but Lewin suggested not doing so. This obviously was not favoritism, on the contrary, it had the notion of repression. However, everyone understood that Lewin was from Enyang Cave Heaven, and so was Yang Kai. Him only stating this was to avoid suspicion of being too biased. Although they were from the same sect, that was of little importance on the Black Ink battlefield. His relationship with those in the inner sanctum was far more critical. Only when Blue Sky Pass was one cohesive force could they continue to repel powerful foes. No, Ding Yao remarked, waving his hand. If you've gained a merit, you will be rewarded, and if you gained a demerit, you will be punished. This is the rule. If merits and demerits can be cancelled out, it would become a mess in the future. Zhongliang glanced at him and said, "Brother Ding, what's your opinion?" Ding Yao said softly, "That brat has indeed accomplished a lot in this battle, so the punishment can't be too severe. How about this? Since the battlefield needs to be cleaned, we'll delegate him an area to be responsible for." "Can that even be counted as punishment?" Zhongliang laughed. Ding Yao replied nonchalantly, "We just need to do it for show. That boy is now extremely popular in the inner sanctum. If the punishment is too harsh, even our own subordinates won't agree to it." Everyone nodded in agreement. Yang Kai held the key to purifying and eliminating Black Ink strength. Who hadn't heard of his name in the inner sanctum? Any one of them might need his help in the future, so it was only natural that they would try to get on his good side. It was said that people were constantly going to Yang Kai's residence with fine wine, wanting to pay him a visit. There were also those who received his help while on the battlefield. In fact, many said at the time that if they were able to return alive, they would invite him to have a drink. They had all come to fulfill their promises now that the battle was over. It was a pity that Yang Kai seemed to be in retreat and not meeting anyone. Shin Tuomo gave a light nod and said, "That's a good idea." When that kid arrived at Blue Sky Pass for the first time, he was informed of the inner sanctum's rules. Now that his punishment is settled, what about this reward? He still has some massive accomplishments, so his rewards can't be ignored, can they? Ding Yao responded with a smile. Since it is a small punishment, the reward should be minimal as well. His military merits cannot be erased, so note them down for him for now, and he can exchange them for anything in the War Materials Hall at a later date. As for his position going forward, that's a bit more complicated. When Ding Yao mentioned complicated, everyone knew what he meant. According to what Yang Kai accomplished, even promoting him to battalion commander was less than what he deserved. However, this boy was only a 6th Order Master, so how could he take on the role of battalion commander? Which battalion commander in Blue Sky Pass was not a peak 7th Order Master? If his ability was insufficient, he would be unable to convince his subordinates. "I propose that he be promoted to squad leader for now," Ding Yao stated while glancing at the crowd. Someone instantly objected, saying, "I heard he's only a 6th Order Master. His cultivation isn't sufficient to be a squad leader, right?" Although there were only a dozen or so people in a squad, as the squad leader, Yang Kai would be responsible for all of their lives. Being in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm was indeed too low. Ding Yao smiled and replied, "He is indeed in the 6th Order, but which of you has seen a 6th Order junior fight on par with a 7th Order Master before?" His performance on the battlefield this time was more dazzling than many established 7th Order Masters. With the cooperation of Feng Ying, they killed no less than a dozen feudal lords. And don't forget that this brat can also transform into a Grand Dragon. In that form, his strength is comparable to a peak 7th Order Master. Strength is also something that can be improved with time. That brat advanced to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm initially and, after taking a mid-rank world fruit, advanced to the 6th order. So, he is also expected to reach the 8th order in the future. Hearing what he said, everyone agreed. Then, according to what Brother Ding said, we'll let him be promoted to squad leader, but one thing must be made clear. Whose army will he be joining? Liang Yulong remarked. Zhong Liang replied, of course, he will belong to my Western army. Feng Ying brought him here in the first place. Shin Tuimo grinned meaningfully. He is from Inyang Cave Heaven, and Brother Luan is part of my Northern army. Shouldn't he join us instead? Ding Yao chimed in immediately. It's not right for you to put it like that. No matter your background, we're all one family on the Black Ink battlefield. There's no such thing as Inyang Cave Heaven. I'd say that it's preferable for him to come to the Eastern Army. The 4 army commanders glanced at each other. No one wanted to back down, obviously wanting to get Yang Kai to work under them. Although each army had a purifying Black Ink battleship and could utilize the purifying light stored inside of it, every army still wanted a gifted talent like Yang Kai to join them. As for the fact that his cultivation was not enough to be a squad leader, it was not mentioned anymore. For a long time in the main conference hall, the 4 army commanders argued back and forth, while the many division commanders glanced around at each other helplessly. The 4 army commanders going all out to recruit a single 6th order junior was unprecedented. However, everyone knew of Yang Kai's significance, so they could understand their motivations. Nevertheless, there was no conclusion following the argument, and in the end, the problem could only be put on hold for the time being, with the decision being made to go back and let Yang Kai decide. When the meeting finished, everyone left. The 4 army commanders walked at the back, seemingly as friendly as if they had not just argued. Brother Ding, don't you need to check in on the Eastern Army? Why are you walking in this direction? Zhong Liang suddenly looked at Ding Yao. Just taking a stroll. Why do you care? Replied Ding Yao, his hands folded behind his back. Having said so, he indeed strolled off. Brother Liang, why are you walking this way too? Zhong Liang looked at Liang Yulong with a darkening expression. Liang Yulong laughed and said, I have something to discuss with Brother Ding. After that, he followed Ding Yao and left. Then, Zhong Liang turned to Shun Tuimo, who said with no courtesy, these legs are attached to my body. Why does it concern you where they're leading me? He then left with the other 2. Bastards, a bunch of shameless old dogs who want to snatch what's mine, muttered Zhong Liang. A short while later, 4 figures arrived one after another at a certain courtyard. There were a lot of residences in Blue Sky Pass for those in the inner sanctum. Blue Sky Pass could accommodate tens of thousands of people easily, and everyone had their own residence. The higher the position, the better the benefits. This was Feng Ying's home. As a battalion commander, she lived in her own courtyard. Though it wasn't particularly big, it was clean and well kept. Yang Kai hadn't had time to register, so he didn't have a distinct identity in Blue Sky Pass, nor a permanent residence. Therefore, he followed Feng Ying here after the battle. Feng Ying swiftly emerged after sensing someone approaching. When she saw the 4 army commanders, though, she couldn't help but be shocked and greeted hurriedly, Greetings, sirs. Zhong Liang nodded lightly, cast a wary glance at the other 3, and inquired, Where is Yang Boy? In retreat, Feng Ying said, glancing in the direction of a private chamber. Zhong Liang frowned. How are his injuries? He remembered Yang Kai and Feng Ying's miserable state when he carried them back from the battlefield. Feng Ying was even unconscious at the time. His injuries are fine, but what? Zhong Liang anxiously asked. Feng Ying quickly answered, but he said that he felt like he had the chance to break through. If his retreat this time is successful, he could advance to the 7th order after leaving seclusion. Zhong Liang and the rest were both shocked and pleasantly surprised. One of the division commanders in the conference hall mentioned that Yang Kai's cultivation was too low for him to be promoted to squad leader, but it seemed this was no longer an issue. Since the chance for advancement had been recognized, reaching the 7th order should be a given. For a squad leader, being in the 7th order open heaven realm was the most suitable. The fact that Yang Kai suddenly entered retreat to advance to the 7th order made Zhong Liang extremely excited. This brat could already exert such power while just in the 6th order. If he advances to the 7th order, how strong would he be? Thinking about it again, it was no surprise that Yang Kai felt an opportunity to break through. Yang Kai snuck out of Blue Sky Pass and onto the battlefield this time, hoping to break through while facing death in battle, but events unfolded far differently than he had anticipated. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4978, Break Through to the 7th Order. The battlefield was dangerous, and even the best of plans could never keep up with ever-changing circumstances. Feng Ying arrived just in time to find Yang Kai, and with her watching over him, he had been safe. Yang Kai himself understood this too, so when he met Feng Ying, he abandoned his initial plan and joined forces with her to defeat as many enemies as possible. However, the Royal Lord's location was unintentionally exposed by Yang Kai, disrupting the former's recovery. As a result, the Royal Lord became annoyed and attacked the two of them. It was a casual blow for the Royal Lord, but to Yang Kai and Feng Ying, it was a death sentence. Facing certain death, Yang Kai had no time to think and could only go all out. It was only with the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel and Feng Ying's Myriad Swords Dragon that the pair managed to barely survive and hold out until Zhongliang arrived. At the moment of critical danger, it was when under overwhelming pressure that something seemed to have shattered inside Yang Kai. He didn't notice it at that time, but when Yang Kai was back in Blue Sky Pass, safe from the ongoing war, he realized that the shackles that he had been trying to break through during his previous retreat snapped under the immense pressure. It truly was a great fortune that was stumbled upon by accident. Yang Kai would naturally not let go of this fantastic opportunity now that he had grasped it. When the battle was over, he returned with Feng Ying, informed her about his situation, and then entered retreat to break through. Naturally, when Zhongliang and others came to look for him, he was not available. However, the 4 army commanders were overjoyed when they heard that Yang Kai was advancing to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai's existence was too important to the human race. So obviously, the greater the strength he had, the better. The Black Ink battlefield had a lot of dangers, so if Yang Kai was stronger, he would have a better ability to protect himself. The 5th Order was too low, and the 6th Order was the bare minimum. If Yang Kai advanced to the 7th Order, though, he could play a much larger role. Very good. If this little brat can break through, it will be good for all of us. Zhongliang nodded repeatedly. Ding Yao and the others agreed. But breaking through to the 7th Order from the 6th Order was a long and arduous task. The proprietress took over 100 years in retreat in order to break through this same barrier. Zhongliang and others had also gone through this experience, so they were very clear about the process. The 4 of them set aside their desires to win over Yang Kai after knowing that they could not see him for the time being. Then, Zhongliang instructed, "You stay here to look after him. Notify me as soon as possible once he's done." Feng Ying nodded. "Let's go," Zhongliang said. There were still a lot of post-battle tasks to attend to, and each of them had their own responsibilities, so it was impossible to keep waiting here. However, just as the 4 of them were preparing to leave, they heard a faint creaking sound. Zhongliang followed the sound and turned his head to look. "What's that?" "My seclusion chamber opened," Feng Ying replied as her expression changed. Zhongliang and the others were startled at first, but that was soon followed by a change in their expressions. The seclusion chamber was a place for cultivators to enter retreat, and it wouldn't be easily opened once sealed. If Yang Kai chose to enter retreat here at Feng Ying's place, he would undoubtedly be using this room. Unless the one using it chose to, opening a seclusion chamber could only be done through force, and obviously that was not the case here. It's just, why would the seclusion chamber open for no reason? Yang Kai only entered retreat a few days ago, so could he have encountered an accident? As they thought of this possibility, Zhongliang and the others were no longer able to remain calm. They all strode over to the seclusion chamber in a hurry. Soon after, Yang Kai emerged from the chamber, still topless, with many of his wounds from the previous battle not even healed yet. Of course, he seemed to have recovered significantly all the same. Zhongliang and the others suspected something went wrong with his retreat. Otherwise, why would he come out on his own? But when they laid eyes on him, there didn't seem to be anything amiss. In fact, he seemed invigorated and revitalized. There was something odd about his aura, too. It was not a sixth-order aura, but rather a seventh-order one. Having just broken through, Yang Kai seemed to be somewhat unfamiliar with the power of seventh-order open heaven realm and could not control his world force adeptly, causing some of his aura and power to leak out. Zhong Liang and the others immediately widened their eyes in surprise as they stared at him in shock. Yang Kai noticed them as well and pondered why these four were here. Still, he quickly composed himself and saluted. "Greetings, seniors." Zhong Liang and others remained silent, their four pairs of eyes examining Yang Kai from top to bottom. Yang Kai was feeling uneasy when these four were scrutinizing him in such a manner. It felt like there was something odd with their gaze, but he could not understand what it was. As such, he cautiously asked, "Seniors, what brings you here today?" "Don't move," Zhong Liang commanded in a deep voice, took a step forward and reached out to Yang Kai's dantian, touching it with his palm before investigating it thoroughly. Ding Yao and the rest stood back and waited quietly. A few moments later, Zhong Liang withdrew his hands, his expression odd. "So?" Ding Yao asked. "Strange. He's reached the seventh order without a doubt." Zhong Liang shook his head and glanced at Ding Yao and the others. Under his inspection, he confirmed that Yang Kai had indeed advanced to the seventh order, which was completely unbelievable. "You're sure you're not mistaken?" Liang Yulong inquired, agitated. Zhong Liang rolled his eyes. "You can check for yourself if you don't believe me. His foundation doesn't even seem to be unstable." "Interesting," Shun Tuimo grinned. Yang Kai became even more confused, turning to Zhong Liang and asking, "Senior, what happened?" "If you ask me, who am I supposed to ask?" Zhong Liang turned to face him. "How did you advance to the seventh order?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow for a moment before replying nonchalantly, "I sensed an opportunity to break through, so I entered retreat for a while and broke through." The way he spoke about it was like he had been hungry, decided to eat, and was now full. Feng Ying finally pulled herself together and commented, "That's the problem." "What's the problem?" Yang Kai frowned. This advancement had gone unexpectedly well, so he didn't suspect anything was wrong. Feng Ying sighed and said, "Let's put it this way. It took 40 years from the time I sensed the opportunity to break through to the seventh order until I finally succeeded. Not only me, but every seventh order master experiences something similar. It takes a long time to break through because the seventh order is a massive watershed where one small universe must undergo the process of materializing. This is an extraordinarily long and difficult process that cannot be completed overnight." As she spoke, though, Feng Ying abruptly came to a realization. Your small universe had already materialized, so you could skip over that step in your breakthrough. Still, it all happened so fast, and there were no major signs of a breakthrough as well. It had only been a few days, yet Yang Kai actually broke through to the seventh order. If they had not witnessed it themselves, they would never have been able to believe it. Zhong Liang recalled this fact once Feng Ying reminded them. They had all checked Yang Kai's small universe before, and unlike other sixth-order open heaven realms masters, his small universe had already transformed from immaterial to material. Therefore, Yang Kai did not have to go through arduous process of materializing his small universe to advance to the seventh order. What concerned Zhong Liang the most before was Yang Kai feeling his opportunity for a breakthrough on the battlefield. If he did, he would be forced to break through while in battle, which would sap him of all his strength during the transforming process, which would place him in a precarious state. Fortunately, that did not happen. After hearing Feng Ying's explanation, Yang Kai finally understood everyone's earlier odd reaction. He also had some idea of what happened when others advanced to the seventh order. Still, this realization took him aback. But since his special small universe had saved him a huge amount of time, as far as he was concerned, it was something to celebrate. This time, his retreat went rather smoothly. After a few days of effort, his bottleneck was shattered, and he naturally advanced from the sixth order to the seventh order, moving up to join the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Additionally, he was now just one step away from his upper limit, the eighth order. Your circumstances are unique, Zhong Liang stated after some thought. Please pay more attention over the course of the next few years. Make sure you report to us if you sense any abnormalities. Yes, Yang Kai replied, then asked again, So, what brought you here today, seniors? The old ancestor wants to see you. Zhong Liang turned serious. When the old ancestor returned, Yang Kai was already in retreat, but the former had been greatly intrigued by the existence of a person like Yang Kai in the inner sanctum. So, he instructed Yang Kai to pay him a visit as soon as possible. When? Yang Kai asked. He also desired to meet with the old ancestor, but previously, the old ancestor was in the midst of recovering from his injuries, so he could not meet him. The issue of the void corridor had to be reported, but in accordance with Ming Qi's instructions before his death, Yang Kai never disclosed the issue to anyone else, only planning to explain everything when he met the old ancestor. Zhong Liang suddenly turned awkward. Maybe in a few years. The old ancestor should be recovering right now. Although he instructed you to meet him, nobody expected you to be out of retreat so quickly. According to the old ancestor's previous estimation, Yang Kai would need at least a few dozen years to advance to the 7th order. By that time, he would have completed his recovery and could meet this interesting junior. Who knew in just a few days, Yang Kai had already successfully advanced to the 7th order. Besides, the old ancestor hadn't fully recovered from his previous injuries when he went out to battle the royal lord again. They really should not interfere with him this time when he returned to recover. Yang Kai nodded without objections. Good. Get some rest. We'll take our leave, Zhong Liang said as he signaled to Ding Yao and the others. Yang Kai and Feng Ying bowed and watched them leave. After exiting the courtyard, Liang Yulong suddenly asked, Brother Zhong, what are you up to? The four of them hurried over here, hoping to recruit Yang Kai into their respective army, but no one spoke about this matter, and Zhong Liang even motioned them to leave quickly. Of course, Liang Yulong wanted to ask why. Zhong Liang then replied, I considered it thoroughly. We old fogies should not trouble the little ones. How do you want him to choose if all four armies try to recruit him? It's not appropriate for him to promise any one of us. We are all part of Blue Sky Pass anyways, so let's let things drift for now, and we can talk about it after he has become more familiar with things here. Ding Yao answered with a nod, Good. It will indeed make things difficult for him if we force him to choose now. The future is still far, so let's not be in such a hurry. Since they had said so, Liang Yulong and Shin Tuimo could not object either, thus the subject was put on hold for the time being. Martial Peak, Chapter 4979, Cleaning the Battlefield. Just after Zhong Liang and the others left Feng Ying's courtyard, someone else came for a visit. Yang Kai didn't know them, but after Feng Ying's introduction, he learned that the visitor was from Blue Sky Pass Merit Hall. The Merit Hall was a very important organization in Blue Sky Pass, as its main responsibility was to document everyone's military merits in each battle. The military merits could be exchanged for cultivation resources at the War Materials Hall. Now that Yang Kai knew who this person was, he naturally wouldn't show him any disrespect. It was fine when he didn't know who he was before, but now that he knew the identity of the person before him, he was curious to know what military merits he had obtained in this battle. However, to his shock, the visitor hadn't come to announce his military merits. Instead, that person came here under the order of the army commanders of the four armies to announce his punishment. He had defied orders from the Western Army commander, disregarded the overall situation, and put himself and others in danger. After a discussion, the four army commanders decided to punish Yang Kai by making him clean up the battlefield. The punishment left Yang Kai dumbfounded. The man from the Merit Hall laughed sheepishly, handed Yang Kai the jade slip, and cupped his fist while saying, Brother Yang, I'm only following orders, so please don't be upset with me. Cleaning the battlefield is not difficult, but it's time-consuming. This isn't really much of a punishment. Oh, right. The area you will be responsible for cleaning is demarcated inside this jade slip. Just take a look and you'll know what I mean. There was nothing Yang Kai could say, so he accepted the jade slip. The man from the Merit Hall left without saying anything else. Then, as Yang Kai stood in the same spot, he looked at the jade slip and noticed that a basic map of Blue Sky Pass and its surroundings was engraved into it. Also, the area he was assigned to clean up was also highlighted on the map. He turned to look at Feng Ying and asked, "What should I do?" Feng Ying answered, "There's not much to do, actually. The main thing is to clean up any leftover black ink clouds and black ink strength. If those are left near Blue Sky Pass, they will become something the Black Ink Army can use when they attack us again. Come with me." Saying so, she walked forward to lead the way. A few moments later, the two arrived at the War Materials Hall. Inside the hall, everyone was bustling like busy bees, and there was a continuous stream of people heading in and out. There were many who recognized Yang Kai and nodded or smiled at him. Some even came forward and greeted him so that they could have a chance to get to know him. Yang Kai politely responded to all of them. When Feng Ying finally found someone from the War Materials Hall, she asked for a set of tools used for cleaning the battlefield before leading Yang Kai away. Leaving Blue Sky Pass, moved towards the region indicated in the Jade Slip and soon arrived at a certain area of the battlefield. As they looked ahead, they saw the whole area was filled with black ink clouds of various shapes and sizes, as well as some dead black ink clansmen. Though Blue Sky Pass also suffered casualties during this battle, the dead and injured had all been carried away by their companions. Therefore, only the corpses of the Black Ink clan were left. The area Yang Kai was responsible for was about 100,000 kilometers in length, breadth, and width. It wasn't particularly big, but it wasn't small either. At this moment, there were already many others cleaning up in other areas of the battlefield. Looking from where they stood, they saw most of the cleaning crews working in groups of two, each person holding one end of a net that they dragged across the void. As these nets passed through the void, the black ink clouds would be gathered into them and then brought somewhere else. Once the clouds in the net were dealt with, those with nets would return to another part of their area and repeat the process. Yang Kai came to the realization that these nets were special artifacts the human masters had come up with because black ink strength was very difficult to deal with. Up till this point, besides his purifying light, there was nothing that could disperse and purify it. Therefore, if they wanted to clean up the battlefield, they had to find another method. These nets were something they came up with through countless years of research and testing. "This is the black ink trawling net." While Feng Ying spoke, she took out something that looked like a net that was about as long as a forearm. However, when she channeled world force into the net, it rapidly enlarged. "This is the only thing we can use to clean up the battlefield, so we generally refer to cleaning up the battlefield as fishing." Hearing that made Yang Kai laugh. The scene before him did resemble fishermen working with their nets. The only difference was that instead of fish, there were only black ink clouds here. The black ink trawling net had no other use besides collecting black ink clouds that were from battle. "Where are the black ink clouds being sent to?" Yang Kai asked. Feng Ying replied, "We move them about 1 million kilometers away from here." It was no wonder that the man from the Merit Hall said being on the cleanup duty was not difficult but time-consuming. The black ink clouds had to be sent 1 million kilometers away at minimum, so moving back and forth alone would be quite time-consuming. After a rough estimation, Yang Kai concluded that cleaning up this 100,000-kilometer area might take at least 1 or 2 months. He had just advanced to the 7th order, and what he needed now was to consolidate his cultivation. He didn't have time to waste on fishing for clouds. Once he had a decision in mind, he immediately waved his hand. "That's too much trouble." After he finished his words, Yang Kai approached the black ink clouds, opened the portal to his small universe, and generated a suction force that began drawing everything towards it. In just a matter of breaths, the massive black ink cloud was sucked inside his small universe. Feng Ying watched speechlessly and worriedly from the side while Yang Kai's figure dashed to and fro, gathering black ink clouds of various sizes. Though Yang Kai had a world spring with him, it was uncertain if he would experience any complications from taking in so much black ink strength. Nevertheless, she relaxed after seeing that Yang Kai was doing fine. It only took Yang Kai 2 days to clean up the 100,000 kilometers area. Yet, he didn't return to the inner sanctum after he finished. Instead, he stopped somewhere in the void and stared fixedly ahead. Feng Ying approached him and asked, "What's the matter?" After faintly sighing, Yang Kai suddenly reached out his hand. Space principles surged and his hand disappeared, as though it had passed through an invisible curtain of some kind. Feng Ying's brow rose, feeling confused as to what had just happened. Space principles continued to undulate for a while before Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Open!" Once he said that, his hand rotated sharply, and the place where it had disappeared was now replaced by a vortex-like phenomenon. The vortex was like a whirlpool, and as it swirled, the aura of a small universe emerged from it. Feng Ying was shocked. Is that a universe paradise? Yang Kai's eyes looked a little dim as he replied, "I'm not sure who left this behind, though." When a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master passed away, there was a chance for their small universe to remain intact and merge with the void. If one didn't know the exact location, it would be very difficult to find these sealed worlds, and even if one knew the exact location, they would have to know how to open the portal leading to it. These sealed worlds that were left behind after the death of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master were known as Universe Cave Heavens or Universe Paradises. A 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master would leave behind a Universe Paradise, while an 8th or 9th-order Open Heaven Realm Master would leave behind a Universe Cave Heaven. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven which Yang Kai had explored once before was the Universe Cave Heaven left behind by Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Later, when he and Bright Sun Divine Monarch Qingyang worked together in the Shattered Heaven, they found and opened a total of 5 Universe Cave Heavens and Paradises. With his mastery over the Tao of Space, Yang Kai was adept at finding and then forcing open Universe Cave Heavens or Paradises. These Universe Cave Heavens and Paradises were left behind by powerful masters, and if one were lucky, one might be able to inherit the previous owner's legacy. Therefore, among the 3,000 worlds, Universe Cave Heavens and Paradises represented fortune and opportunity. Once one was found, people would swarm over to seize a piece of the pie. Every time Blood Monster Cave Heaven was opened, it would attract many elite disciples to enter and explore it, which showed how precious these sealed worlds were. However, they were on the Black Ink battlefield now, and just outside Blue Sky Pass. Throughout the ages, countless human masters fought the Black Ink clan right here, painting the void in blood. The number of human masters that died here must have been too many to count. When the armies were locked in battle, there were bursts of energy everywhere, so Yang Kai wasn't able to sense anything. While he was cleaning up the battlefield, though, he could feel slight, almost imperceptible, spatial fluctuations coming from certain points around him. No matter how strong he was, if he were not proficient in the Tao of Space, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to discover anything. But due to his experience of discovering and opening so many Universe Cave Heavens and Paradises before, coupled with the special conditions here, he naturally knew what these space fluctuations meant. After giving it a try, just as he predicted, he easily opened up a portal to a Universe Paradise. Though it seemed easy for Yang Kai, it was mind-blowing for Feng Ying. Many knew that countless Universe Cave Heavens and Paradises were located outside of Blue Sky Pass. After all, an uncountable number of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had died here over the millennia. To this point, though, there had been no one besides Yang Kai who could easily find and open those lost small universes. If he could open one, he could open a second, third. What did that mean? It meant the legacies of the owners of those Universe Cave Heavens and Paradises could be found and retrieved. Though there might not be much, even retrieving some memorial items of these masters who had fought and died to stop the Black Ink clan would have meaning. Do you want to head inside? Yang Kai nudged his head towards the portal. Nodding, Feng Ying added, I just need to report about this first. As she spoke, she took out her communication artifact and notified the higher-ups. Once she did that, she followed Yang Kai through the portal. Their vision blurred for a moment. Then, they were inside. As Yang Kai predicted, this was a Universe Paradise that was left behind by a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, this Universe Paradise was dilapidated and barren, and some places looked like parts had been cut away. Yang Kai could guess that the owner of this small universe had been invaded by Black Ink strength and was forced to cut out a part of his small universe to continue fighting. Unfortunately, the owner still died in battle. After the owner died, his small universe didn't rupture, and was preserved to create an incomplete universe paradise. This universe paradise wasn't very big, nor did there seem to be anything of value. Yang Kai and Feng Ying explored the place but couldn't find anything. Yang Kai was puzzled by this because the owner of this small universe was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, and such people would normally keep all their important belongings inside their small universe, so whatever they had would end up here after they died. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4980, Trap? However, they couldn't find anything of value even after performing a careful exploration. Seeming to have noticed Yang Kai's doubts, Feng Ying explained, every time a war breaks out, everyone in Blue Sky Pass leaves everything of value they possess in the inner sanctum. Everything beside their important artifacts and pills which can restore energy and heal their wounds is left behind. That way, if they die, the resources left in the inner sanctum can be used by others. On the chaotic battlefield, no one could be certain if they could come back alive, which was why they would carry the mentality that they were heading to the last battle of their lives and had to fight to the death. That was also the reason why they couldn't find anything of value in this small universe. The belongings of the owner had been collected by others in Blue Sky Pass after his death and became materials for others to become stronger. Yang Kai stood in awe. If that was true, there was no reason to continue exploring. A while later, Yang Kai and Feng Ying left the universe paradise. When they came out, the 4 army commanders were waiting for them. Feng Ying had contacted Zhong Liang, who then contacted Ding Yao and the others. The 4 arrived at almost the same time. 4 pairs of eyes were instantly attracted to the portal that led to the universe paradise, and Zhong Liang even swept his eyes over Yang Kai while asking, "Did you do this?" Yang Kai nodded. There was no need to hide that fact. "Do you know who left this behind?" Zhong Liang asked another question. This time, it wasn't directed at Yang Kai, but at Feng Ying. Shaking her head, Feng Ying answered, "I'm not sure. Unless it's someone who knows the owner going in to have a look, I'm afraid it will be hard to determine who it belonged to." Zhong Liang stayed silent. Unless the small universe left by the cultivator had special characteristics, it was difficult to determine who its former owner was. Moreover, countless masters had been killed outside Blue Sky Pass over the ages, and so much time had passed it was almost impossible to determine who these small universes belonged to. Suddenly, Ding Yao looked at Yang Kai and questioned, "Did you find this by chance? Or do you have the ability to open portals to all these universe cave heavens and universe paradises?" Yang Kai replied, "As long as they aren't hidden too deeply, I can find and open them." Hearing this, the 4 army commanders frowned. Ding Yao nodded and said, "Very good. If it's true, then you might be making a huge contribution." Yang Kai was confused. What huge contribution? If what Feng Ying said was true, there wouldn't be many valuable things in the universe cave heavens and universe paradises hidden outside Blue Sky Pass. Even if he found and opened them, what good would they bring to Blue Sky Pass? Nevertheless, since Ding Yao had spoken, it must be something important. On the other hand, Yang Kai also found the arrival of all 4 army commanders a little fishy. He didn't expect all 4 to come when Feng Ying said she had to make a report. Also, judging by the expressions on Zhong Liang's and the others' faces, Yang Kai was clear that it might be something important. As he was still confused, he simply decided to ask, "Are these universe cave heavens and universe paradises very important? There aren't many valuables inside." Ding Yao explained, "Those who went into battle naturally wouldn't bring much with them. They fought to the death against the Black Ink Clan when they were alive, and the small universes they left behind after they died can also become a weapon to kill the Black Ink Clan. We've had such plans for a long time, but we didn't have the ability to open these hidden universe cave heavens and universe paradises. Who would have thought you were capable of this?" Then, Zhong Liang continued, "Think of it this way. The universe paradise before you has little value on its own. Though it has world force and the owner's Tao essence, it is essentially useless to us humans. However, what if we make it into a trap?" "A trap?" Yang Kai frowned. Zhong Liang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he elaborated, "The Black Ink Clan army repeatedly besieges Blue Sky Pass. If we convert this universe paradise into a trap, when the Black Ink Clan army approaches, We can trigger it and all nearby black ink clansmen will be drawn inside. Liang Yulong continued. We can arrange killing arrays in this universe paradise in advance. After the Black Ink clan is trapped inside, the killing array will activate and weaken the Black Ink clan without us having to fight them directly. Shin Tuamo agreed. One universe paradise may not make much of a difference, but there are so many universe cave heavens and universe paradises outside of Blue Sky Pass. If we activate 1,000 of them at once, we may be able to win the next war in one fell swoop. After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai felt his pulse accelerate. A magnificent sight came into his mind where the Black Ink clan army besieged Blue Sky Pass from all sides in full momentum and then fell into the traps set up using the universe cave heavens and universe paradises. Then, in a flash, they triggered the killing arrays and slaughtered the enemy. If this could be achieved, Blue Sky Pass could win a large battle effortlessly. Had the humans set up such traps in previous battles, they would have had another sharp weapon with which to repel the enemy. People from Blue Sky Pass clearly had such an idea long ago. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, it was difficult to put it into action. They had no way to find and open up these hidden universe cave heavens and universe paradises, so how could they use them as traps? Therefore, after hearing that Yang Kai could find and force open these small universes, Zhong Liang immediately realized the importance of the matter and summoned Ding Yao and the others to come and assess the situation. This time, the Black Ink clan army suffered heavy losses and severely damaged their foundation, so Blue Sky Pass was safe for the time being. But the Black Ink clan army would return someday, and there would be another fierce battle when they did. While the Black Ink clan were recuperating, there was enough time for them to set up a grand killing array here at Blue Sky Pass. If their plan was executed well, the next time the Black Ink clan army arrived, there would be a huge, unpleasant surprise waiting for them. The key to this plan relied on Yang Kai's ability to find and open these long-lost universe, cave heavens, and universe paradises. If he could do this, then everything else would fall into place. But if he couldn't, then they couldn't even begin. The four army commanders looked at Yang Kai with complicated expressions. Originally, because Yang Kai disobeyed orders, they decided to punish him by having him clean up the battlefield. But who would have thought that cleaning up the battlefield could earn him another great merit? They also heard from Feng that Yang Kai was going to contribute a large batch of profoundine bamboo to Blue Sky Pass. Each profoundine bamboo was a precious treasure, especially for the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield. If they did get their hands on those profoundine bamboo, they would have a huge advantage in both resisting the corruption of Black Ink strength and improving their own cultivation. This was another great merit that could be awarded to Yang Kai. That realization gave Zhong Liang and others a headache. A junior with too many merits wasn't something to celebrate, because it made it difficult to force him into line when the time came. Once all his merits were converted into military merits, Yang Kai would have accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. With these potential merits, and the ones he earned in the last battle, he now had more than most 8th Order Division commanders. Yang Kai, this matter is of great importance. Are you sure you can find and open those universe cave heavens and universe paradises? Zhong Liang put aside the many thoughts in his head and asked solemnly. This was a matter related to the situation of future wars, so he had to confirm everything carefully. Yang Kai answered respectfully, I wouldn't dare to make any wild claims. Ding Yao retorted indifferently, seeing is believing. Naturally, he meant he wanted Yang Kai to do a demonstration for them. Yang Kai didn't refuse and immediately nodded. Follow me, please. When he was cleaning the battlefield, he found several suspicious places, so it was not difficult to open another portal. A short while later, the crowd stopped at a certain place, and under everyone's watchful gaze, Yang Kai, like before, stretched his hand out into the void. There seemed to be a faint burst of space principles before Yang Kai's hand immediately disappeared without a trace before everyone's eyes. Zhong Liang and others immediately raised their brows. The next moment, Yang Kai twisted his hand and manipulated the space principles. Then, a slowly rotating vortex appeared in everyone's field of vision. Also, there was an aura of a small universe gradually diffusing outward from that vortex. Ding Yao and others watched with widened eyes. They knew Yang Kai wouldn't deceive them about such matters, and they believed that he had such abilities, but wasn't this too easy for him? It felt like opening a hidden universe, cave heavens, or universe paradises for him was as easy as eating a snack or drinking a glass of water. They had the idea of converting the universe cave heavens and universe paradises outside Blue Sky Pass into traps, but even after many attempts, they couldn't open any because they had too few people who were proficient in the Tao of Space. Even if they had masters who had cultivated the Tao of Space, their attainments were quite low and they could not find and open these hidden small universes. On the other hand, Yang Kai could open a portal just by stretching out his hand. How great were his attainments in the Tao of Space for this brat to accomplish this. But when they recalled that this kid could even arrange universe arrays, they didn't feel surprised anymore. In the meantime, Yang Kai was frowning at the portal. The aura coming from it gave him a feeling that something was not right. What happened? Zhong Liang asked. Yang Kai said, "This universe paradise seems to be stained by black ink strength." Stained by black ink strength? Zhong Liang frowned. Yang Kai nodded before he fiercely extended his hands, and the vortex greatly expanded. The hazy center of the vortex revealed a scene that was as black as ink. It was obvious that the scene before them was the scene inside the portal. With the opening of the portal, the black ink strength inside wanted to gush out, but under Yang Kai's suppression, it remained sealed inside the universe paradise. Zhong Liang sighed slightly. "Seal it up. This universe paradise can't be used anymore." To set up an array inside a universe paradise, the Spirit Array Grandmasters had to enter it. However, they couldn't enter a universe paradise if it was suffused with black ink strength. The Spirit Array Grandmasters didn't have Yang Kai's ability to resist the corruption of black ink strength. This universe paradise was completely stained with black ink strength, so it was conceivable that its owner was already corrupted by black ink strength while he was alive. Before the owner died, he still fought hard, but eventually died, leaving this small universe behind. There had to be more than one small universe like this. There were likely many, in fact. Furthermore, not every high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would leave behind a small universe after their death. There were also many who had given their lives for the sake of the human race, but couldn't even leave a trace of their existence behind. It was pitiful. Even so, the cave heavens and paradises were still fighting against the Black Ink Clan on the Black Ink battlefield, not allowing the Black Ink Clan to set foot into the 3,000 worlds, which was a sacrifice worthy of respect. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4981, War Materials Hall. Who would have known that cleaning up the battlefield would result in realizing such an important plan that could change Blue Sky Pass' future? The 4 army commanders passed down orders, and men immediately swarmed out of the inner sanctum to the battlefield to rapidly clean it. Only when the battlefield was fully cleaned could Yang Kai open the various portals to the universe cave heavens and universe paradises. After that, they would let those who were proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays enter them and get to work. Because the battlefield was so vast, it would take at least 2 or 3 months to clean it no matter how many people were helping, so Yang Kai had nothing to do in the meantime. He had to wait until the battlefield was cleaned up before he could start working. Thus, he followed Fengning back to Blue Sky Pass. It was only then that Yang Kai was registered at Blue Sky Pass and officially became one of the members of the army. Yang Kai arrived here in the middle of a war, so no one was available to help him get registered. After the war, he went into retreat to break through to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, and then he was punished to clean up the battlefield. Therefore, he only had the time to go through the registration procedures now. Now that he had his own identity token, Yang Kai felt a weight on his shoulders. Throughout the ages, every human master on the Black Ink battlefield had an identity token, yet so many had died and the only way to trace their existence was to search for this token. He had witnessed how fierce the battles here were, and knew how difficult it was for an Open Heaven Realm Master to survive on the Black Ink battlefield. The more he learned, the more he resented the Black Ink clan. While Yang Kai was lost in thought, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had registered him suddenly handed over a jade slip with a smile. "Yang Kai, here is a letter of appointment authorized by the 4 army commanders. Please accept it." Letter of appointment? Yang Kai took it curiously and was shocked when he used his divine sense to read it. The content of the jade slip was very simple. It said he had performed well and worked hard during this battle, so he was being promoted to squad leader as a reward for his valor. Also, the jade slip had imprints from all 4 army commander, which no one could and would dare to fake. So, I'm a squad leader now? Yang Kai was confused. First, he was punished and made to clean up the battlefield, and now he was rewarded. What was this all about? Was this what they called a carrot and stick approach? Senior Sister Feng also has one. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master added, while handing a jade slip to Feng Ying. Feng Ying took it curiously and nodded lightly after checking its contents. Yang Kai wanted to ask Feng Ying about her jade slip, but if it was something bad, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to ask, so he kept quiet. However, Feng Ying directly turned her head to look at him and said, "From now on, I am your deputy." Yang Kai looked at her in astonishment. After putting away the jade slip, Feng Ying reiterated, "You heard correctly. From now on, I am to serve as your vice squad leader." Yang Kai was surprised, but aren't you a battalion commander? A battalion commander ranked higher than a squad leader. Feng Ying also performed well in this battle, but not only wasn't she rewarded, but she was demoted from battalion commander to deputy squad leader. What were the army commanders up to? But on second thought, Yang Kai figured it out. The 4 army commanders made this arrangement to 1, let Feng Ying protect him, and 2, to keep an eye on him. After all, he had disobeyed their orders, disregarded his own safety, and ran straight to the battlefield, which greatly frightened the 4 army commanders. They weren't certain if he would do it again, so they had Feng Ying stick close to him to make sure this didn't happen a second time. Among all the 7th Order Open Heaven Masters, Feng Ying was one of the strongest, so even if they did get into a dangerous situation, she could protect him. All this happened because of me. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little guilty. "Martial Ant, I'll go talk to the 4 army commanders and ask them to rescind their orders." Feng Ying shook her head, however, and declared, "There's no need. I have someone in mind to take over my place in the battalion. Also, this decision was jointly made by the 4 army commanders, so they can't change it at will. You, on the other hand, do need someone to watch over you." Her words meant that she didn't mind monitoring Yang Kai, which made him blush. Feng Ying frowned again and added, "But there is something strange about this letter of appointment." "Is it a fake?" Yang Kai cheered. He didn't care about being a squad leader, but it didn't feel good to have someone watching him all the time. While glaring at him, Feng Ying said, "There's no way this is fake. What I mean is, the army commanders appointed us as squad leader and vice squad leader, but they didn't say which army, wing, division, or even battalion we would be joining." Only when she said this did Yang Kai realize what the problem was. It was true that the letter of appointment only said that he was promoted to squad leader, but it didn't mention who he would be serving under. He hadn't been on the black ink battlefield for long, but Feng Ying had been here for thousands of years, so she knew exactly what should be included in such letters. However, something vital was missing from both their letters, so both of them felt doubtful. "I'll ask them when I have time." Feng Ying said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the Merit Hall and War Materials Hall. You've just broken through to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, so take advantage of this free time to consolidate your cultivation." The Merit Hall and War Materials Hall were in the same central building, so there were many cultivators coming and going. This place was usually packed because one could check their military merits and exchange them for supplies here. Thus, this was naturally a place that many cultivators would frequent. Especially now that the war had just ended, the place seemed even more lively than normal. The 2 first stopped at the Merit Hall to check out their military merits and soon received a detailed report. Yang Kai wasn't clear on what the number of military merits represented. After all, he was new to Blue Sky Pass and didn't know how such things were calculated, nor did he know how much they were worth. After asking Feng Ying, though, he found out that his military merits were quite high, and that the military merits received by 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders after a major battle would only be this much as well. The military merits Feng Ying had earned after the last war were only about 20% of Yang Kai's, but even so, it was already beyond her expectations. According to her previous estimates, her military merits this time should not be this high. After a moment of silence, though, Feng suddenly realized something and posited, "I think they've also taken the hundreds of people we brought back into their calculations." When they fought their way back from the Black Ink clan's domain, they saved hundreds of Black Ink disciples, which was also a great merit. Now that they had their military merits, they went to the War Materials Hall to exchange them for resources. The manager in charge of this matter handed them 2 jade slips, which included all the materials they could exchange for military merits. Yang Kai used his divine sense to look inside and saw that the first item on the list was a profound spirit fruit. The number of military merits needed was not too high, but it wasn't too low either. However, there was a limited supply note beside the profound spirit fruit. Obviously, Blue Sky Pass was short of profound spirit fruit. Even taking all the great passes into account, profound spirit fruits were scarce. During every battle, there were countless cultivators who had to sacrifice parts of their small universes. If they wanted to repair the damage, they needed a profound spirit fruit, which could only be found in special sealed worlds on the Black Ink battlefield. Whenever a profound spirit fruit appeared anywhere, it would be exchanged for immediately. What Yang Kai found surprising was that the second item on the list was actually profound bamboo. However, there was also a limit supply label behind it. He was planning to contribute a batch of profound bamboo to Blue Sky Pass. Previously, he had accumulated too much heritage in his small universe, so he had to use up a large amount of world force to grow profound bamboo, which was of little use to him. He had the world spring in his small universe, so there was no need for him to have profound bamboo too. It seemed Blue Sky Pass had gotten word that he would be contributing a batch of profound bamboo, which was why they added it to the list of exchangeable materials to boost the army's morale. The various resources following profound bamboo were for cultivation. Additionally, among the materials that could be exchanged for were artifacts and even secret techniques from all the cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai searched through the list and found that among these secret techniques were the Demon Eye of Annihilation and the Black Purgatory Eye. The amount of military merits required for these 2 secret techniques were enormous. Even with the military merits he had gained today, Yang Kai barely had enough to redeem for one of them. Even so, Yang Kai was still a bit shocked. Those 2 secret techniques were the core secrets of Myriad Demons Heaven. In the 3,000 worlds, only the most elite core disciples were qualified to cultivate them, with ordinary disciples never even having a chance to see them, let alone disciples of other sects. But here, on the Black Ink battlefield, these 2 secret techniques were actually purchasable by all. How could he not be shocked by this? After thinking about it, though, Yang Kai understood. Such a different situation existed here because this was the Black Ink battlefield. Since ancient times, human masters who stepped on into the Black Ink battlefield never returned to the 3,000 worlds, so even if they had exchanged their military merits for these 2 secret techniques, Myriad Demons Heaven wouldn't have to worry about them leaking to the general public. If someone did manage to cultivate these 2 secret techniques, it would benefit the humans as well because they could at least improve the strength of said cultivator. Yang Kai was still curious and asked the manager while holding the jade slip, "If I exchange military merits for these 2 secret techniques, how will I receive them?" The manager smiled and said, "We don't provide the cultivation methods here in Blue Sky Pass. If you want to exchange for them, you will need to go to Myriad Demons Pass. The old ancestor of Myriad Demons, Cave Heaven, resides there, and he will personally teach you the 2 secret techniques." Yang Kai now understood the situation. He thought there was a prepared cultivation method here in Blue Sky Pass, but he did not expect that would need to head to Myriad Demons Pass to find the old ancestor of Myriad Demons, Cave Heaven. It was obvious that all the procedures were the same if one wanted to practice the specialized secret techniques of all the cave heavens and paradises. Yet, to get a chance to be taught by an old ancestor was definitely a blessing. Feng Ying looked at him curiously. "You want to exchange for these 2 secret techniques?" "I'm just asking." Yang Kai shook his head. There was no need for him to exchange for them because he already possessed the Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Pupils of Purgatory. Before coming to the Black Ink battlefield, a Myriad Demons Heaven ancestor, Imo Sha, had personally taught him those techniques. If he had time to cultivate these two-eye secret techniques and reach the highest possible level of mastery, he would have another trump card to fight against the Black Ink clan. Feng nodded and said from the side, "Those inside the inner sanctum exchange materials according to a principle. Only exchange for what you need. Resources are scarce, so don't take anything you don't plan to immediately make use of." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4982, Dawn. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't need to exchange for cultivation materials because he had already prepared enough of them before coming to the Black Ink battlefield. The cultivation materials piled up in his small universe were enough for him to cultivate until the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and still have some to spare. However, the War Materials Hall did have some good quality spirit pills, which would be used for quickly healing injuries, restoring strength, and accelerating cultivation. Thus, Yang Kai exchanged a small amount of his military merits for some pills to try out their effects. Meanwhile, Feng also quickly exchanged for materials she needed. In Blue Sky Pass, each cultivator had their own living space, and the higher their rank, the better the conditions of their accommodations and the more extensive the area. Since Yang Kai was promoted to the position of squad leader, he was entitled to a small courtyard. Perhaps someone had forgotten about it or deliberately did it on purpose because though Yang Kai received a letter of appointment, he wasn't actually assigned a place to stay. Fortunately for him, Feng had a spacious place, and she didn't mind sharing it with him. While Feng returned to her place, Yang Kai went into retreat. Before he entered retreat, he took out most of the profounding bamboo from his small universe and gave it to Feng so that she could hand it over for him. Having just broken through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai needed some time to consolidate his cultivation and adapt to his new strength. For the next few months, Yang Kai would be in retreat and refining cultivation materials of all orders to enhance the heritage of his small universe. When others cultivated, most of them would opt to use open heaven pills. Even if there were some that chose to refine cultivation materials, their orders wouldn't be very high because they had to gather resources of all 7 elements to be able to safely cultivate. If any of the 7 materials were missing, there was a high chance of causing an imbalance in the cultivator's small universe, which would lead to future dangers. While materials from the 5 elements were easy to find, yin and yang element materials of higher orders were rare and difficult to acquire. However, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about this. The yellow and blue crystals he obtained in the chaotic dead territory were beyond count, and although they were essential for purifying and dispelling Black Ink strength, it didn't matter if he used a few of them for cultivation. That way, the speed of Yang Kai's cultivation would be incomparably faster than others. In addition, he still had living beings inside his small universe, especially the countless small stone race members, which were constantly enhancing the heritage of his small universe. Also, because he had cultivated the Tao of Time, the flow of time in his small universe was 4 times faster compared to the outside world. 1 year outside was equivalent to 4 years inside Yang Kai's small universe. If he used that advantage well, it would save him a lot of time cultivating. One could imagine that the time Yang Kai needed to advance from 7th Order to 8th Order Open Heaven realm in the future would be considerably shorter than average. Now that he had advanced from the 6th Order to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, the volume of his small universe had increased dramatically, and the amount of heritage he could hold had increased proportionally. According to his estimation, the heritage of a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master was at least 10 times more than that of a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master, and he had only just advanced. As time went by, his heritage would only grow stronger as he continued to cultivate. At this point, he deeply appreciated the huge gap between the 6th and 7th Order Open Heaven realms and was secretly glad that the 7th Order Open Heaven realm masters he had conflicts with were not very strong. If he had made an enemy of someone on Feng Ying's level, he wouldn't be alive today. Months later, the cultivation chamber seal was knocked on. Yang Kai woke from his meditation and opened the door with a wave of his hand. Right then, Feng Ying stepped inside and reported, "The battlefield has been cleaned, and Marshal Uncle Zhong is waiting for you." Yang Kai got up and said, "Let's go." A short while later, the two of them exited Blue Sky Pass. While looking around, they saw that all the Black Ink clouds were cleared from the surrounding battlefield, and even the small universe fragments were disposed of. The whole void was now clear and empty. Only Zhong Liang was waiting for Yang Kai there. When he saw them, he beckoned them over. Yang Kai and Feng Ying approached him and saluted. Zhong Liang nodded lightly and said, "I'll leave it to you to find those universe cave heavens and universe paradises that are not stained by black ink strength. After you find one, leave the portal open and we'll dispatch specialists to handle the rest." Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, "Understood." Zhong Liang nodded. "Many thanks to you for your hard work. After you are done with this, there is another matter you'll need to handle. You will be quite busy for some time and won't have much left to cultivate. Take care and don't overwork yourself." While saying so, he reached out and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. Feeling doubtful, Yang Kai asked, "What other matter?" With his hands behind his back, Zhong Liang casually replied, "You'll know eventually. There are still things I need to take care of in the inner sanctum, so I'll be heading back now. Feng Ying will assist you. Let her know about anything you need." After that, with a flicker, Zhong Liang rushed back to Blue Sky Pass in a stream of light. Yang Kai and Feng Ying watched him leave, and after his figure disappeared from view, Yang Kai turned his head to ask, "Martial Ant, do you know what the other matter Senior Zhong was talking about is?" Feng Ying shook her head. "I'm not sure, but it's probably related to black ink strength somehow." Although Yang Kai had advanced to the 7th Order, there were many such masters in Blue Sky Pass, so the matter Yang Kai needed to deal with was most likely related to black ink strength. "But I did ask about your promotion to squad leader." Feng Ying quickly changed the subject. "Really? What did the army commanders say?" Feng Ying replied, "Marshal Uncle Zhong said that your identity is special, so you won't belong to a specific army or division. The team you'll be leading will be a special operations squad, and we are currently the only members in it. In the future, we will only answer to the 4 army commanders directly. In addition, you can recruit anyone in Blue Sky Pass that is under the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm up to a limit of 50 people." Hearing those words, Yang Kai raised his brow. A special operations squad? This was quite a surprise to him, but it also showed how much the 4 army commanders valued him. Whether it was in Blue Sky Pass or the other great passes, the structure of the army was basically predetermined. A squad had about 10 to 15 soldiers, while a battalion had up to 100. The maximum number of personnel Yang Kai could have in his special squad was 50, which was equivalent to having half the strength of a battalion. In addition, the army commanders allowed him to pick soldiers with strength below the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm at will. In other words, if Yang Kai wanted to, he could create a squad with a lineup of 57th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Such a lineup would be quite terrifying. If such a squad were to fight on the battlefield, it was very likely that they would produce unexpected results. Along with the power of a warship, they could even kill a territory lord if they encountered one. Yang Kai questioned, "Didn't the army commanders disagree with me entering the battlefield? What's the point of having this special arrangement? If they couldn't fight, there would be no meaning for this squad to exist." Feng Ying said with a smile, "They don't want you to risk your life, but after what happened before, they probably know that you are the impatient type. If another war breaks out, there's no way you will just stay still on the sidelines, and it's impossible for them to always keep an eye on you. So rather than letting you find a way to sneak out on your own, it's better to give you enough power to protect yourself. Moreover, you have already proven your strength. There aren't any weaklings on the black ink battlefield. Everyone going into battle has braved through many difficulties." After listening to Feng Ying's explanation, Yang Kai thought her words made sense. If another big battle broke out, it was impossible for him to stay out of it. Of course he had to fight. He even survived an attack from a royal lord, so there was almost nothing he needed to fear on the black ink battlefield. "You were in retreat back then, so I didn't have the chance to tell you about it. If you have any suitable candidates in mind, do tell me, and we'll see about recruiting them." After thinking about it, Yang Kai said, "There were several 7th Order Masters who followed us back from the Black Ink Clan's domain." Feng Ying nodded. "Shineo, Ning Qiji, and Chi Tai Chu. They are all quite strong. All 3 of them were corrupted by black ink strength and degenerated into black ink disciples. After being saved by Yang Kai, though, They each consumed a profound in-spirit fruit to repair their damaged small universes and fought their way back here. In a way, they were now companions who had braved life and death together. If Yangkai and Fengming recruited the three of them, it would save them time familiarizing themselves with each other. I'll head back and ask for their opinions. If they are willing to join us, I'll report to the higher-ups and register them into our squad. But before that, you have to decide on a name. A name? Yang Kai asked. Since it's a special operations squad, it has to have a name. Otherwise, we won't be able to register it. What do you have in mind? Yang Kai asked curiously. Fengming smiled and said, "You are the leader here, so you make the call." Yang Kai squinted and looked into the depths of the void. All he saw was endless darkness, so after a long while, he finally spoke, "Dawn." Fengming murmured, "Dawn, as in daybreak? I hope I can see that someday." "I'm sure you will." Yang Kai grinned at her. "It might be late, but dawn will definitely come." After a pause, he urged, "Marshal Ant, I'll have to trouble you with the recruitment of personnel for our squad. Besides the three I just mentioned, if you have someone in mind, just ask them. Since we are a special operations squad, we should focus on quality and not quantity. It's better to have fewer elites than more troublemakers." "I understand." Fengming nodded. "You can rest assured that I will strictly screen everyone that I recruit." Now that they had reached an agreement, Yang Kai began his search for universe cave heavens and universe paradises to open. This was an extremely long process, and it took him almost half a year to get them all. With Blue Sky Pass as the center, he had opened portals to all the universe cave heavens and paradises hidden in the void within a 500,000 kilometers radius. However, many of the universe cave heavens and paradises had been stained by black ink strength and could not be used, so Yang Kai had to reseal them. After careful counting, Yang Kai found that there were about 1,000 universe cave heavens and universe paradises that could be used. Yang Kai felt his heart sink when he realized this. One had to know that those who left these universe cave heavens and paradises behind were all high-rank open heaven realm masters, so 1,000 corresponded to the fall of at least as many high-rank open heaven realm masters. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4983, Guests from Other Passes. Countless years had passed, so it was impossible that only 1,000 high-rank open heaven realm masters had fallen outside of Blue Sky Pass. There were even more high-rank open heaven realm masters who died with their small universes ruptured, leaving nothing behind. Also, there were even more universe cave heavens and universe paradises that were completely stained with black ink strength left behind but were resealed. Yang Kai estimated that only about 1 in 10 small universes that were preserved after a high-rank master's death could be used. In other words, at least 10,000 high-rank open heaven realm masters had died outside Blue Sky Pass over the ages. That was an enormous amount of casualties. One had to know that in the 3,000 worlds, each of these high-rank open heaven realm masters was at least an inner elder of a cave heaven or paradise, a master who was famous across the world. Outside Blue Sky Pass, the 1,000 open universe cave heavens and universe paradises had countless spirit array grandmasters busy working on them. They were arranging arrays in all of those universe cave heavens and universe paradises in hopes that they could give the Black Ink clan army a decisive blow in future battles. However, this no longer had anything to do with Yang Kai. His sole task was to find and open these universe cave heavens and universe paradises. Everything else would be taken care of by others. But just as he was about to return to the inner sanctum with Fengming, Yang Kai suddenly saw two figures coming towards him. Once they were in close proximity, Yang Kai hurriedly saluted, "Greetings, Elder Lu." One of the two men was Luan of Enyang Cave Heaven, while the other was also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but his face looked unfamiliar, so Yang Kai didn't greet him immediately. Luan smiled and stroked his beard. "Oh, Yang Kai, are you done with your work here?" Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, "Everything has been taken care of. I'm heading over to report to the army commander." "Many thanks for your hard work." Luan nodded lightly. Yang Kai said, "It's my job." "Is he Yang Kai?" The eyes of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master beside Luan lit up as he swept them over Yang Kai, looking quite interested. Nodding as a confirmation, Luan said, "Exactly." Then, he introduced this newcomer to Yang Kai. "This is Tang Qiu, my senior brother. By generation, you should address him as Grand Marshal Uncle. He's from Inyang Pass." Inyang Pass? Yang Kai's heart stirred at those words. Judging by Luan's words, Tang Qiu was most likely also from Inyang Cave Heaven. As he thought of that, Yang Kai saluted again. "Greetings, Elder Tang." Tang Qiu smiled and nodded. "I've heard much about you. After meeting you today, I can indeed confirm you're a talented young man. Not only are you faring well in the 3,000 worlds, but also on the Black Ink battlefield. Why can't our Inyang Cave Heaven produce a rising star like you? It seems like the old farts back at the sect should give up their positions." Those words made Yang Kai break out in a sweat. "Elder Tang, you're flattering me." Tang Qiu changed his tone. "Are you interested in coming back with me and joining Inyang Pass?" Yang Kai was stunned. Feng Ying, who was standing beside him, put on a wary look and cupped her fist. "Senior, Yang Kai is now a member of Blue Sky Pass, so what you just said is inappropriate." Tang Qiu looked at her lightly. "What's wrong with my words? He's part of Inyang Cave Heaven. What's wrong with him following me back to Inyang Pass?" With pursed lips, Feng Ying remained silent for a moment before saying, "I will report what you've said to the army commanders." Tang Qiu snorted. "They can't do anything to me." Then, he looked at Yang Kai. "All you need to do is say the word and I'll go and negotiate with Zhong Liang and the others." Meanwhile, Luan let out a bitter laugh. Brother Zhong will definitely not let him go. "Senior brother, don't make things difficult for the younger generation." Still feeling a little reluctant, Tang Qiu added, Fine. Go back and think about it. I'll be staying in Blue Sky Pass for a while, so it won't be too late to tell me your decision after you think about it." Luan eyed Yang Kai, who cupped his fist and said, "Elders, I must take my leave." "Go on." Tang Qiu waved his hand, but then suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, Su Linggong came with me on this trip. He's waiting for you back in the inner sanctum. Go and meet him." "Marshal Uncle Su is also here?" Yang Kai was surprised, and when he turned around to look, Tang Qiu and Luan had already gone far away. When we parted with Su Linggong back at the star boundary, the latter said that he was going on a mission and had to leave. Later, when Yang Kai went to Inyang Cave Heaven to look for Chu Huashang, he did not see Su Linggong there and thought that his so-called mission had not been completed yet. It wasn't until he gradually got to know about the matters of the Black Ink clan and Black Ink battlefield that Yang Kai found out that Su Linggong had long since entered the Black Ink battlefield. At that time, Chu Huashang was still serving her 100-year confinement. When Yang Kai came to the Black Ink battlefield, the thing he wanted to do the most was to find Su Linggong, because Su Linggong was the only person he knew there. By coincidence, Yang Kai ended up in Blue Sky Pass. When Tang Qiu said he had heard of him and that he was faring well in the 3,000 worlds, Yang Kai wondered how Tang Qiu even knew about such things when he was here, the Black Ink battlefield. Now, it seemed like Su Linggong must have told him. Knowing that Su Linggong was waiting for him in the inner sanctum, Yang Kai quickly rushed back. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered something and asked Feng Ying, "Martial Ant, how do the great passes communicate with each other?" Feng Ying replied, "If there aren't many people to transport, we can use the hyperspace array. If there are a lot of people to transport, we can only fly slowly." Then, it suddenly dawned on Yang Kai, so, there are indeed space arrays connecting the Great Passes. He had suspected as much before, but had not had the chance to confirm it. Now that he heard Feng Ying's explanation, he confirmed he was right. There were more than 100 Great Passes on the Black Ink battlefield, so it was impossible to leave each one isolated from all the others. Otherwise, every Great Pass would be like a lonely island, unable to remain secure for long. Thus, there had to be some method of communication between them. As Feng Ying knew that he was still uninformed about the Black Ink battlefield, she patiently explained, "You should know that though the distance between the Great Passes is not too great, they aren't close either. Even with the help of a flight-type artifact, it would still take a few months to get from Blue Sky Pass to the nearest Great Pass, and it's more or less the same situation for other Great Passes. Also, there might be dangers on the way, so we generally use the hyperspace array to transit between great passes. Yang Kai nodded his head. Feng Ying continued, the human race has more than 100 great passes, and each one is connected to several great passes nearby. Take Blue Sky Pass as an example. With Blue Sky Pass as the center, we can be directly transported to a total of 4 great passes to our left and right. If you want to go to a further great pass, you would have to transit again. But as you know, it's not easy to get supplies here in the Black Ink battlefield. So under normal circumstances, the hyperspace array is only used to transmit information and supplies. We won't easily transport people if the situation isn't dire. Why is that? Asked Yang Kai. After laughing bitterly, Feng Ying explained, it only takes 1 jade slip to transmit information, or 1 space ring to transmit supplies, so it's not resource-consuming to use the hyperspace array. The Black Ink battlefield does not have anyone under the 5th order open heaven realm present, so every time we transport a person, it consumes a lot of energy and supplies. Who would have so many spare resources? It was then that Yang Kai remembered that when they were exchanging materials at the War Materials Hall, Feng Ying had said those from the Great Passes adhered to a strict principle of only exchanging for what they needed immediately. The reason for that was that cultivation materials were hard to come by, so no one dared to waste any. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to use the hyperspace arrays to casually teleport people? Moreover, the higher the strength of the cultivator being transported, the more resources it would consume. Yang Kai frowned slightly and said, in that case, it is difficult for 1 great pass to reinforce another in large numbers. Feng Ying nodded. Teleporting an 8th order open heaven realm master consumes a lot of supplies, so we opt not to do so under normal circumstances. In dire situations, we can still support the other great passes in small batches, of course. After all, a high-rank open heaven realm master's small universe has materialized, so it can accommodate living beings. Sending a few 8th order open heaven realm masters is akin to sending a whole division. Yang Kai understood what she meant. They could let soldiers enter those 8th order open heaven realm masters' small universe and then use the hyperspace array to send them to the other passes. In such situations, the supplies consumed would only be for transporting the 8th order open heaven masters. Although they still had to consume a significant amount of resources to do this, it was acceptable in comparison with the potential loss of a great pass. Nonetheless, even if they sent 8th order open heaven realm masters, the total volume of their small universes had a limit. Thus, it was impossible to accommodate unlimited reinforcements, which was why Feng Ying said that they could only send small batches of troops. If the situation did require large-scale reinforcements, their only option would be to fly by warship, which was time-consuming. The cost of sending an 8th order open heaven realm master over to another great pass was not small. Moreover, according to the universe chart, the distance between Enyang Pass and Blue Sky Pass was of multiple great passes. In other words, people from Enyang Pass had to transit 4 or 5 times just to get here. This would cost a significant amount of resources. Tang Qiu from Enyang Pass had spent so much to come here, so it was impossible that he was just sightseeing. Yang Kai vaguely understood why he was here, though. Also, he finally realized what Zhong Liang meant when he said there would be another matter to get to after finding and opening the universe cave heavens and paradises half a year ago. The following task was not complicated or difficult, but it definitely was a matter that consumed time and energy. What's more, he was the only one who could do it, so Yang Kai felt obliged to cooperate. But before that, it was time to meet with Su Linggong. Yang Kai was certain Su Linggong would be interested to know the latest status of the 3,000 worlds. There was a reception hall in Blue Sky Pass. After all, there were occasional visitors to this place, so there had to be a place for guests to stay. Feng Ying went to report to Zhong Liang and the others about the universe cave heavens and universe paradises, while personnel from Blue Sky Pass guided Yang Kai to the reception hall. Many cultivators had gathered there, and all of them were in the 7th order open heaven realm. The lobby was full of long tables with groups of cultivators sitting together and talking. After sweeping his gaze around the room, Yang Kai did not see Su Linggong, but after listening to the conversations from the others, he realized that all these people were not from Blue Sky Pass. All of them had rushed here from various other great passes, which confirmed his suspicions. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4984, Meeting Su Ling Gong again. After asking someone, Yang Kai learned that Su Ling Gong had gone to his own residence to wait for him, so he didn't stay at the lounge much longer and went straight to Feng Ying's residence. Not long after, Yang Kai reached Feng Ying's courtyard and saw a man standing outside it with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. The man was stout, and he was wearing a large cloak while anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the door. Who else could it be besides Su Ling Gong? Noticing movement, Su Ling Gong stopped and turned his head to look in Yang Kai's direction. When he saw Yang Kai's face, he had a complicated look in his eyes. Yang Kai stepped forward, and when he got close, he bowed respectfully. Junior greets Marshal Uncle Su. Su Ling Gong reached out to hold Yang Kai's arm and heaved a sigh. It's really you. When he heard that there was a boy named Yang Kai in Blue Sky Pass, he thought it was just someone who had the same name, but the information he got stated that the Yang Kai in Blue Sky Pass was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a son-in-law of Enyang Cave Heaven. At that time, he thought it was too much of a coincidence. So, when Tang Qiu asked Su Ling Gong if he wanted to come to Blue Sky Pass, he agreed to come and see for himself if the Yang Kai here was the one he knew. They had been at Blue Sky Pass for only a few days. Since Tang Qiu had Luan accompanying him, Su Ling Gong went to search for Yang Kai's residence and soon arrived here. He waited for a few days, but didn't see Yang Kai. After asking around, he found out that Yang Kai was busy with something outside of Blue Sky Pass. He could not go to look for him, so he could only continue to wait here. Now that the person he was waiting for was finally back, Su Ling Gong was sure that Yang Kai was the brat he knew. Why did you come here? Su Ling Gong looked at him with some distress. This was the Black Ink battlefield. How could he return to the 3,000 worlds after coming here? Over the past few days, he had been hoping that the Yang Kai from Blue Sky Pass was not the one he knew, but the more information he found out, the less hope he had. Now that he saw him, his hopes were immediately dashed. Su Ling Gong couldn't understand why Yang Kai would come to the Black Ink battlefield. It's a long story. Yang Kai let out a bitter laugh. Squad leader, why don't you invite the guest inside? Feng Ying suddenly spoke up from the side. Su Ling Gong turned his head to look at her. You are? Yang Kai introduced her. This is Marshal Aunt Feng Ying. She has been taking care of me since I came to Blue Sky Pass. Marshal Aunt Feng, this is my wife's honored master, Su Ling Gong. Feng Ying smiled and greeted, Greetings, Brother Su. Su Ling Gong greeted back, Sister Feng is too polite. This brat is not very obedient, so I'm sure he has caused you a lot of trouble these days. After a short laugh, Feng Ying answered, Brother Su, you must be exaggerating. Squad leader saved my life, and he made a number of great contributions during the previous battle. Also, he is deeply respected by the army commanders. Even the old ancestor has called him for a chat. Su Ling Gong nodded lightly. I heard about these things, but I don't know the details. We came to Blue Sky Pass because of this as well. Marshal Uncle Su, please come in. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Feng Ying opened the door, and the three entered. When Yang Kai and Su Ling Gong were seated, Feng Ying said, I'll make some tea. You can talk in the meantime. Su Ling Gong thanked her politely. Many thanks, Sister Feng. After Feng Ying's figure disappeared, Su Ling Gong suddenly leaned forward and lowered his voice to say, Brat, why does she keep calling you squad leader? Yang Kai explained, I earned a lot of military merits during the battle outside Blue Sky Pass, so the army commanders promoted me to squad leader and placed Marshal Aunt Feng as my deputy. Su Ling Gong was dumbfounded. You? A squad leader? But your cultivation is... No, wait. You reached the 7th Order? At that point, he suspiciously checked Yang Kai. Yang Kai revealed some of his aura while calmly explaining, I had a flash of enlightenment during the previous battle. Then, I went into retreat after the fighting ended and successfully broke through. Su Ling Gong's face suddenly twitched. If I remember correctly, it hasn't been long since you advanced to the Open Heaven realm, right? He knew a lot about Yang Kai's background. After all, Yang Kai was the husband of his treasured disciple, so he naturally had to know more about this young man. The news of Yang Kai being forced to advance to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm in the Shattered Heaven had spread far and wide, so Su Linggong had naturally heard about it. How long ago was that, though? After a rough calculation, it should have only been 300 to 400 years. These 300 or 400 years might be a few lifetimes for a mortal who never cultivated, but for Open Heaven realm masters with a long lifespan, that was like a snap of the fingers. It was unheard of for someone to advance from the Fifth Order to the Seventh Order in just a few hundred years, even taking a mid-rank world fruit into account. Su Linggong had never heard of anyone spending only a few hundred years to achieve such a feat. To go from the Sixth Order to the Seventh alone required a long process of accumulating heritage in one small universe. Even with abundant cultivation resources, it would still take at least 1,000 to 2,000 years at the minimum. And that was under the premise that everything went smoothly for the cultivator. If anything happened, it wouldn't be surprising if the cultivator had to spend a few thousand years to advance. However, there was a living, breathing example right in front of his eyes, so even if Su Linggong didn't want to believe it, he had to. After a long time, he calmed down, nodded lightly, and said, "A Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master is enough to serve as a squad leader." Yet, there was still an uncomfortable feeling rising in his heart. He had also spent a couple hundred years on the Black Ink battlefield and participated in battles with the Black Ink clan, gaining some merits along the way. Also, because of his strength and performance, he was promoted to vice squad leader a few years ago. However, his disciple's husband was already a squad leader. Wouldn't that mean that Yang Kai was a rank higher than him? It did feel bitter when comparing oneself to others. However, on the Black Ink battlefield, a higher position meant greater responsibilities, which was not necessarily a good thing. Su Linggong then raised his brow slightly and muttered, "Sister Feng is an interesting person." Yang Kai felt doubtful and asked, "What do you mean?" With a wave of his hand, Su Linggong said, "It's nothing." He came here to find Yang Kai with a mission to persuade the latter to return to Enyang Pass with him. His legacy disciple was Yang Kai's wife, so they already had a connection. Therefore, Su Linggong was the perfect candidate to persuade Yang Kai, which was also why Tang Qiu brought him in the first place. However, as soon as they met, Feng Ying addressed Yang Kai as squad leader. It was an obvious sign for Su Linggong to back down. Blue Sky Pass thought so highly of Yang Kai that they directly promoted him to squad leader after just one battle. So of course they wouldn't let him leave so easily. "Tell me, why did you come here?" Su Linggong looked at Yang Kai in confusion. This was what he was really curious about. As Yang Kai had previously said, he had a flash of enlightenment during the previous battle and broke through to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. In other words, he was only at the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm when he came to the Black Ink battlefield. He wasn't directly from any of the cave heavens or paradises, so logically his cultivation wasn't high enough for him to be sent to the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai kept silent for a good moment before saying, "Marshal Uncle Su, it's a long story and inconvenient for me to tell you." Su Linggong frowned slightly. "You can't tell me?" Cupping his fist, Yang Kai declared, "Marshal Uncle Su, please forgive me, but I have a compelling reason." If he wanted to explain why he came to the Black Ink battlefield, he would have to mention the Void Corridor. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't trust Su Linggong, but the words Meng Qi said before he died were true. Everyone besides the Ninth Order Open Heaven real old ancestors were at risk of being corrupted by Black Ink strength. Once the Black Ink clan learned about the existence of the Void Corridor, it was bound to bring disaster to the 3,000 worlds. Although the Void Corridor had only been opened once and was now hidden and sealed, with the small sealed world containing it having been ruptured, it was still there. As long as it wasn't destroyed, someone could still find it and reopen it. Su Linggong was silent for a moment before nodding. "You must have your reasons for not talking about it, so I won't insist." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. "Many thanks, Marshal Uncle Su." "How are things at home?" Su Linggong changed the subject. "Before I came here, everything was well. Marshal Uncle Su, you can rest assured that I have properly married Senior Sister Chu." After sighing, Su Linggong asked, "As her honored master, I did not attend her wedding. Xiao Hua Shang must have felt sad." I thought after I entrusted her to you, I would have nothing to worry about, but I didn't expect that you would come here too. How would she cope with being alone there? Yang Kai said, I have made all the necessary arrangements before I left home. Senior Sister Chu will not suffer any grievances. Su Ling Gong suddenly glared at him. Smelly brat. Why do you have so many women for no good reason? The fights between women are the most troublesome. Faced with Su Ling Gong's reprimand, Yang Kai could only remain silent. Feng Ying came with tea just in time to ease the embarrassment. After thanking her, Su Ling Gong sipped on the tea and was very impressed. Feng Ying smiled in response. After drinking 2 cups of tea, Su Ling Gong said, Let's get down to business. I came all the way from Enyang Pass with Marshal Uncle Tang because I heard that Blue Sky Pass has come up with a powerful weapon to deal with the Black Ink clan. I believe that people from other great passes will gradually gather here. Though Yang Kai had already guessed the truth when he saw the many cultivators from other great passes in the reception hall, he was still surprised to hear the scope of things and asked, All the great passes know about this already? Su Ling Gong nodded. Since ancient times, the human race was helpless against Black Ink strength. The purifying Black Ink battleship that the Blue Sky Pass created is new, and is the sole method to deal with Black Ink strength. All the great passes are allies, and if one suffers, all suffer, and if one prospers, all prosper. All the great passes would share good things with each other. Blue Sky Pass sent messages to all the great passes the day the first purifying Black Ink battleship was launched. We at Enyang Pass were skeptical when we received the news. After confirming with Blue Sky Pass a few times to make sure the news was correct though, we immediately started constructing our own purifying Black Ink battleship according to the blueprint provided by Blue Sky Pass. We've managed to complete 4 purifying Black Ink battleships just a few days ago, and Master Uncle Tang has brought them here. Yang Kai nodded his head in understanding and suddenly felt a great sense of responsibility. The composition of the Great Passes was basically the same, with each Great Pass being divided into 4 armies. Just like Blue Sky Pass, each army needed a purifying Black Ink battleship to function optimally. In other words, each Great Pass needed 4 battleships. With more than 100 Great Passes, they had to refine more than 400 purifying Black Ink battleships. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4985, completing the purifying Black Ink battleship. They had to make 400 purifying Black Ink battleships, all of which required Yang Kai to personally seal purifying light inside them and arrange universe arrays aboard. Sealing purifying light was not a hard task as he only needed to trigger the 2 marks on the back of his hand to draw out the power of the yellow and blue crystals, converge and fuse them together, and form purifying light. However, personally arranging a universe array on every purifying Black Ink battleship would be a huge project that Yang Kai estimated would take him 3 to 5 years to complete at best. And that was just the start. He couldn't rest easy after that. Purifying light would be consumed in battle, and if the purifying light of a Great Pass was depleted in the future, they would have to come to Blue Sky Pass to replenish it. Even though Yang Kai had countless yellow and blue crystals in hand, he was still a bit worried. At this rate of consumption, no matter how many yellow and blue crystals he had, they would eventually be used up. By then, what would happen to the humans on the Black Ink battlefield? Maybe he could return to the 3,000 worlds and find Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in the chaotic dead territory. However, this wasn't an urgent matter as he had enough yellow and blue crystals to last for some time. Yang Kai also asked about Qing Kuei and Suing Shui, but Su Ling Gong only said that they were staying at Enyang Pass and did not come with him this time. After hearing that they were fine, Yang Kai felt reassured. After chatting for a while, Su Ling Gong left without mentioning that he wanted Yang Kai to accompany him back to Enyang Pass. The next day, Yang Kai was ordered to go to the central square with Feng Ying accompanying him. When they arrived, they saw Ding Yao waiting for them there, and beside him was a lofty middle-aged man wearing golden armor. His aura was as deep as the abyss, and he was clearly also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Judging from his looks, this man came from Great Battle Heaven. Behind them were 4 brand new purifying Black Ink battleships lined up in a row, all of similar shape and size to those refined by Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai knew these were the purifying Black Ink battleships they had brought with them. After Blue Sky Pass successfully built their first purifying black ink battleship, they sent a message to all the Great Passes, informing them of the purpose of the purifying black ink battleships, along with the blueprints to build more. When the Great Passes received the message, they paid a lot of attention to it and immediately began refining their own purifying black ink battleships after confirming that the message was accurate and authentic. Once they were done building the battleships, they used the hyperspace arrays to send an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with the completed purifying black ink battleships to Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai was the only one who could finish the refinement of these ships. When they got close enough, Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Greetings, Senior Ding." Ding Yao nodded lightly and said, "Do you know what you are here for?" Yang Kai nodded. "I do." "Good." Ding Yao said flatly, "The purifying black ink battleships made great contributions in the previous battle and proved their immense value. It is now a fundamental weapon for us to win this war against the Black Ink Clan, so you will have to work even harder in the future." Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, "I will not disappoint you." "Very good." Ding Yao gestured to the middle-aged man next to him and said, "This is Wei Junyang from Great Battle Pass, my senior brother from Great Battle Heaven. Great Battle Pass is currently engaged in a war with the Black Ink Clan army, so he urgently needs these purifying black ink battleships to be readied for battle." Wei Junyang looked solemn and cupped his fist at Yang Kai while speaking quickly, "Martial nephew, the safety of the 30,000 soldiers of Great Battle Pass depends on you." "Senior is exaggerating. I will do what I can as it is my duty," Yang Kai said humbly. "Since Great Battle Pass is currently fighting the Black Ink Clan, we cannot delay this any further. May I begin now?" "Very good." Wei Junyang nodded his head hastily. "Have you brought the necessary materials?" Yang Kai asked. Hearing that, Wei Junyang hurriedly took out a space ring. "The materials for the universe array are all in here. If you need anything else, just let me know." Yang Kai reached out, took the space ring, checked it with his divine sense, and nodded. "I think this will be enough. I'll let you know if I need anything more." After saying that, he moved to the nearest purifying black ink battleship and used the space array on the deck to teleport into the cabin. Great Battle Pass had done a good job of preparing the purifying black ink battleships. Basically, everything that could be built had already been done. Now, all that was missing was the universe array and purifying light. These were the things that Yang Kai had to add personally. The moment Yang Kai dashed inside, Wei Junyang exhaled slightly and turned his head to look at Ding Yao. "Junior brother, how long will it take to finish?" The battle was raging over at Great Battle Pass, so he naturally wanted to return as soon as possible. Ding Yao replied, "It shouldn't take long, though I'm not exactly sure." While saying so, he turned his head to look at Feng Ying, who was standing to the side. Feng Ying understood what Ding Yao wanted and spoke up after a moment of contemplation. "We can probably complete a purifying black ink battleship within 6 or 7 days." Wei Junyang raised his brow. "One in 6 or 7 days, so all 4 ships will take at most a month." 1 month was not too long for a battle that could take decades to end, so they could afford the wait. Then, Ding Yao persuaded, "Senior brother Wei, why don't you head back and rest? You can return to collect them once they're ready." Wei Junyang waved his hand. "No, I'll wait here. I must return to Great Battle Pass as soon as the ships are ready." If he could return even a moment sooner, he would be able to save more people. Moreover, he couldn't bring himself to rest at such a moment. Knowing his senior brother's character, Ding Yao stopped trying to persuade him. Wei Junyang said, "You may go if you have something to do. I'll leave as soon as these are done." Ding Yao nodded, cupped his fist, and said, "Take care, senior brother." Wei Junyang returned the gesture without saying anything. They had known each other for thousands of years and had entered the Black Ink battlefield together, but since they came to the Black Ink battlefield, they had met only a handful of times. After they parted today, there was no telling when they would see each other again, or if they ever would. Such a situation was not uncommon on the Black Ink battlefield. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai didn't leave the purifying Black Ink battleship while Wei Junyang and Feng Ying waited outside. Perhaps news had spread around the pass because someone sped over and stopped before them a few moments later. Brother Wei. The visitor cupped his fist and greeted them. Brother Ma. Wei Junyang recognized the identity of the man and returned the salute. The visitor, like him, was an army commander of one of the great passes, and his identity and cultivation were not inferior to his. Has it begun? Brother Ma took a look at purifying black ink battleship and asked. Wei Junyang nodded his head. Brother Ma said, I'll go in and take a look. While he said that, he dashed into the purifying black ink battleship from the space array. Wei Junyang frowned, but he could not say anything more. In fact, when they came to Blue Sky Pass, they had already seen the interior of a complete purifying black ink battleship. The pure white light inside was astonishing, and the universe array was even more exquisite. The battleships they visited were already finished products, so none of them had been inside a semi-finished battleship like this one. It was natural that they would be curious. After a few moments, Brother Ma came out of the purifying black ink battleship, nodded lightly at Wei Junyang, then rushed off again. He seemed to have only taken a short visit and then left, so both Wei Junyang and Feng Ying did not pay much attention to him. However, this was just the beginning. The news seemed to have spread quickly because the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the other great passes found out that Yang Kai had started to complete a purifying black ink battleship, so they ran to Central Square one after another to take a look. Even though Wei Junyang had a straightforward personality and might even be considered simple-minded, he still noticed that something was amiss. These old fogies all wore solemn yet subtle expressions when they left the battleship like they were plotting something. Yang Kai exited the purifying black ink battleship with a bitter face soon after one such guest left and stood on the deck while looking at Wei Junyang. Senior Wei, I can't focus with people constantly interrupting me. If I make a mistake, those from Great Battle Pass will not be able to use the universe array. Wei Junyang raised his brow at these words and came to the deck in a flash. Then, he announced, from now on, I will stand guard here. Whoever dares to trespass will have to face my wrath. The man's face looked murderous as he stood there. His tone made Yang Kai break out in cold sweat, so he hurriedly waved his hands. Of course, of course. After he said that, he glanced at Feng Ying and silently sent a message to her. Feng Ying understood and nodded imperceptibly. Yang Kai turned around and re-entered the cabin. A few moments later, someone else arrived, but what they saw was a menacing Wei Junyang standing on the deck with his sword in hand. The visitor cupped his fist and said with a smile, Brother Wei, I heard that the completion of the battleships has started. I would like to take a look inside. Would you? Before the person could finish his words, Wei Junyang unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the newcomer. You will have the opportunity to take a look when it's your purifying black ink battleship's turn to be completed, but right now, Great Battle Pass is in a difficult battle and urgently needs the support from these battleships. It's a race against time, so no one is to disturb the process. Otherwise, that person will face the entire Great Battle Pass. The man was stunned and didn't say anything more. He just wanted to take a look at the purifying black ink battleship, not make an enemy of Great Battle Pass. People from Great Battle Cave, Heaven generally acted more fiercely than others. Also, they always stuck to their word. Judging by Wei Junyang's attitude, it seemed like a fight would break out if he defied him. Laughing sheepishly, the man said, Brother Wei, you must be exaggerating. I just want to take a look at it. You will have a chance to look at it later, but not now. The man looked at him for a moment, sighed, and turned to leave. A few more people arrived one after another, but they were all stopped by Wei Junyang and reluctantly left. Meanwhile, Zhong Liang, who was discussing important matters with Liang Yulong, suddenly received a message. After reading it with his divine sense, he was furious. Those ungrateful thieves. Blue Sky Pass kindly let them come over to complete their purifying black ink battleships, but now they try to poach one of our people. This is going too far. Feeling shocked by the sudden outburst, Liang Yulong asked, Brother Zhong, what happened? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4986, Putting the Cart Before the Horse. Zhong Liang snarled angrily. Those old bastards used inspecting the half-complete purifying black ink battleship as an excuse to see Yang Kai and secretly offer him all kinds of benefits. They're trying to poach him. After hearing what happened, Liang Yulong was also furious. He smashed his fist on the table in front of him and snapped, "Shameless thieves! How dare they try to take advantage of us?" Zhong Liang pondered for a moment, turned his head, and ordered his adjutant, "Send a message to those old bastards and tell them to come to the conference hall. Just say that Blue Sky Pass has something to discuss with them." The adjutant received the order and quickly turned around and left. Meanwhile, Liang Yulong looked at Zhong Liang and said, "Are you going to?" Zhong Liang grunted. "Since they're being so shameless, is there any point in showing them respect?" An hour later, 2 rows of seats inside the main conference hall were filled with people, all of them 8th Order masters from other great passes. The scene could be described as a gathering of talents and a luxurious lineup. There were roughly 50 people gathered inside the hall, all of them representing one of the great passes. There were only these few because there were many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters from other great passes who had not arrived yet. They were either in the middle of building purifying black ink battleships or were on their way here. Although there weren't many people, the hall was silent, and there were only divine senses flying back and forth as the masters conversed with each other. After everyone had arrived, the 4 army commanders of Blue Sky Pass came out from the back and took their seats in the front. The scattered divine senses calmed down, and the group looked forward, wondering why the army commanders of Blue Sky Pass called them here. As they had already discussed this prior to coming here, they didn't spare any time after taking their seats, and Ding Yao, the Eastern Army commander, spoke first. "I heard that many of you want to take a look at the purifying black ink battleship in progress today." The moment he said that, many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters immediately understood. All of them were old foxes, so how could they not notice that the hidden annoyance behind Ding Yao's tone was because word of their actions had spread to the ears of Blue Sky Pass army commanders. Some of them felt restless, some closed their eyes and pretended to be sleeping, and some smiled but didn't say anything. No one spoke a word. Noticing their silence, Ding Yao continued, "I also heard that you all have promised Yang Boy a lot of benefits and are trying to poach him for your own great passes." He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Look at you! Is this something an honorable person would do?" The day the purifying black ink battleship was created, Blue Sky Pass was still being besieged by the Black Ink clan and was in a precarious situation, yet we still immediately passed on word to all the great passes and told all of you about this wondrous news. We know that on the Black Ink battlefield, if one of us suffers, we all suffer, and if one of us prospers, we all prosper. We share whatever advancements and advantages we have, and never hoard them from other great passes. With the purifying black ink battleships supporting up our armies, we humans will no longer be at risk of being corrupted by black ink strength. This is a heaven-sent blessing for all of us. He took a pause to glare around the room before continuing. This was proven during the previous battle. Before Yang Kai arrived at Blue Sky Pass, our soldiers were still at risk of being corrupted by black ink strength, but since his arrival, no one from Blue Sky Pass has suffered from black ink strength anymore. This is especially true since the birth of the purifying black ink battleship. We of Blue Sky Pass have always been open and honest, but what about you all? How could you think of poaching him away from Blue Sky Pass? Don't you have any conscience at all? If it were a normal Open Heaven Realm master, they would have been frightened by Ding Yao's roar. However, the guests here were all 8th Order masters, and none of them was afraid of him. Of course, many of them were showing guilty expressions. What they did was indeed unrighteous, so they couldn't refute Ding Yao's words. Only one person chuckled and said, "Brother Ding, don't be angry. I don't know what the others are thinking, but Yang Kai belongs to Enyang Cave Heaven. As his elder, I naturally want to bring him back to Enyang Pass. He holds the purifying light, which is the only method we have to counteract black ink strength. It is the key to breaking the stalemate between both races. Most importantly, we can better protect him after bringing him back to Enyang Pass." The person who spoke was none other than Tang Qiu from Enyang Pass. Ding Yao turned his head to look at Tang Qiu and said indifferently, "Who says that disciples of Enyang Cave Heaven must serve in Enyang Pass? Blue Sky Pass also has disciples from Inyang Heaven, and disciples of my Great Battle Cave Heaven are serving in Inyang Pass. Since ancient times, once someone from the 3,000 worlds is assigned to a pass, they belong to that pass. This is the rule, and it has nothing to do with the person's master sect. Yang Kai came to Blue Sky Pass first, so he is a member of Blue Sky Pass, and he is already registered as a member here. Also, he is the squad leader of Blue Sky Pass Dawn Squad. Nodding slightly, Tang Qiu argued, "Of course I know that, but Brother Ding, you might have misheard me. What I said just now is that I want to bring him back to Inyang Pass to better protect him. As for his military merits and his position as squad leader, we at Inyang Pass can give him what Blue Sky Pass can give him as well." Those words angered Zhong Liang, and he roared, "What are you trying to say? Are you saying that Blue Sky Pass can't protect him?" Tang Qiu said slowly, "That's not what I meant, but I heard that Yang Kai was only a 6th Order Master when he rushed out to the battlefield during the previous fight. Also, he was even attacked by a royal lord and almost lost his life. Is this true?" The crowd was shocked at these words because most of them didn't know about this. Even Tang Qiu only knew about this because he had overheard Luan speaking about it. Luan did not mean to expose all this. He only spoke of how Yang Kai had excellent aptitude, braved life and death during the last battle, advanced to the next order, and had his purifying light. He felt he would be of great use in the future. When the crowd heard about this from Tang Qiu, they were greatly alarmed. Everyone knew the importance of Yang Kai's existence. He was the only one who could use purifying light, which was the only means to purify and dispel black ink strength. "Brother Ding, is this true?" Someone asked urgently. Ding Yao was dumbfounded. There was no way to deny this, and Tang Qiu's words had hit the nail on the head. Faced with stares from everyone, Ding Yao could only nod. It is true, but Yang Kai also gained something from the disaster. He advanced from 6th Order Open Heaven Realm to 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Shaking his head, Tang Qiu disagreed. He was lucky this time, but he won't always be lucky. He found an opportunity in the crisis this time, but who knows what might happen next. If he has an accident, the implications are unimaginable. Zhong Liang turned to look at him and asked, "Brother Tang, let me ask you this. If you take Yang Kai back to Inyang Pass, how will you protect him?" Tang Qiu replied, "I will place him in the inner sanctum. I will grant him anything he needs and won't ever let him be in danger." Nodding, Zhong Liang retorted, "This was the same idea I had before, but that brat might not agree with that. To tell you the truth, Brother Tang, he joined the battle last time by sneaking out onto the battlefield. This is an important matter, and it doesn't matter if he's willing or not. Throughout the ages, how many elites from the cave heavens and paradises shed blood on the black ink battlefield? How many of them fell into this vast void? For the greater good of the human race, everyone must make sacrifices. He is in control of the purifying light, and he can determine the fate of the human race, so he must sacrifice his freedom." Zhong Liang smiled and said, "Why don't you talk to Yang Kai about this and see if he will agree?" Hearing that, Tang Qiu laughed. "How can we leave it to him to make the decision?" This meant that if Yang Kai was brought back to Inyang Pass, he would not be able to leave the pass under any circumstances ever again. Zhong Liang frowned and said nothing. Meanwhile, Shun Tuimo, who had been keeping silent, suddenly spoke up to him. "All of you here are highly respected seniors. No matter whether it's our seniority, strength, or status, we are all far better than him. Yet we, the seniors, are now placing the hope for our entire race on his shoulders. Don't you think that is too cruel?" The crowd was silent, and Tang Qiu frowned. Shin Tuimo continued, "The future of the human race cannot rely on just one person. For countless years, the Black Ink clan has wanted to invade and conquer the 3,000 worlds, but they are still being held back by us in this very Black Ink battlefield. What did we do in the past when there was no purifying light? Did we just stand back and allow the Black Ink clan to attack us with impunity? What would we do without purifying light in the future? Will we have no way of fighting the Black Ink clan without such means? In my opinion, we can rely on purifying light to fight against the Black Ink clan, but we cannot be fully dependent on it. Fellow brothers, Don't put the cart before the horse. There was a silence in the hall as all the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fell into deep thought. They had to admit that Shun Tumo's words made sense. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Shun Tumo added, "In the past, we didn't have Young Boy and his purifying light, but all the great passes were firmly united. But now, you are all sitting here arguing over who gets to keep him? Won't such an argument destroy our unity? Furthermore, as far as I know, Yang Kai's purifying light requires two unique types of materials called yellow crystals and blue crystals, which are only produced in the chaotic dead territory. I don't know how many yellow and blue crystals he has, but he has to seal his purifying light into 400 purifying black ink battleships, which is a huge number. There will inevitably come a day when he runs out of these resources. When that happens, who will you ask for purifying light? Yellow and blue crystals? The chaotic dead territory? The others only knew about the wonders of the purifying light, but they did not know about the materials needed to create it or the source of those materials. Shun Tumo was only repeating what Yang Kai had said to them before. Many of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately frowned at those words. If that were true, the purifying light was not inexhaustible, and there would be a day when it ran out. By then, the human race would return to their previous situation. As Shun Tumo said, purifying light could be used as a tool in battle, but they couldn't fully rely on it. On the Black Ink battlefield, the unity of the entire human race was the key to confronting the Black Ink clan. It would indeed be putting the cart before the horse if they only had their eyes on the purifying light. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4987, Dawn Battleship. Brother Shun Tu has a point. Someone nodded lightly. Following that, another spoke up. Brother Shun Tu has thought about this matter more thoroughly. We feel ashamed. Shun Tumo's words dissuaded many people from the idea of poaching Yang Kai, which was already a bit unorthodox. They couldn't argue with the others because they didn't have a reason to, and their chances of succeeding were slim. Now that they heard Shun Tumo's analysis of the pros and cons of this matter, they thought he was right and canceled their current plans. Meanwhile, Ding Yao and the others were observing the crowd, so they knew Shun Tumo's words had persuaded them and immediately felt relieved. Zhong Liang looked toward Tang Xiu after a moment and asked, "What do you think, Brother Tang?" Tang Xiu frowned and said, "I still insist on bringing Yang Kai back to Inyang Pass, if he is willing to come back with me." Although he said that, his tone was not as insistent as before. Smiling, Zhong Liang spoke up, "If you ask him in person, that brat might not be able to refuse. After all, you are also his elder, so why force him to make a decision? I don't think it's necessary to ask him that, and I think his presence in Blue Sky Pass is just right." Tang Qiu raised his eyebrows. "How is it just right?" Zhong Liang answered, "We have more than 100 great passes that form a barrier on the Black Ink battlefield, blocking the Black Ink clan's invasion of the 3,000 worlds. Blue Sky Pass just happens to sit at the center of this barrier. So no matter which great pass you all come from, the distance to here does not vary much. But if Yang Kai goes to Inyang Pass, the situation will be different. The distance between passes will vary greatly, so I believe it is best for him to stay in Blue Sky Pass. And, no matter which great pass he's at, he will still be serving the human race. So why does it matter which great pass he belongs to?" 1 month later, the 4 purifying black ink battleships of Great Battle Pass were completed and delivered. Wei Junyang, who had been waiting at the central square the whole time, thanked Yang Kai and put the 4 purifying black ink battleships in his small universe. Then, he immediately left. Great Battle Pass was engaged in battle with the Black Ink clan and needed the purifying black ink battleships to aid them as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had no time to rest before another 4 purifying black ink battleships from another Great Pass were ready and waiting for him to finish. He had no idea how the others negotiated it, but every time Yang Kai finished the purifying black ink battleships from one pass, he had to work on the ones from another. After huge amounts of supplies were consumed, and all the universe arrays were arranged, the purifying black ink battleships that were filled with purifying light were taken away by their respective Great Pass representatives. Once the purifying black ink battleships were introduced into the battlefield, they could greatly curb the problem of black ink strength and at the same time, the universe array inside each purifying black ink battleship could allow the humans to return to their lines quickly. Repeating this process day in and day out was incredibly dull. Yet Yang Kai was meticulous because he knew that the tedium he endured today could save the lives of many tomorrow. Gradually, he even forgot about the passage of time. Except for resting for a few days after exhausting himself, he continued working in the central square. Almost every month, one of the visitors to Blue Sky Pass would leave while feeling satisfied. The purifying black ink battleships that were brought back to the Great Passes blossomed like a beautiful flower, with Blue Sky Pass as its stem. Finally, after Yang Kai delivered 4 more battleships and saw them off together with an 8th Order Master from one of the Great Passes, he suddenly realized that the square was empty. In the past, before he finished his work, there would be 4 new purifying black ink battleships waiting here for him, and he had long gotten used to this kind of life. But there seemed to be something different today. Soon after, Zhong Liang came over. He smiled and nodded when he saw Yang Kai looking at him. "You've worked hard these past few years. Go back and have a good rest." Yang Kai was slightly dazed, and only then did he respond, "Is that all?" "Yes." Zhong Liang patted Yang Kai's shoulder. "Now, more than 100 Great Passes have their own purifying black ink battleships. In the future, we no longer have to be afraid of being corrupted by black ink strength when facing the Black Ink Clan, and it's all thanks to you." Yang Kai silently nodded before taking a moment and calculating things, soon realizing that some 7 to 8 years had passed. In other words, he had been busy in this square for 7 to 8 years. Although a few years was nothing to an open heaven realm master, it was still surprising that time had passed so quickly. "Go back to your residence. You've only recently advanced to the 7th Order, so you need to stabilize your cultivation." Zhong Liang waved his hand and said, "Yes, sir." Yang Kai took orders and left. When he returned to Feng Ying's compound, Yang Kai opened the barrier and entered. He sat alone in front of the porch steps and suddenly felt a little dazed. After being used to a busy life, he somehow felt like a fish out of water when it was all peaceful and quiet. Zhong Liang had asked him to consolidate his cultivation, but he was not in a hurry to do so. Since his advancement to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, although he hadn't had the time to cultivate properly, the special situation of his small universe made it possible for his heritage to continuously increase. Now that 7 or 8 years had passed, his cultivation had long since been stabilized. However, after checking the situation of his small universe, Yang Kai let out a faint sigh. Over the past 7 or 8 years, he had completed more than 400 purifying black ink battleships. While he did not need to bother with the materials for the universe arrays as each Great Pass had prepared them, he had to consume yellow and blue crystals to seal purifying light into each purifying black ink battleship. Finishing 400 purifying black ink battleships had depleted roughly 10% of his yellow and blue crystal stockpile. Before he left the 3,000 worlds, he had divided half of the yellow and blue crystals he received in the chaotic dead territory to be used by High Heaven Palace. Still, he retained an enormous amount. Even after all the work he put in, he only consumed about 10% of it. Although there were still huge amounts of yellow and blue crystals left, they would be consumed sooner or later. By then, there would be no more purifying light for the human race to use on the black ink battlefield. When that day arrived, where would he find more yellow and blue crystals? Yang Kai looked up and saw a stream of light falling straight down towards him. Once the light cleared, Feng Ying's slender figure was revealed. "You're back?" Feng Ying was surprised to see him. Yang Kai nodded his head. "It's good that you're back. Come with me. I'll show you something good." Feng Ying beckoned with a mysterious expression. Feeling curious, Yang Kai wanted to ask what it was, but Feng Ying had dashed away already, so he had no choice but to follow her. Soon, they returned to the central square, and Feng Ying waved her hand. Then, a portal to her small universe flickered, followed by a large ship-like warship that appeared in Yang Kai's view. The ship was approximately 100 meters in length, 25 meters wide, and seemed to have 3 levels. It was much larger than the smallest warships, but definitely smaller than the biggest ones Yang Kai had seen on the battlefield. Yang Kai's brow rose slightly as he asked curiously, "What's this?" Feng Ying smiled. "This is the Dawn battleship." Astonishment filled him as he asked, "Dawn battleship?" Feng Ying nodded and explained, "Blue Sky Pass provided us with this. Each squad has its own warship, and since Dawn is also a squad, and a special operations squad at that, of course we have one." Yang Kai questioned, "Is that why this warship has such an odd size?" "A battalion ship needs to accommodate 100 people, so it has to be bigger. This is a ship for a squad, so it's not comparable to a battalion's. In large-scale battles like the previous one, it's safer if we move in battalions, which is why you didn't see many squad warships," Feng Ying explained. Yang Kai nodded in a daze. "So, that's how it is." He looked at it with interest. After all, it belonged to Dawn and was considered a great weapon allocated to the Dawn squad by Blue Sky Pass. Feng Ying gestured to him. "Want to go up and take a look?" Indeed. Yang Kai dashed up onto the warship, followed by Feng Ying. The large ship-like artifact was not too big as it was only 100 meters long, but it was not small either, and it had all the necessary features. Feeling surprised, Yang Kai said, "The power of this thing seems to be a bit unusual." According to Feng Ying's introduction, a squad warship only needed a few open heaven realm masters to control their direction and speed across the battlefield. This ship, however, had 8 offensive arrays with an extremely powerful array artifact as a core. It only took 3 6th-order masters working together to bring out the power of a 7th-order open heaven realm master with the help of one such offensive array. Therefore, 8 arrays were equivalent to, and could display, the power of 8 7th-order open heaven realm masters. There were also several grand arrays dedicated to defense, each one with outstanding array cores which required the combined efforts of 3 6th-order masters to bring forth the defensive strength of a 7th-order open heaven realm master. This warship had incredible offensive and defensive capabilities. Feng Ying explained, "The warships of ordinary squads are naturally quite different from this one. I went to ask someone from the refining hall to custom make this ship, and all of the grand arrays were specially designed to best suit it. If we have the proper amount of personnel on our ship, the power it can display will be far greater than average. With a few 7th-order open heaven realm masters with us on board, we can confront a territory lord." Nodding incessantly, Yang Kai repeated, "Good, good, good. This is amazing." Then, Feng Ying added, "But this ship has cost a lot of military merits, your military merits in fact. They've basically been depleted." "My military merits?" Yang Kai was stunned, then suddenly remembered that a few years ago, Feng Ying had asked him for his identity token. Back then, he was so busy arranging universe arrays for the purifying black ink battleships and sealing purifying light in them that he gave it to her without asking any questions. At that time, Feng Ying must have already had the plan to build such a powerful ship using his military merits. Feng Ying explained, "The inner sanctum gives each squad a ship, but that ship only has the most standard configuration. If you want to modify and enhance your squad's warship, you need to spend military merits to get help from the refining hall." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4988, Not More Than Thrice. On the Black Ink battlefield, military merits were extremely important. Not only could one exchange them for cultivation resources, artifacts, pills, or even techniques, one could also ask for guidance from powerful masters. If one had enough military merits, they could even ask to be taught directly by an old ancestor. Of course, the costs for such opportunities were basically unaffordable for the average cultivator. A warship like the one before Yang Kai naturally needed a massive amount of military merits to construct. Basically, every squad and battalion would slowly customize their warship in order to best fit its members. Moreover, the members of the squad or battalion were happy to spend their military merits on such things because a better warship would give them a better chance of survival and make it easier to kill the enemy. Since Yang Kai was new to Blue Sky Pass, of course he didn't know about these things. However, Feng Ying knew them very well. Yang Kai was Dawn's squad leader, so she had spent his military merits without batting an eyelid. Yang Kai had no objection to this, of course, and nodded. "Good. My military merits aren't of much use to me anyways, so this is just the right thing to use them on." While others might need to exchange military merits for cultivation materials, he didn't, as he had enough to cultivate until he reached the 8th Order Open Heaven realm with extra left over. After taking a few more looks at it, Yangkai suddenly became serious. But what are we going to do with this warship? The Black Ink clan has been driven back, and wasn't it said that they wouldn't return for at least 100 years? Feng laughed. It's true that the Black Ink clan has retreated, but they will definitely return, so we will need this warship at that time. Moreover, after every battle, Blue Sky Pass will send out some personnel to collect cultivation resources and monitor the Black Ink clan's movements, which requires approaching, if not entering Black Ink clan territory. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he parroted, gathering cultivation materials and spying on the Black Ink clan? Nodding, Feng added, while you were busy with the purifying Black Ink battleships, others have been carrying out these tasks, generally with squads as a unit. After all, the Black Ink clan just suffered a serious defeat a few years ago and is still recuperating. As long as one doesn't venture too deep into Black Ink clan territory, there is basically no danger. On top of that, if you come across Black Ink clansmen while gathering resources, you might even be able to earn more military merits. Yangkai couldn't help but feel eager, so he quickly asked, are these tasks assigned to specific squads, or can anyone go? Glancing at him, Feng immediately knew what he was thinking, and she smiled and replied, as long as you apply, you will not be rejected. Yangkai suddenly said with excitement, have we applied? Don't we have to wait for you? Feng glared at him. At that comment, Yangkai nodded, good, very good. Martial Ant, let's go apply now. The smile on Feng Ying's face slowly faded before she said with some concern, we can apply, but I'm not sure if the army commanders will let us go. Let's give it a try. If they don't let us go, I'll find the army commanders and talk to them directly. Yangkai suddenly remembered one more thing. By the way, how many people have you recruited for our squad? Immediately after dawn was ordered to be established, Yangkai started to work on the Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises outside of Blue Sky Pass. Later, he was busy with the purifying Black Ink battleships, so he didn't have time to deal with this matter and instead left it in Feng Ying's hands. Therefore, he didn't know how many members they had and who they were. I'm almost done recruiting members. I'll have them meet with you later so we can all get to know each other better. After she said that, she pointed at the cabin. I left a space inside for you to arrange a universe array, and I have prepared the materials necessary, so you can work on that first. Also, you have to name this warship. Martial Ant, you're too thoughtful. Yangkai reached out and took the space ring from Feng Ying. A few moments later, she left, probably to apply for the mission, while Yangkai stayed in the square and entered the cabin to set up a universe array in the space that was left for him. As he had been arranging universe arrays for 400 purifying Black Ink battleships for a few years, Yangkai was now traversing on a familiar path. In just a few days, the warship's universe array was operational, and Yangkai had branded the large ship's bow with 2 large characters. Dawning Light. After putting the ship into his small universe, Yangkai returned to Feng Ying's place. Half a day later, Dawn Squad's members arrived and met with him. Shin'eo, Ning Qizhi, and Qi Taichu were the 3 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who fought their way back from the Black Ink clan with Yangkai and Feng Ying. As for the rest, there were 30 others who had been enlisted. When Yangkai was appointed as Dawn's squad leader, Zhong Liang publicly announced to the Inner Sanctum that any cultivator under the 8th Order Open Heaven realm that Yangkai chose could join his squad, and the limit for that squad was 50 people. In other words, if Yang wanted to, he could create a squad with 57th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, if he did that, it would be a waste of manpower because there was no need for a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to manipulate a warship. 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would suffice for such roles. Thus, under careful consideration, in addition to the 3 Yangkai had previously mentioned, Feng Ying did not take in any more 7th Order Masters. The other 30 members were all in the 5th and 6th Order. The entire Dawn Squad's configuration, including Yangkai and Feng Ying, was 5 7th Order Masters, 26th Order Masters, and 10 5th Order Masters. Such a configuration was quite reasonable. Not only would it not reduce Dawn's combat power, but it also wouldn't squander valuable human resources. Moreover, the 5 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the team were enough to ensure Dawn Squad's fighting capability. Feng Ying kept the remaining 15 slots empty so they could recruit members they needed when suitable opportunities arose. What's more, everyone here was someone Yang Kai brought back from the Black Ink clan's domain. Therefore, they were already quite familiar with each other. In Feng Ying's courtyard, a banquet was prepared, and the atmosphere was lively as everyone exchanged pleasantries and drinks. If it hadn't been for Yang Kai's help in dispersing the Black Ink strength within them, they would have still been working for the Black Ink clan and would likely have died on the battlefield during the last war. They thought about their future battles, like how they would kill the Black Ink clan and spread Dawn Squad's reputation far and wide. After a few rounds of drinks, some began to sing, which attracted cheers from the others. At that moment, Feng Ying's expression suddenly changed. She took out the communication artifact, looked at it, and looked at Yang Kai with a helpless expression. Noticing her gaze, Yang Kai turned his head to look at her. "What is it?" Feng Ying said, "Our request to sortie on a mission has been rejected." The noisy courtyard instantly fell silent. They were just chatting about Dawn Squad's future fame, but now their request to go out mission was denied. How could they realize their dreams if they couldn't even leave Blue Sky Pass? Generally speaking, such requests wouldn't be denied. In the years after the Great Battle, countless squads would leave the Great Pass to go out on missions. As long as they were prepared, their applications would be accepted. After all, the Black Ink clan had suffered a crushing defeat in the Blue Sky Theater and were now busy recuperating. As long as they took great care and did not wander too deep into the Black Ink clan's territory or encounter a strong enemy by accident, they wouldn't be in any danger. However, everyone knew that the reason why Dawn's request was denied was because of Yang Kai. During the previous war, the army commanders did not dare to let Yang Kai freely set foot on the battlefield, but he snuck out and upended the entire situation alone, forcing Zhong Liang to borrow troops from the other 3 armies. Although a series of lucky coincidences allowed them to expose the royal lord's resting place and aided them in achieving a great victory, that was only a random bout of good fortune, not a carefully planned-out strategy. How many lucky coincidences could one person have? The army commanders and the other higher-ups did not feel safe letting Yang Kai leave Blue Sky Pass. If they had a chance, they wouldn't even want Yang Kai to take one step outside the inner sanctum. While the crowd fell silent, Yang Kai drank his glass of wine in one gulp and coldly snorted, "I expected as much. I'll go make my case to the army commanders." After saying that, he stood up and flew off into the sky. A short while later, in front of Zhong Liang's office, Yang Kai landed straight down from above. Someone was guarding the door and stopped Yang Kai. Yang Kai explained his intention and asked the guard to report his arrival to Zhong Liang. Moments later, the guard came out, cupped his fist, and said, "Brother Yang, the army commander is busy at the moment and won't see any guests." Frowning, Yang Kai asked, "When will the army commander be finished?" The guard shook his head and answered, "I don't know. Why don't you go back and wait?" Yang Kai took a deep look at the hall in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then nodded, "Fine, many thanks." Then, he turned around and left. Inside the hall, Zhong Liang sat behind the long table while perceiving the situation outside with his divine sense. Yang Kai was gone, but the direction he left in seemed to not be the way back to Feng Ying's residence. It seemed like the way to the Eastern Army's headquarters. Knowing that the brat was probably going to find Ding Yao after not seeing him, Zhong Liang snorted lightly and took out a communication artifact to send a message to Ding Yao. A few moments later, Yang Kai arrived at Ding Yao's office and asked to see him, but the guard there didn't even go inside to inform Ding Yao. Instead, the guard told Yang Kai that Ding Yao was not in Blue Sky Pass and that he did not know where he had gone or when he would return. Yang Kai was speechless. He went looking for Zhong Liang, but couldn't see him because the latter was busy, and now he couldn't find Ding Yao because he was out. Yang Kai began to suspect he wouldn't be able to see the other 2 army commanders either. As Yang Kai expected, when he went to see Liang Yulong and Shen Tumo, the guards at their doors also told Yang Kai that the army commanders were not in the inner sanctum, and their whereabouts and return dates were unknown. At this point, Yang Kai knew they were intentionally avoiding him, and they wouldn't give him any chance of meeting them. That realization made Yang Kai furious, and he thought that the tricks those 4 old men were playing were too shameless. Shut out from all directions, he had no choice but to return to his residence. The next day, Yang Kai asked to see Zhong Liang again, but he still failed. On the following day, Yang Kai went to see Zhong Liang for a third time, only to be told by the guard there that Zhong Liang had left the Great Pass as well. Yang Kai was so angry he thought he was about to explode. After lingering in front of the door for a long time, he finally clenched his teeth, opened his mouth, and shouted, "Army Commander, I won't do things more than thrice. Since you won't see me after I've been asking to meet you so many times, I'll gather my men now and leave the pass." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4989, Let's Make a Bet. After Yang Kai said what he had to say, he turned around to leave. He had only taken a few steps when a furious shout came from behind though. "Brat, you dare leave the pass without authorization?" Yang Kai did not look back and stubbornly said, "Try me." He then walked forward with large strides. Zhong Liang, who was pretending to have gone out, couldn't sit still any longer and stormed out of the hall and stopped right in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him with a derisive expression. "Sir Army Commander, didn't you leave the Great Pass on a mission?" Shamelessly keeping his expression, Zhong Liang calmly declared, "I just came back. It's just a coincidence." Yang Kai let out a chuckle. "What a coincidence. Since you're here, I need to ask permission to lead my squad." Before he could finish his words, Zhong Liang waved his hand. "Rejected." Feeling like half of his words were stuck in his throat, Yang Kai almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He took a deep breath, gazed helplessly at Zhong Liang, and pleaded, "Army Commander, I fought my way up from my youth and killed so many I have lost track of their number. I'm not some weak and delicate greenhouse flower." Zhong Liang answered flatly, "It has nothing to do with your strength or weakness. Your existence is of vital importance to the human race and cannot be treated carelessly. I understand your feelings, but young boy, I hope you can put the big picture first." Hanging his head, Yang Kai said, "I've just advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and the bigger picture of the black ink battlefield is too much for me to care about. I can only do what I can." Zhong Liang raised his brow and ordered, "Stay in the inner sanctum. That's what you can do, and what we want the most." After Zhong Liang said that, Yang Kai fell silent. Of course he knew what Zhong Liang and others were thinking and understood why they had such thoughts. If he were in Zhong Liang's shoes, he wouldn't be willing to let himself be in danger by leaving the pass either. However, understanding their situation was one thing, but he still had his own insistence and plans. With a world spring, Yang Kai was not afraid of being corrupted by black ink strength, and he also had his purifying light which could safeguard those around him. He had just advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and his strength had increased greatly, so he should have been able to move freely around the black ink battlefield. If he were trapped inside Blue Sky Pass, he would lose his vigor in the long run, which would not be beneficial to his future growth. If he wanted to keep striving for greater heights in the martial Tao, the only option was to go out and fight. The black ink battlefield has more than 100 great passes and millions of masters. I am just one of them. I can do what others can and go wherever the others go. I don't want to receive any special treatment, and I hope you all can realize my wish." Yang Kai looked solemn and cupped his fist. Zhong Liang sighed. "Life never goes the way you want it to. There are always people in this world who have abilities that others do not, so they have to bear the responsibilities that others cannot. You said you don't want any special treatment, but you have a unique ability, so it's impossible for you not to have special treatment." Feeling unresigned, Yang Kai argued, "They always say that the older a person gets, the more stubborn they become. I originally did not believe it, but seeing how you're acting now, I have to believe it." A few guards nearby couldn't help but laugh at those words. Zhong Liang gave a light tsk. "Brat, you're acting reckless again." Then, he glared at the guards to shut them up. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, "Army Commander, I am proficient in the Tao of space." Zhong Liang nodded. "Yes, I know. What are you trying to say?" What I'm trying to say is that if I insist on leaving, you cannot stop me unless you lock down the entire Blue Sky Pass. Otherwise, I can easily leave at will. Zhongliang felt his face twitch as he snarled, "Don't forget that you are an official member of Blue Sky Pass. Disregarding orders is punishable by military law." Yang Kai snorted, obviously not taking his words to heart. "How about this, Army Commander? Let's make a bet." "What kind of bet?" Zhong Liang frowned at him. "Using Blue Sky Pass interior as the boundary, if you can catch me before an incense stick burns out, I will stay. But if you can't, you have to approve my application. How about that?" Zhong Liang was immediately exasperated as he quipped, "Are you that confident in yourself?" He did know that those who were proficient in the Tao of space were good at escaping, and if it had been the limitless void outside, he wasn't confident if he could catch Yang Kai within an incense stick. However, with the inside of Blue Sky Pass as the boundary, it would be a simple matter for an 8th-order master to catch a 7th-order junior. With his nostrils pointing up towards the sky, Yang Kai looked at Zhong Liang arrogantly. "I dare you to make a bet with me. It's fine if you don't, I won't laugh." Even though Zhong Liang knew Yang Kai was trying to provoke him, he was still furious and said through clenched teeth, "Good, I'll take that bet. But boy, if I catch you, it won't be as simple as you staying in Blue Sky Pass. I'll beat you black and blue until you beg for mercy." With a wave of his hand, Zhong Liang ordered, "Light up an incense stick." One of the guards who had been watching the fun hurriedly took out an incense burner from his small universe. Yang Kai glanced at the half-human tall incense and incense burner, and he couldn't help but snicker, "Army Commander, your methods continue to astound me. This incense is much, much bigger than any I've ever seen before." No matter how shameless Zhong Liang was, he couldn't help but blush at this moment. A normal stick of incense was a bit longer than a palm's length, so the time it took to burn through was naturally not too long. This giant incense stick was several times bigger and would probably burn for at least 5 times as long. This was not something Zhong Liang had prepared in advance, of course. It was something the guard had done of his own accord. Although it felt like he was cheating, it was exactly what Zhong Liang had in mind. So he choked down his embarrassment and instead laughed and taunted, "If you think it's inappropriate, we can stop the bet and you'll have to obediently stay in the inner sanctum. Otherwise, you would know the consequences of disobeying my orders." Taking a look at the big incense, Yang Kai knew that there was no room for him to retreat at this point, so he clenched his and said, "Let's begin." Zhong Liang smiled even more cunningly than a fox as he raised his hand and shouted, "Light it up." The guard got the order and immediately prepared to burn the incense. Zhong Liang smilingly looked at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, don't blame me for not reminding you. You can start running now. Once the incense is lit, I'll be making my move." While saying so, he stood in place and began to stretch and loosen his muscles. Before he finished his sentence, Yang Kai turned around and ran. Behind Zhongliang, the incense was also lit at the same time. The moment the incense filled the air, Zhongliang rushed in Yang Kai's direction like an arrow that had been shot from a bow. He wanted to take this smelly brat down in one fell swoop and cut off anything thought of leaving the pass so Yang Kai would obediently stay inside the inner sanctum from now on. Suddenly, Zhongliang felt a sense of crisis, and when he looked up, he saw that Yang Kai, who should have been wildly fleeing, had actually turned around and was looking at him with a fierce grin. Yang Kai raised his hands high into the sky, and above him a great sun around with a golden crow was cawing rose. Above his other hand a shimmering full moon had manifested. Both the sun and moon shone together. The two celestial bodies began circling one another, radiating rich time principles as they orbited faster and faster. Yang Kai surged his space principles next and merged the two images together to create a new, mysterious force. The rapidly rotating sun and moon enlarged and soon filled Zhong Liang's field of vision. Even though he was an 8th Order master, he couldn't help but feel chills run down his spine at this moment. The power of this divine ability was beyond his imagination, and it was definitely not something that a 7th Order master could perform. With such a divine ability, even though he was at the peak of the 8th Order open heaven realm, He would not escape unscathed if he just stood there and took the hit from Yang Kai. Zhongliang never expected Yang Kai to turn around and attack him instead of fleeing, so he was caught completely off guard and didn't have time to dodge. In addition, under the influence of this strange divine ability, time and space around him distorted, and even his thoughts and perception became a little blurred. This whole situation was too absurd. Zhongliang made an immediate decision, and with a loud shout, the power of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master exploded forth. World force exploded from his body as he threw his fist out at Yang Kai. A loud bang was heard, and violent energy surged throughout the space. The entire Blue Sky Pass was shaken by the shockwave, and all the humans inside the inner sanctum were so shocked that they thought the Black Ink Clan was attacking, so they all came out to investigate. All of a sudden, the sky above Blue Sky Pass was filled with people. Meanwhile, inside the Eastern Army's headquarters, Ding Yao leapt up into the air after noticing the movement. He looked around and frowned when he saw Zhongliang suspended in midair. However, the current Zhongliang looked a bit haggard. Although the Sun and Moon Divine Will didn't injure him, it wasn't easy for him to take the blow. His vitality was churning slightly, making it impossible for him to chase after Yang Kai immediately. Moreover, under the dazzling fallout from the clash, he had lost sight of Yang Kai and didn't know where to find him. Frowning, Ding Yao flew over and soon arrived in front of the Western Army's headquarters. Together with him were Liang Yulong and Shin Tuimo, who were supposed to be outside right now. The 3 army commanders gathered together, and Zhongliang's adjutant hurriedly greeted them. "What's the meaning of this?" Ding Yao asked with a frown. As soon as he spoke those words, though, he turned his head up towards Zhongliang. In his vision, Ding Yao clearly saw a ripple in the void, followed by Yang Kai's ghostly figure appearing less than 100 meters behind Zhongliang. Yang Kai was holding his azure dragon spear and fiercely thrust it out at Zhongliang's back. Ding Yao's eyes widened at Yang Kai's action, but he also saw that Yang Kai did not have any killing intent. Moreover, Zhongliang was at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, so although this spear attack was unexpected and powerful, it couldn't do much to Zhongliang. What Ding Yao didn't know was that Zhongliang's senses had been scrambled somewhat after being struck by the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, so when Yang Kai launched this sneak attack, he was not able to detect it until the spear tip was almost touching his body. Only then did Zhongliang sense danger and turn around to throw out a punch. Yang Kai's body flew out like a paper kite before plunging into the void, disappearing between the ripples as his voice lingered in the air, as expected of an army commander. "My greatest respects to your strength." Zhongliang grabbed at him, but missed. His face now as black as the bottom of a pot. He could not help but roar, "You little bastard! You better hide well, and not let me catch you, or I swear your end will be miserable." He was the army commander of the Western Army, one of the most important figures in all of Blue Sky Pass, only ranking below the old ancestor himself. But now, he was being played by Yang Kai, who had just advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm in front of everyone. What's more, he actually suffered 2 losses because he was repeatedly caught off guard, furthering his humiliation. Zhongliang was angry, but he was also forced to admit that he admired Yang Kai's boldness. He simply did not expect Yang Kai would dare act so recklessly and decisively. If it had been an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, that person would have already died twice by now. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel? Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.